two extremes. They're different from the middle.
Yes, certainly different from the middle is that Shamar Brooks that has come out in the middle. Yes, it looks like Brooks from this end. So the Jaguars, they're cock-a-hoop. They have struck first blood, picking up the vital wicket of Shane Mosley. Here is Shepherd, leaves the commentary box, breaks into his run, comes in and bowls. That's a good delivery, right on target. And Shamar Brooks onto the front foot. Looks classical as he defends back up the track, and there is no run. Is it because it's a day-night encounter and they're playing with the pink ball that might have contributed to Barbados' pride batting for us?
No, I think most teams win the toss and they decide straight away they're going to bat first at the stadium, thinking that it would deteriorate and break up a lot coming down to the end, but it certainly doesn't.
Shepherd, short, lifting delivery, and a sharp one too, going through to Bramble, and there is no run. And one would have think with the likes of Kemar Roach, Jason Holder, Shimar Holder, who's been doing a fantastic job this season, you want them to exploit whatever they can get for us on the pitch?
Well, they've got a very good seam attack, and their seam attack has been doing well for
Yes.
them this year. And you just said Harding has been left out. Somebody who has 29 wickets. I think they have been led by their seam attack in terms of their bowling, and they've done well for them.
Short, lifting delivery again outside the line of the off stump. The end of a successful over for Romario Shepherd, the second of the match. And Barbados Pride in the first innings winning the toss and batting. They have lost the wicket without a run on the board.
Good over from Romario Shepherd, getting the wicket of the opening batsman. But I think after then, he just bowled a couple of deliveries that were a little wide outside the off stump to Shamar Brooks. I think what he wants to do is ensure that Shamar Brooks plays at most of those deliveries and not be able to leave alone so easily.
Yes, so Craig Brathwaite out in the middle, very experienced. He is the skipper, and in his first-class career so far, more than 100 matches with the 9,713 runs, actually 153 first-class matches for the 27-year-old. He settles now as Paul comes in, bowls. That's a short lifting delivery, sharp off the pitch as well. But Brathwaite quite competently rocked on the back foot. Took that one off the chest, Clyde.
Well, I don't think we saw any of that in the last game where the ball actually bounced that sharp. That certainly bounced very high. I think he actually played it around the throat area, but he handled it well, handled it very well, and was able to keep it down just in front of him.
Yes, so there are three slips, a gully, a backward point. There's an extra cover. Paul comes up and bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming forward, and it peels off the thick upper portion of the bat and goes away down towards gully where Vishal Singh is fielding, and there is no run. So far, the pitch has played through. We have seen Kemo Paul a little bit on the short side and getting some assistance from the pitch as well. Let's see, on the onside, we have a mid-on, and there's a forward square. Paul turns in the distance once again and begins to move in. Comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. That's a short delivery and punched off the back foot, bisecting the cover and the extra cover. It goes 3/4 of the way to the boundary. The return will come in from Raymond Reifer. Brathwaite is off the mark with a good-looking shot. It's now on to 2 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, that was a good-looking shot from Brathwaite. He was on the back for playing a very straight bat and was able to hit it wide of mid-off in extra cover position and get 2 runs. But good bounce again on the pitch. Good bounce. And if it's true, it's going to be nice to watch all the bowlers bowling it.
Paul bowls this is a short delivery, and this is clipped away down through cover, and they have taken 1. The return will come in, and they will complete 2. So a little bit slow off the pitch this time, and he did the good thing. Didn't look for too much power. He gets 2 more, moves on to 4, Pride on to 4 without loss, for the loss of 1.
I think the lack of pace in that last delivery is what ended up with Brathwaite playing that shot, because he got up so slow, and he was able to wait on it and wait a long time.
Paul to Brathwaite. This is short, and he got onto the back foot. The edge found, and it flew over the third slip and down to the fine third man boundary for 4. Craig Brathwaite. He moves on to 8, and Pride goes on to 8 for the loss of 1.
That was a short delivery outside the off stump again. And he was looking to probably hit that much squarer than he got it. Got it outer half of the bat and flew over towards slip and got 4 runs. So again, the bounce, there is some bounce in this pitch that we didn't see in the last game. So it's interesting whether it's a little bit of preparation moisture or whether the pitch is actually going to play a little quicker than we did see in the last game.
Here is Paul. Comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming forward of the outer portion of the bat, down towards third slip and knocked down as well. That was a good delivery by Kemo Paul to bring the over to an end. Brathwaite is on 8. Shamar Brooks is yet to score. Barbados Pride, they're 8 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, a fairly good over from Kemo Paul, even though they would have scored 8 runs in the over. I think he bowled in good areas, making the batsman play. Probably a little too short with a few of the deliveries, but all in all, I think he bowled in good areas and making the batsman play. What we haven't seen is any sort of sideways movement on the pitch so far. We have seen the ball bounce, but we haven't seen the ball actually swing or seam.
Yes, and Kemo Paul, he can get the ball to move away once it's pitched up to that length. I think that's the reason why he might have been bowling some of these short deliveries to set up the batsman for the drive. Brooks, though, is facing Shepherd. He comes up and bowls to Brooks outside the line of the off stump, far too wide to draw the right-hander into any shot. There are 2 other matches going on today. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're playing the Windwards Volcanoes, and they elected to bat the Red Force. They're 118 for the loss of 4 of 36.3 over so far. And in the other match, Leeward's Hurricane against the Jamaica Scorpions. Scorpions won the toss and elected to field. The Hurricanes are struggling, 135 for the loss of 8. Here at Providence is a beautiful on drive by Brooks. This is going to run away. Reifer gives up the chase now, and that's a glorious looking on drive to get him off the mark. He's on 4. Barbados Pride, they're now on to 12 for the loss of 1.
Delivery pitched up just on about the middle stump. Brooks didn't try to hit it too hard. He more or less caressed it back past the bowler. A very good looking shot. And it shows that he actually looks to be a playing form, but he hasn't been scoring that heavily either this year. So certainly that would do his confidence no ends of good to get one actually straight off in the middle of the bat.
Yes, Shepherd comes in once again, bowls to Brooks. That's a short delivery. Didn't make too much of height, but he played it well down towards short cover. There is no runs. And I agree with you, Brooks is a much better player than his figures has suggested so far in this year's tournament. Had 0 and 10 in his last match against the Red Force, 33 and 0 against Volcanoes, 3 and 4 against Red Force in the first game that they played them. But he scored 116 against the Leeward Islands, so he has a century under his belt. Shepherd, short lifting delivery, and Brooks just getting out of the way. Good aggressive delivery and lined with the body as well.
Well played by the batsman as well, because I was short. It was directed fairly straight. He just rocked out of the way nicely, allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper. Well, and again, it's good to see the ball actually bouncing a little and carrying to the wicket keeper.
Yes, and there are 3 slips. Can we call that 2 gullies, or one a flight slip on a gully? 2 gullies.
I think 2 gullies.
Yes, here is Shepherd once again. Comes in, bowls to Brooks. This is down the leg side, and he turns it nicely off the hips, down towards the backward square region. Pamal comes off the boundary, sends the return in. Brooks, he gets another run.
No, that's a leg by actually.
A leg by, I beg your pardon. That will take the score now on to 13 for the loss of 1. So we have seen some aggressive shots. We have seen some aggressive bowling as well. This match has started in a little bit of a haste.
In a little bit of a haste. It started with both teams looking to score.
Exactly.
And the Jaguars looking to take wickets, the bat side looking to score. I think that's what makes cricket very interesting.
Yes. So the build-up to this match was a good one. Everybody looking forward for a good cricket game. Short, lifting delivery, and he steps onto the front foot, plays back up the track for Shepherd to field. There is no run. Shepherd completes another over. 13 for 1. Pride 4 is Shamar Brooks. And Craig Brathwaite, he has gotten 8.
Yeah, and somebody like Smith now would be thinking, why am I out of this game? It's got a little bit more bounce, it's got a little bit more pace. I haven't done that badly in the tournament this year, but it just so happens I'm not playing. But it's one of those things in cricket, because you've got Shepherd, who's been on West Indies duty, Kemo Paul, who's been on West Indies duty. I think once they come back, you expect them to play. So
Yes.
the young man has to take a little breather.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that about Niall Smith. He's picked up 20 wickets so far this season, led the bowling attack as their pace man. It's a pity to see him out. I think he and Harding had to be the sacrificial lamb in this situation.
Well, that's what happens in cricket. There's nothing about sacrificial lamb. if the big boys come back,
Yes. Short, lifting delivery, turned away into the onside field, down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run. I remember there was a season when one of Guyana's fast bowler, Kevin Darlington, played 3 matches, took 18 wickets, but then Ryan King and Colin Stewart came back and he had to go.
it
happens.
will always happen. It will always happen in cricket.
Yes, here is Paul from the southern end, comes up and bowls to Brathwaite. That's a short lifting delivery.
That's Brooks, actually.
In fact, right, Shamar Brooks down the leg side and taken by Anthony Bramble. There is no run. So the conditions are good for cricket. Match starting on time at 14 hours. It's a day-night encounter with the Pride winning the toss and they deciding that they are going to take for a strike. Hurricanes in some bad position. They're losing 8 wickets on the first day.
And it's still not over yet.
Yes, that's right. Paul to Brooks, and he's playing defensively onto the front foot, back up the track. Paul feels there is no run.
It's sort of the cricket that has been happening this year. When you look around and see the amount of teams that have lost, or the amount of victories that has happened, the amount of wins in terms of percentage in the regional tournament. And one wonders about the pitches and so on, and we talk about it all the time.
Paul to Brooks, he gets onto the front foot and he cover drives. That's a lovely looking shot. It's going to run away towards the boundary for 4. And he looks in good touch here, Shamar Brooks. He moves on to 8 with 2 boundaries. Will take the score now on to 17 for the loss of 1.
Well, that's a good looking shot. You didn't try and hit it too hard. It's more just placing it between cover and the man at backward point, and he got 4 runs through it. Good looking shot. Brooks looks in good touch. And like I said before, one wonders that if the results mirrors the pitches.
Well, 3 slips here, a gully. There's a backward point and an extra cover. Paul comes in and bowls to Brooks. Short lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. He allows the ball to go by. And taking the fight for the Hurricanes against the Scorpions, Alzari Joseph. Good to see him playing for the Hurricanes. He's on 43 not out of 44 deliveries. So when you look at his score, 145 for 8. You will see how valuable is this knock from Alzari Joseph.
What I like about this round is that most of the West Indian players are back and they're actually playing.
Yes, and this is edged, and it fell in front of the second slip. No chance for Barnwell to dive forward here. It was far in front of him. The end of another over by Kemo Paul. At the end of it, both batsmen, Brathwaite and Brooks, are on 8. It's 17 for the loss of 1.
Well, that was you was playing that with very soft hands. I think that's the reason it did not carry to Barnwell at first. Very soft hands. The pitch is not quick, and it was that slow. Maybe Leon Johnson will have to think about having his second slip standing up a little bit more, taking a chance. Sometimes those things you have to do those things when you're playing on slow pitches, and the second slip more slow than anybody else takes a couple of steps up so he can look to dive to his right or left. Because not a lot of slip fielders actually love to dive forward. And no matter how great they be, they don't love to dive forward.
So here is Shepherd once again. He comes up and bowls to Brathwaite, and this is turned away down towards a backward square, and he gets a single. He will now move on to 9. It will take the score to 18 for the loss of 1. Before this, Shepherd, 2 overs. He has picked up 1 for 4. Kemo Paul, 3 overs cost him 12 runs. So if you have just joined the broadcast, let me remind you that Pride won the toss and they decided that they're going to take first strike. Mosley is the man back in the pavilion. Bowled by Shepherd. He didn't score. Shepherd comes up now and bowls to Brooks. This
Well,
one
he's
is in the air. Reifer dives forward. Did he floor the catch? Was it into the pitch? Well, I think it was into the pitch and then in the air.
He did not get a hand to it. I think Reifer was caught napping there a little. It was a delivery that was slightly short of a length. He was looking to work it into the onside. Got the leaded edge. It spoon up in the air. And I think Reifer must have been not been coming in as quickly as normally you would, feeling that mid-on. And that ball just dropping just in front of him.
Well, that's not good at all. That should have been taken. Raymond Reifer chance to dismiss Shamar Brooks. Here is Shepherd, bowls to Brooks, and he's whipping this one. Gets onto the front foot nicely, down towards long leg. He gets another single, good-looking shot, and he too moves on to 9, and this will take the Pride onto 19 for the loss of 1 wicket. Certainly, we keep saying that this match, the expectation is the top of the table. Barbados Pride against second place, the Guyana Jaguars, should bring out the best in both teams. And they are almost at full strength here, both of these teams. Here is Shepherd once again. Passes the umpire, comes in, and he's coming forward and plays away down towards the mid-wicket. Doidge Narain. Chanda Paul is in the way. There is no run. Umpires, Dayton Butler and Nigel Duguid. They are calling duties out in the middle. The standby is the local Nankumar Shiv Sankar. And the match referee, former West Indian fast bowler, Rayan King. So, 3 slips, a gully, there is a cover, wide mid-off. There's also a wide mid-on. There's a forward square and a long leg. Shepherd comes up and bowls to the right-handed. That's Brathwaite, jumps onto the back foot, and he opens the face, gets it out into the offside field. Once again, cannot score.
Yeah, I think just looking at Brathwaite bat and the way how he closes his bat face a lot, one wonders if the man at mid-on maybe would not be better served in a forward short leg position. Just make him think different. Think about playing a little straighter or looking to just drop the ball in front of him. 'Cause I think he always tends to play that ball a little bit in the air on the onside.
Shepherd down the leg side, and it goes by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Bramble. The over has been completed. At the end of the over, both batsmen, there are 9. Shamar Brooks and Craig Brathwaite, the Pride, they are 19 for the loss of 1.
What's interesting as well is that Shepherd has come back, and he hasn't bowled that badly. But remember, we have got to remember, we are saying that, our West Indian players come back and they are in and they are playing. But Shepherd has been away. I don't think he's had a game for some time. So he probably just was in the nets doing a lot of work and so on, but not in the middle. And it's different when you're actually bowling in the nets and then to come out and have to bowl straight away and be able to bowl good line and mid length.
Here is Paul. He comes up now and bowls to Brooks. He's wrapped in the pad. There's a shout. He's gone. LBW. So Kemo Paul has gotten the wicket of Brooks. It's now 19 for the loss of 2, and Brooks will have to go back for 9.
Well, Brooks was looking to work that on the onside. Didn't really come out far in front. That delivery probably that he should have been looking to play up to mid-on or even straight back past the bowler. He was looking to work the onside. Didn't reach out far. And umpire Nigel Duguid, who is in a good position, decided that was plumb. He didn't hesitate at all with that decision. So must have decided that was really straight and that was plumb.
Yeah, and that was always on the card. Kemo Paul was looking for the moment when he can get one right up in that black hole. I want to believe that's the reason why he bowled a series of short delivery from the southern end of the ground, and he got this one full. And Brooke was neither really pushing long forward, was caught in the crease, and he paid the penalty. So Mosley has gone without scoring. Brooks has gone for 9. Some rebuilding of the innings must take place now for Barbados Pride. They're 19 for the loss of 2, and the Jaguars will consider themselves very successful so far with their nose in front.
By a far
By
way.
a far
When
way.
you've won the toss and decide to bat, and you lose 2 wickets within the first half an hour, that's putting pressure on your team. Yes, they've got experience. Carter is an experienced player. He's been around for ages, and he always seems to do well against the Jaguars as well. So, you cannot now starting to relax if you're the Jaguars. You've got to press home your advantage. Look to take wickets. Look to ensure that there's no partnerships, because in cricket there's always going to be partnerships, and you don't want a partnership to happen to you at the moment. Whereas the Pride would be telling themselves, we have to build a partnership now. This is it with Brathwaite and Carter in the middle, two of the most experienced cricketers. They have to be able to put a partnership together to ease that pressure.
Yes, Jonathan Carter, very, very experienced cricketer. Here is Paul, comes in, bowls to Carter, and he's coming forward and beaten outside the line of the off stump to good carry to Bramble. Good testing first delivery.
I don't think he actually played at that. I think he was going across and he pulled the bat inside the line as it was going across him. But again, we see the ball actually carrying decent to the wicket keeper. It's good to see, and especially when we're playing on those end pitches. We don't normally see that happen a lot.
So Kimo Paul has taken a wicket to join Shepherd, who has also taken one as well. Begins to move in once again, comes in, bowls to Carter. He's coming forward here, wrapped on the pad, the oohs and ahs as the ball goes away off the pad into the offside field. Tejnarine Chandapal moves away from cover, he feels, and once again there is no run. So we're seeing some testing stuff here from Kimo Paul as he collects the delivery. A young man at a very early age set his sights on playing for the West Indies. He's gotten that dream. His character will be tested to keep his spot in that team. He's coming forward, Carter. He defends down towards short mid-off. And once again, there is no run. Satisfied with the field placing so far, Clyde?
I am always concerned when I see fast bowlers with a new ball having to bowl to a 7-2 field. There's always a little bit of concern with me. I think it takes away a little from the bowler. Unless the ball is really swinging and darting around, I think it does.
Paul comes in and bowls to Carter. He's coming forward outside the line of the off stump. Goes away into the gloves of Bramble. Once again, there is no run. Yes, when you look at it and you see there are how much? 4 slips and a gully, and there's a backward point, and then you have a fielder.
But then again, you have lost 2 wickets, so you're in the driving seat. So you can afford to take a little bit of chance. I just sometimes tend to think the bowler is put under a little bit more pressure, and he has to try and bowl outside that off stump instead of making the batsman play more times than not.
And Carter gets onto the front foot and he drives. Lovely looking check drive. Will that run away towards the boundary for 4, beating 2 fielder, the mid-off and the mid-on. Good looking shot by Jonathan Carter to get off the mark. And that has brought the over to an end. At the end of it, Barbados Pride, they're 23 for the loss of 1 with Jonathan Carter on 4 and Brathwaite on 9.
Well, those are the shots that you love to see batsmen play. And when you see batsmen play those shots, you tend to think that they are in good nick. Because that was a ball pitched, yes, it wasn't at the half volley as such. It's pitched up just slightly out of that drive range. He was pushing it straight back past the ball. He didn't try and hit it too hard either. So that was a great shot by Jonathan Carter. And I think Kimo Paul wouldn't mind that. Because you don't mind when batsmen play those shots and you've got a new ball in your hand. You tend to think, well, if it just does a little, I've got a chance of getting a wicket. So,
Shepherd, 3 overs, 1 for 6 will continue from this end. And he'll be bowling to Craig Brathwaite. 3 slips and a gully, extra cover and a mid-off. And that's a good delivery, right on target, but he's playing well onto the front foot, defends, down towards short cover. There is no run. Clyde, you were talking about Romario Shepherd and how much cricket he has been playing. His last first-class match was in August of 2019. That was for the West Indies A against India A. Was with West Indies team in Sri Lanka as well. Those weren't any long version of the game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And he has to come back now and be able to bowl in good areas in a first-class game and maybe be asked to bowl, 20 overs in an innings? You know, when you've not been bowling in the middle, sometimes it tends to get to you and you can be a little rusty.
Yes, that previous delivery was pushed away down towards extra cover. There is no run. did a splendid job for the Jaguars last season when they won their 5th consecutive title. He picked up 37 wickets. And because of that performance, the selectors decided, well, here is a guy who we can work with. That's West Indies selectors. He comes up, bowls to Brathwaite down the leg side and turned away down towards long leg. Virasamy Pramal is in the way. He might very well have a lot of bowling to do in this game as well. Pramal, as the return comes in, the score stays on 24 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, that was a delivery game. Once it gets straight to Brathwaite, he will work those balls off the pads, look down to mostly go down to the fine leg. And we did see earlier on that Leon Johnson actually had a leg slip to him, but he's taken away that leg slip and is trying to make him play a little bowl. The bowler's bowl a little straighter, so he plays up to mid-on, mid-off.
So for Carter, he's going to come around the wicket now. Romario Shepherd, 3 slips, a gully, backward point. We have a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, mid-on, and a mid-off. Comes up and bowls to Carter, and Carter is coming forward, driving sweetly down towards mid-off. Cannot get past Raymond Reifer. There is no run. The last time these two teams clash here at the National Stadium, the Jaguars won by 7 wickets. Pride 7-6 in their first innings. Raymond Reifer was the thorn in their flesh, their hometown boy, picking up 6 wickets. They were bundled out for 7-6. They made 238 in their second innings. Jaguars 221 and 118 for 3. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. He played at that one and it took off. A delivery pitch just outside the line of the off stump. And there was Carter groping for it. And it made a lot of height as it got to Bramble. There is no run. And on this very pitch, Clyde, I think we did commentaries on that match as well, when we saw some fantastic swing bowling from Dwayne Smith. When the Jaguars had to get 6-9 for victory, they were bundled out for 6-6.
I think that was some time ago.
Some time ago, yes.
But must have been about 4 years ago.
Yes. Short.
No, I actually didn't do commentary on that game. I was sitting in the president box watching that game.
Watching it.
I'll tell you what, the ball certainly did swing about, and caused the Jaguars batsmen no ends of trouble.
Yes, so true. So the over is completed. Pride winning the toss and batting. They're 24 for the loss of 2. More from Clyde, and then it's going to be the voice of Pastor Matthew Kisoon.
But certainly it's been a good, I was just going to say a good morning's play so far for the Jaguars, but it's not morning. It's a good pre-lunch session. They're bowling good areas. They're making the batsmen play. And the bowlers actually doing just a little bit. And they've been good carry on this pitch so far. And I guess that's because of the little preparation, moisture, and things like that. One will have to wait and see how dry this pitch is. The last one last week was very dry, had no sort of bounce, no pace, and not a lot of spin, so slow spin as well. Good afternoon to you, Matt.
Thank you, Clyde. Good afternoon to you. Paul bows to Brathwaite. He is defending, playing it into the offside. No run. Good afternoon again, Clyde. We're back together again. You know, that used to be a little thing on radio. Back together again.
After what?
Just a couple of days. But this time it's a day-night fixture from 2 p.m. to, well, if they finish at 9 p.m., that's the time slot. Playing with the pink ball. Chemo Paul back in the fray of things for the Jaguars. That's outside the offside. Nice shot, driven through the offside, down through cover. Is going to go away for 4. And that's how good Brathwaite can be when he gets those deliveries just outside the offside and he eased into the drive and sent it away towards the boundary for 4. He's gone up now to 14. It's 28 for the loss of 2. Good afternoon to everyone right across Guyana and especially in Barbados, that lovely island. Trust that you're picking us up loud and clear. Live streaming on YouTube. A very, very interesting game here on top of the tables. Barbados and the Jaguars playing together here. Here is the ball turned away to the short mid-wicket area by Brathwaite, and there is no run. He's kept on 14-4 to Jonathan Carter. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, I think the thing here about Chemo Paul that sometimes bothers me is his inconsistency in terms of the length and the line he bowls. Previous delivery before this one was wide half volley, wide and full outside the off stump. I think when you've got the new ball in your hand, you've got to try and be fairly consistent. Yes, you're looking for swing, But you've got to be consistent with your length and lines as
That's
well.
outside the line of the off stump, taken by Bramble, and there is no run. The teams for you, if you just joined us for Guyana Jaguars, Stage Chandra Paul, Hetmeyer is in the side, back in Leon Johnson, Vishal Singh, Christopher Barnwell, Anthony Bramble, Raymond Reifer, Kevin Sinclair, Kimo Paul, and Romario Shepard back in the side as well, and Veersamy Pamal, Guyana leaving out, of course, Imlak, Joseph and Smith. Here is Paul comes up, he's in balls to Brathwaite. That's a loose shot outside the line of the off stump, beaten all ends, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run for the Barbados Pride side. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, Mosley, Brooks, Jonathan Carter, Doidge, Mears, Jason Holder, Ashley Nurse, Kimar Roach, Jamel Warricombe, and Chamar Holder. No Drake, Stout, nor Walcott in their side, so that's the final 11 for you. Paul has bowled 4 overs before this, 1 for 16, and Shepard 4 overs, 1 for 7. Both of the guys back in the side have picked up a wicket apiece. Here is a lifting delivery outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. The over comes to an end. 28 for the loss of 2. The Barbados Pride winning the toss and electing to bat here at Providence.
Not a fairly decent over from Kimo Paul. Just a little inconsistent with the areas that he bore, but he is trying. I think what he's trying to do is see if he can get the ball to swing. Earlier on, we did see him bowl quite a few short deliveries, and then what he's doing now is trying to pitch the ball up to see if it get to swing. And something just hit me. Who is the opening batsman for Guyana?
Well, if you look at the board, they have Tej Chandra Paul and then Hetmeyer.
So you think Hetmeyer will be opening?
I would
Don't worry,
not
the board. I don't think we can go with the board, what
go
it
with the
has.
board.
Whether we'll see him open, we'll just have to wait and see. But very interesting to see
Yes.
who is going to
I agree with
partner
you. It's
Tej
interesting
Chandra
indeed.
Paul.
Shepard bowling around the wicket to Carter. Carter gets a ball that pitched on the off stump and moved away from him. Pulled the bat inside the line, taken by the keeper, no run. The 32-year-old, Jonathan Carter, would have played for the West Indies, but he's playing for Barbados, Barbados Tridents, Barbados on the 19, St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, and West Indies A. Clyde, he's in his 87th first-class match, 4,087 runs before this, with a high score of 149 not outs. He's got a lot of experience, but look at his average, and we talked about that in the previous game, 30.96. Here is Shepard, comes up, Carter lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Bramble, no chance of a run, 24 50s, 500s.
No surprise. No surprise in terms of the average. I think that's the norm of the day these days. The regional players' average, with the exception of a few, maybe. But the regional average just seems to be in that between that 25 to 35 bracket. I don't know why it is so. And that's Friday. I was asking the question, and maybe Neil Barry, who's coming after me, would answer it as well. But,
Shepard comes up, Carter is defending, gets it away to gully, no run. Look at okay.
whether it's one of the things with the pitches not being as good as they used to be, and hence we see in those averages, and we see a lot of victories in regional cricket. And cricket, well, this year there hasn't been a lot of games that has actually finished in 3 days, but there have been comfortable victories by one side or the other. So hence I ask the question, is it that the pitches are substandard and the averages of the players in terms of the batting as well tells another story?
Here is a ball that's driven back to Shepard off the bottom end of the bat, not timing that well. Look at Craig Brathwaite on the other hand, the 27-year-old. He's in his 156th first-class match, 9,713 runs, a high score of 212. Look at this average, 37.79, 50 50s, and 22 centuries. Talk us through, Craig.
It's a decent average, and I think Craig Brathwaite's average over the years may have gone down a little as well. I think when he started out, he was consistent, he was scoring runs. I think as well, you cannot look at him with that amount of first-class games and say they are only regional games. Some would be West Indies A team, some would be some tour matches and stuff like that. So his average looks that way. But you would love to see a Craig Brathwaite averaging probably in the late 40s in regional cricket or even 50. If you're going to be a West Indian test player, we need to see our regional averages improve.
Yes, and he has been consistent for Barbados down through the years. Here is Shepard, comes up, Carter gets the ball on the middle stump, he's across, plays back to Romario Shepard. He overcomes to an end 28 for the loss of 2. Brathwaite is 14, and Jonathan Carter 4.
Well, another fairly good over from Shepherd. Bowling in good areas, not trying to bowl too quick. Just bowling in good areas, making the batsman play. We've seen one or two deliveries, seam about, and he's bowling to the left-handers. He's bowling round the wicket and angling the ball back into them and getting a few to leave the left-handers well. That can create some problems.
Right, so Paul will continue. Kimo Paul, the 22-year-old, he's played for West Indies, Delhi Capitals, Delhi Daredevils, Guyana Jaguars, Guyana Amazon Warriors, Guyana on the 19s, Montreal Tigers, Quetta Gladiators, West Indies A, West Indies on the 19s. He's the all-rounder in the side. He comes up, he's in now, bowls to Brathwaite at a short lifting delivery down the leg side, and Brathwaite just getting inside his stumps and just knocking the ball around to a short backward square. No chance of a run. He's kept in 14, but Kimo Paul has certainly worked up some pace in his 21st first-class match with 81 wickets now on his belt. Good afternoon to you, Neil, the former Guyana wicketkeeper batsman. Welcome, and an interesting game in the making here.
Good afternoon, Machu Kisun. Good afternoon to listeners wherever you are, whether online or following the stream. Yes, interesting thus far.
Here is a ball that he's pulling, flat pulling, you would say, down through mid-wicket. A chase here for Kevin Sinclair. They've crossed the one and they'll come back for a second. So 2 runs to Craig Brathwaite to carry his total up to 16. Correct, that's 16 the scoreboard said. He's gone up to 30 for 2. Kimo Paul is bowling a bit short to Craig Brathwaite. Tempting and testing him?
Well, I guess it's all part and parcel of his plan, obviously, to not allow Craig Brathwaite to settle and to, get too many easy deliveries in his front foot. But this is not the type of track I think you really want to bang it in. He doesn't have the pace either for that.
Here is a ball that he is dropped by Bramble. Dive into his right. He came forward, Brathwaite edged, and Bramble with both hands, with that dive to his right, Neil, just didn't hold on. The ball popped out of his hands. Another chance gone a begging.
Well, I just said the short ball was possibly part of his plans, to push Brathwaite back and then to pitch one in the area but moving away from the right-hander. That it did. He did his work, Paul. But the edge, he didn't push too hard. So the ball was not going to carry, to my mind, to first slip. So Bramble had to go. It's just that possibly when he landed, he just landed at the elbow and parried it out. A good effort, but you should take them at this stage. He's well experienced.
Paul bowls lifting delivery, short lifting delivery, and he handles it well. Rides on top of it. Dropped it down at his feet. No chance of a run, but here is a chance for Craig Brathwaite on 16 with the score 30 for 2. And the thing with the last game, Neil, when Django got 2 chances, Vishal Singh didn't take those catches that came to him at third slip and gully. He went on to make 90.
Well, as the old saying goes, catches win matches. You give someone a chance, you give them the opportunity to bat again. Of course, they can, assess and become more fortified and more determined.
Paul comes up, Brathwaite is getting the ball on the leg stump, works it away backward of square for Shepherd to come off the boundary. He gets a single to carry his total now up to 17. I make it. It's 31 for the loss of 2 as Jonathan Carter comes back into strike. But Paul has certainly shown his ability and being back in the side, Neil picking up the wicket of Brooks, leg before wicket for 9 with the score at 19 for 2. Certainly both players who have been playing for the West Indies back in the Jaguars side now, they're both strong.
And it's good to see that, the senior players, as they obviously are known when they're back home after West Indies duties. Very right, they should be, back into the side, and they are doing their duties. I think Paul you've shown that he has the ability to move the ball both ways and possess a fairly decent short ball.
Carter settles, gets the ball on the leg stump, flicks it away, nice shot down through mid-wicket, heading out towards the boundary. A chase here for Reifer, he'll get onto the ball. Let's see, some footwork, a bit of footwork. He comes back inside the playing area and sends his return to Bramble. So that will be 2 runs to Carter to get him up to 7 now. And as the over comes to an end, 10 overs gone, 34 for the loss of 2. The Pride winning the toss and batting first here at Providence.
Well, whilst listening to my co-analyst Clyde and fellow commentator Indrajit, they looked at Paul's bowling. Clyde, of course, assessed it, and did point out he's just a tad bit inconsistent, and that might have been because of his fairly long layoff from first-class cricket. And one hopes that he can take these opportunities, and not only Paul, but all the other players in the region. You know, he plays so many of the shorter versions, but I really do think that they do need extended period of time playing the first-class game, getting a chance to really bowl different conditions, different spells, moving the ball, and that would, of course, enhance the shorter version of the game as well.
Here is a ball from Shepherd on the leg stump, turned away to forward square, and there is no run.
Because
Yes.
what this brings to you, Matthew, is consistency, and that's what you want. I mean, he showed some lack of consistency in his spell thus far. A lot of deliveries, I think, if it was other batsmen who were a lot more informed than the current two out there in the crease, they would have been making him pay. There were some balls I think were a bit too full and too wide that these batsmen did not put away. Some of the short balls would have been smacked by other more aggressive batsmen as well.
The 25-year-old from Barbados bowls to Carter. Carter's defending right across his stumps and pushing the ball back along the track. No chance of a run. Let's look at Shepherd. He's played for West Indies, Guyana, of course, Guyana Amazon Warriors, Guyana on the 19s, West Indies A, West Indies Cricket Board, Presidency 11. His first class career thus far, Neely's in his 23rd match. He's picked up, 70 wickets before this one. And a best of 5 for 24, 8 for 76. I guess you must be impressed with the efforts of Shepherd so far. Here is Shepherd comes up on the off stump, nice driven shot down through mid-on, and even the fast-moving Kimo Paul won't get to that. That goes into the boundary for 4, and that's a nice shot pitched up on the leg stump and driven nicely back past the bowler to his left, down to the boundary for 4. Carter's gone into double figures. He's gone up to 11. It's 38 for 2.
Well, Shepherd is showing consistent performance. His development has been fairly consistent, coming out from the under-19s all the way through. He's been looked at the West Indies level. He has some pace. There's no doubt about that. There's still a few things he needs to work on. And, of course, with time, he's 25 years old, with confidence and time and the willingness to learn, and that's a key ingredient. I'm quite sure he can go places.
38 for the loss of 2. Shepherd bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Carter. He lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. Look at his economy rate, 3.13, and his strike rate is 45.3. Thoughts on that?
Not bad. I mean, it shows that, he tends to bowl fairly good spells. When you look at his economy rate, not a lot of boundary balls thus far. But his line, again, you need to look to the opposition batsman. I think his length at time tends to vary. We have seen in this inning so far, he's been unable, in my view, to really hit that length, that deceptive length where the batsman is caught in two minds.
Shepherd comes up, good delivery on the line of the middle and the off stump, pushed away into the offside by Carter, and again, no chance of a run. Let's look at Kimo Paul. His economy rate, 3.12, strike rate of 35.3.
Again, a medium pacer who is fairly there and thereabouts with the ball, tends to move it both ways. But they need a lot more first-class cricket. They need to really earn their skills. They need to know how to, outsmart batsmen, bowl long spells, keep the strike rate, the scoring rate down, and pick up wickets. And in saying that, I was wondering all along why Shepherd was not attacking Carter from over the wicket, and
yes.
he has recognized that and have started, at least, at the last ball in this over, to do so. But I was quite surprised, and I would watch a lot of the regional bowlers, especially in the limited over matches. From the time they see a left-hander come to the crease, they tend to go around the wicket, take out that natural angle out of play, and just tend to run and hit the stumps. I'm not saying it wouldn't work, but I still think that when you bowl from your strength, which is over the wicket, to move it away from the left-hander, especially the start of the innings, they are found a bit wanted.
Yeah, so true. Nice conditions for cricket here at Providence. Remember, this is a day-night. Each team must play one day-night match in this tournament. A feature that came in a number of years now. And what I'll ask your thoughts, Neil, on the pink ball being used and playing day-night cricket, the longer version, as Kimo Paul gets ready to start from the far end of the pavilion, and he's coming in now to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite lets it go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run.
Innovation, and the world keep moving on, so it's good to have these new things coming. So it's being played around the world now, of course, trying to get more fans to the game. So I think it's only right that they should. Now, from the technical point of view, there will always be the issue as you move from the natural light to the artificial light. During that time, the ping ball tends to be a bit naughty.
Right.
So and that adds to the game, adds to the excitement. There's nothing wrong with that.
Paul comes up outside the off stump. Brathwaite offers no shot. Shoulders arms taken by Bramble again. No chance of a run.
The game of cricket is a game where, especially the longer version, you've got two chances of doing everything to win the game.
Right.
And just adding a little bit more challenge in the middle of it, when you move from the natural light to the artificial light, I think that just tends to make the game a bit more interesting. And as players, you should want to be part of that.
Yes, and the thing is, tricky situations will develop and you've got to adjust yourself well. There is a ball that squares him up, Brathwaite, pushed into the offside, picked up by Chandra Paul at point. No chance of a run. Advantage and disadvantage to the sides, given the scenarios that present itself. The Jew, you talked about the pink ball and who wins the toss and bats first. Very tricky indeed. I mean, the science of the game is, it's totally different now. And as you said, the game has evolved, and certainly players get a chance to develop in different ways. Here is a ball again on the middle stump, squares him up, gets it away off the outer portion of the bat between gully, third slip and gully, down towards third man. Hetmeyer giving chase, picks up. The batsman got a single, one more to Brathwaite. He now moves on to 18, the total up to 39 for 2.
Paul just getting that ball to shape away from Brathwaite. Brathwaite in his customary way of playing just tends to lunges forward, look a bit lazy. But of course he tends to turn his top hand a bit too early in a lot of times when he goes forward. And he did that, to my mind, to that delivery which left him. Pitched on a good length. If Paul can continue to replicate that length and that line, I'm quite sure he can pick Brathwaite up very shortly.
Paul bowls round the wicket, just outside the line of the off stump. That ball kept low as it went through to Bramble. No chance of a run. We've got the sunshine with us back at Providence, and we've got a few spectators in the red stand here.
Yes, there are a few spectators turning up, which we know in regional cricket, the spectators are absent. So, it's not surprising to see the lack of spectators in the stand. It's something that, one hopes that at some point in time we can get back to seeing large crowds at our first-class games.
Ball comes up, nice shot on the off stump, driven through cover, runs here for Carter. One, they'll come back for a second. Pamal is onto the ball now, just inside the boundary, and the batsmen take 2 to carry Carter up to 30 now, the total up to 41 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and one just hopes that as West Indies cricket evolve, maybe should we start performing a bit more consistently and well and climb the ladder, that the fans may want to. But it's not only a West Indies phenomenon; it's happening around the world as well. I mean, funny enough, and this is not funny, sports these days are playing, behind closed doors and empty stands. Of course, for different reasons.
Yes.
With COVID-19, and to all those out there, we've got to be aware, we've got to be careful, we've got to try and look out for each other and try and protect each other, because the pandemic is upon us.
Yes.
And I wish all persons well, just be safe out there. But going back to the cricket, one would hope and pray that someday what we all enjoyed as youngsters at Border, watching first-class cricket or playing in front of very large crowds, we hope West Indies cricket can get back to those days.
Right, so you'll have a change in Reifer, who will come in, the franchise player for the Guyana Jaguars in its 77th first-class match. Bowls outside the line of the off stump to Brathwaite, who leaves it alone, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. 41 for the loss of 2. 18 is Brathwaite, I beg your pardon. 13 is Jonathan Carter. And if you've just joined us, the batsmen to have been dismissed with the Barbados Pride so far. Mosley was bowled by Shepherd without scoring in the second over. It was none for 1, and then Brooks leg before wicket to the bowling of Kimo Paul for 19 for 2 in the 7th over. Here is Reifer, left hand round the wicket, comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets it off the inner portion of the bat, down towards Chandra Paul at mid-wicket. He was looking for a drive through the offside and got it off the inner portion of the bat.
Well, again, I'm not that I'm picking on him, but that ball was full. It was on about off stump, possibly just angled in by Reifer. And a batsman who plays a bit straighter, who goes through the line of the ball, would have been looking to hit that ball maybe to the left of mid-on, but in closing the face, he was able to pull it to Chandra Paul at mid-wicket.
Reifer comes up. Brathwaite gets a ball that wraps him on the pad. That might have been going down the leg side. Not out, says umpire Dighton Butler, the Vincentian, along with Nigel Dugan, officiating in this match from Guyana. Nigel Dugan and, of course, Nankumar Shiv Sankar is the third umpire. 41 for the loss of 2-0. Ball just going down the leg side.
You know, having played with Brathwaite, I'm sure Reifer understands what his limitations are. He started immediately wrong the wicket to the right-hander. He's pitching the ball just an off dump and getting to come back in. And Brathwaite is falling over as he attempts to play those deliveries.
Reifer, that's pitched up. He's on driving down to mid-wicket for Teach Chandra Paul to come across his left to field. No chance of a run. Paul 7 overs, 1 for 29, and Shepherd 6 overs, 1 for 11 thus far. The two bowlers used before Reifer came into the attack. Wickets falling with the score of 0 and 19 so far. So, Neil, look at the point standings. Barbados 116 way ahead. Guyana 85.8 in second position, behind by 30.2 points. They've got a lot of work to do. Here is Reifer comes up outside the off stump, taken by Bramble, no chance of a run.
Yes, a lot of work to do, and this is like, you know, you can almost call it a virtual final, so to speak. Barbados, if they're, you know, maintain the lead, if they don't lose the game outright and pick up good points, they can almost say, thank you very much, we're home and dry. Guyana know that they need to win this game, so Guyana have got to play the cricket. They have got to be the aggressor in this match.
And I'm looking at the next three, Neil, in terms of points. Windwards, 73.6. Trinidad, 72.2. Nothing much there. And Jamaica, 68.6. A lot to play for still. The next three in line, outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no run.
Yes, in terms of where they end up, you know, it's a lot to play for. I think at the moment, one would expect either Barbados or Guyana to win this championship. But Barbados have faltered in the last match. They lost that badly. And here, they're 41 for 2. They need someone to score big and heavy. They've got to bat. And
I thought to myself when I looked at this side, Neil, the Barbados side, it's a pretty good lineup, actually, with Shane Dowrich to come. He's in good form. He got 96 against Trinidad. There is Kyle Mears, who's in good form this season. I think he's got, 200s already on his belt. Jason Holder, of course, with all the experience on his belt. There's Ashley Nurse and Kima Roach back in the side. There is Jamel Warrington. So they've got a nice balanced side, and they've come here on business, and the business is to beat Guyana. We have a change as Barnwell comes into the attack, bowling round the wicket, right hand round the wicket to Carter. He's defending, playing into the onside. Barnwell fields, no chance of a run. Good move by the captain to bring in Barnwell at this stage.
well, I mean, you've picked up 2 wickets from your seam bowlers at the start. You've seen that the ball you're getting some lateral movement, and it's carrying fairly decent. So there's not a lot of pace in the wicket, so to speak, but the ball is carrying through to the keeper, and your seam bowlers are doing the job. So yes.
In his 61st first-class match, bowls outside the off-stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run, 82 wickets on this belt. So he's got good experience as well. Christopher Barnwell, who plays for the DCC club in Georgetown here in Guyana. But certainly, Neil, he's performed not that badly at all this year, especially with bat in hand.
Yes, he's been fairly consistent. Not a lot of hundreds. That's the hallmark for batsmen, and one hopes he can continue for these last 2 games for the Jaguars.
Here is a ball that's angled down the leg side. Carter looks to flick, misses out in that, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. 2 slips in the gully. There's a backward point cover in the mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the long leg. The field placement by Leon Johnson for the Jaguars. But the Jaguars would have been very disappointed with that game against the Leewards last weekend, Neil, where they didn't really pick up much points at all. They certainly would have needed a win there, but that wasn't to be. The match ended in a tame draw. Here's a ball that's crashed through the offside, heading out towards the boundary. That will be 4. Outside the line of the off stump, and Carter latched onto that and drove it beautifully through cover down to the boundary for 4. He's gone up to 17 now, Neil Barry. The total up to 45 for 2.
Well, after hitting the deck for the first 3 or 4 deliveries and getting some amount of away movement, Barnwell operating around the wicket, he looked for something different. And he pitched it up, and that was a beautiful drive indeed. Carter just had to come onto the front foot as the ball was angled into him and play neatly through the line. And since he's been out there, Carter, he's shown that he's not afraid to drive or hit at the pitched up deliveries.
Barnwell bowls. That's down the leg side, taken by Bramble. This time there is no run. But certainly his, over the years, Neil, he's been very valuable to the Guyana Jaguars side. Of course, he's been in and out, but when Barnwell is in good touch and when he is in form, he's certainly such a valuable player to have in your side.
And he has the experience as well, and he's been playing, the game for a very long time. And yes, it's good to have him in the lineup.
He bowls round the wicket again. That's a nice delivery, one that pitched and then left Carter a shade. He pulled the bat inside the line, taken by Bramble. The over comes to an end. 45 for the loss of 2. The Barbados Pride winning the toss and batting here at Providence.
Trying to build an innings, which they need to do at this stage. Barbados know that what they would want to get out of this game is not to lose. Deny Guyana full points and, just only allow them whatever bonus points they get. But to do that, they must put a large score on board. They've lost 2 wickets already. But with Brathwaite and Carter, the crease, these two, are very experienced. They've played lots of matches. And they would have played against Guyana on numerous occasions. Carter especially have been fairly successful against the Warriors. So this is, I would think, Barbados' best combination if they want to put a good score on board. But having said that, there's still some other players to come. They bat fairly deep. I mean, Roach is no slouch to the bat as well. And they must look, I think, of batting out the first day and night encounter. But, of course, with Pamal to come from Guyana, he's in ripping form. He will, of course, be a challenge. You have young Sinclair as well. We know the Providence pitch tends to get a bit difficult, especially to the pitches to the 2 ends of the square. So there's a lot left in this game, so to speak. There'll be a lot of twists and turns. And again, at the twilight zone, at the change between the natural light to the artificial light, that will be a key passage of play for both sides on day 1.
Right, you're not missing any cricket. The refreshment cart is on the field. Let's recap quickly what's happened. In round 8 of the Cricket West Indies regional 4-day tournament here, Guyana Jaguars taking on the Barbados Pride. Here, a big match where it's important for both sides, but more so for Guyana, who would want to get up in terms of points and closer to Barbados to make a real contest of it as we comes down to the end. Well, the Pride won the toss and elected to bat, and they would have left out, of course, no Drake, Stout, or Walcott. Remember, Jason Holder back. The experienced guys are back in the side. Holder, Carter, and Kemar Roach. And the Jaguars kept Meyer Paul and Shepard back in the fray of things for the Jaguars. No Imlak, Joseph, nor Niall Smith. So they won the toss, elected to bat, and immediately Shepard got success for the Jaguars. Removing Mosley, bowled without scoring in the second over. Neil, that was a ball that pitched him, left him a shade, and he came forward, but he wasn't able to defend that ball. It snicked through him and hit the stumps. He went without scoring. And then Brooks leg before wicket to Kemo Paul for 19 for the loss of 2. So the first hour of play producing 45 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Paul picking up a wicket as well as Shepard and Barnwell and Reifer just completing a over respectively. Neil, let's sum up the first hour.
Well, the first hour, I would say, would go to Guyana, picking up two wickets, keeping the opposition under, 50, 60 runs. But Barbados is fighting back as this hour progressed. The Guyana bowling have been fairly inconsistent, I would say. I think there are too many bad deliveries that was offered. A lot of them were not put away, hence the reason the score is only at 45. But and against better opposition or better batsmen, it would have been a lot more. But by and large, I would give the first hour of play as a welcome back Indrajit Prasad. I would give the first hour to the Guyana Warriors.
Hello to you, Neil.
Jaguars, sorry.
Yes. Well, I know that CPL is going to come up, so the Warriors will be used a lot.
The Jaguars, I beg your pardon.
Yes. So here is Reifer. He comes up and bowls to Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump. And he comes forward, plays it down towards short cover. There is no run. I agree with you. After winning the toss and batting, the first hour, 45 runs scored, 2 wickets gone off 15 overs. Certainly, the hour belonged to the Jaguars team. Barbados Pride pegged back a little, losing Shane Mosley. He didn't score, and Shamar Brooks for a 9. Here is Reifer from the northern end of the ground. He passes the umpire, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. He's taken on the pad. There's a loud appeal for leg before, and umpire, that's Dayton Butler, says not out. But they were going up, the slip cord and went up. So too is Reifer, but the umpire will have none of it.
Well, we do not have the option of the replay and the tram lines and all of that to ascertain exactly where that ball would have pitched. Reifer seems pretty confident. He's operating wrong the wicket. So with a natural angle, the ball should be heading towards the leg stump of the batsman. Brathwaite did not get that far forward. From where we are, we're not directly behind the stump, so I cannot say if it pitched outside the line of the off stump or it pitched in line. If it pitched in line, it would be very difficult for him to get an LBW decision.
Comes in once again and bowls to Brathwaite. That's a good delivery, and he comes forward, plays defensively, and once again there is no run. In that encounter between the Hurricanes and Jamaica Scorpions, the Hurricanes are 191 for the loss of 8. And look who is taking this fight. Alzari Joseph, he has faced 80 deliveries and he's on 72. So, good first match for him this season, Alzari Joseph. Here is Reifer, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. He comes forward, once again not comfortable as the ball goes away into the offside field.
Now, what Reifer is showing umpire Butler is that, look, I am getting this ball from wrong the wicket to angle into the right hand and to leave him. So please, the next time I hit him on the pad, even if they pitch in line, I'm telling you that's what I'm bowling, but I don't think the umpire will fall for that. But to follow up the delivery in which he struck Brathwaite on the pad, and that was a close decision, he showed clearly that he's getting the ball to move both ways. He's getting the ball to leave the right-hander from around the wicket, which is not an easy thing to do, and he's able to do it well. Well done. Well bowled thus far in the over, Reifer.
Comes in once again, bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming forward and driving this time. Just pulling back the length a little, allowing the batsman to stretch long forward drives down towards short cover. Cannot get past the fielder there, and there is no run. And lending good support to Alzari Joseph over there is Jeremiah Louis. He's on 25 of 64 delivery. At one time they were suffering. They were 61 for 6, so that's a good recovery. 191 now for the loss of 8. Here is Reifer, bowls to Brathwaite. He comes forward, peels off the outer portion of the bat, down towards gully. There is no run. The end of a testing over by Raymond Reifer. At the end of it, Brathwaite continues to fight. He's on 18. 17 is Jonathan Carter. Pride there, 45 for the loss of 2. And that was a maiden delivered by Raymond Reifer.
Testing over, indeed, and I share that with you. Excellent bowling, operating wrong the wicket, angling into the right hand and getting to go away from him. Brathwaite, on the other hand, counted well. After surviving that close LBW shout, he really tightened up his technique. He was falling over all along. He stayed a lot more side on, waited, was a lot more patient, and he started playing the ball through the line as against falling over and trying to go through the onside with a natural angle. He recognized that Reifer is looking to trap him, and he has made that adjustment. Well done to Brathwaite.
Yes, and he's very experienced. I've been around for a long time. Here is Barnwell, comes in, bowls to Carter. A short delivery outside the line of the off stump. He's not going to play at that one, and there is no run. Carter has looked very fluent since he has come out to the middle. Some lovely on drives by the left-hander. On the other hand, Craig Brathwaite, while not really struggling, is finding a little bit difficult to get the ball away.
Well, I mean, all through the season, you haven't really heard about Craig Brathwaite really putting his hands up and getting big scores, which is unlike Craig Brathwaite, to be honest.
Yes.
Very unlike Craig Brathwaite.
So true. And here is Carter this time, looking to tuck one into the onside, got himself up in a tangle there, and the ball, it just been a little bit bat onto it, then into the pad, and it goes away into the offside field. Kimo Paul prowling. Well, he's a Jaguar. What do you expect him to do? He's a busybody in the field, always anticipating. There are 2 slips, a gully. We have point out on the boundary. There's an extra cover on the mid-off. Barnwell comes in, bowls to Carter. He's coming forward, looking to drive on the offside, and he got it down towards mid-on, and the ball's quarter away from that stage in the right-hander, Paul. they get the single, and that will take the score now on to 46 for the loss of 2.
Just bowling back of a length Barnwell, getting the ball from around the wicket to come into the left-hander. Some of the deliveries are straightening up as well. And I think Carter just trying to force something. The length was not there for that forcing drive. He possibly looked to go down the ground, but because the length was not there, the ball was allowed to move slightly inward. It took the inner half of the bat and went to the right to Tejman Chandrapal, who half-stopped.
Yes, here is Barnwell once again from the southern end. They still maintain the 2 slips and the gully. There's also mid-wicket and mid-on. There's an extra cover, wide mid-off. Comes up and bowls to the right-handed Brathwaite. He allows one to go by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. Neil, and it's good to see with these relayed pitches, they're playing on one that's towards the eastern end. I thought that the pitch has played very well so far.
Early days yet, and you expect to have some amount of consistency if you're just in the first session of play. I wouldn't expect to start misbehaving so early.
Comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. He comes forward, just checks the shot a little, waited on the delivery as it came off the pitch down towards short extra cover, and there is no run. 2 very strong teams coming against each other here.
Yes, 2 very strong teams, and they are at the top of the table. You know, Barbados some distance away, some daylight between themselves and Guyana. And, you know, you would hope to see a really good game. You would love to see a batsman getting 100. You would love to see 5 wicket hauls and all of that. I think if the players forget about the pitches that they're playing on, focus on the ball, I'm quite sure you can come up with a good performance.
Yes, and this time Brathwaite rocks on the back foot off the meat of the bat, down towards short cover. The over has been completed. Pride there 46 for the loss of 2. Brathwaite has gotten 18. So too is Jonathan Carter. He is on 18. The last wicket fell when the score was on 19. These 2 have taken it now on to 46 for the loss of 2. The 2 most experienced batsmen in this Barbados Pride team, and this is good to see.
And that is what they need to do. That's their job. Right? If you're a batsman in the team, you're out there to score runs. And in addition, if you're a senior batsman who would have had top-level experience, one expect to see you going out there and battling for your team. That's why you're being selected. So they're doing their jobs. They need to continue to do that, bat long and bat deep. Guyana, on the other hand, would want to separate these 2. If they can get a wicket or 2 here now before they go into the first break, they would feel really, really buoyed.
Reifer comes in, bowls to Carter. That's a good delivery there by Raymond Reifer. Just some bat onto it, then into the turf, and it goes away down towards second slip, well bowled.
Excellent delivery. He's getting the ball to move around. I mean, this is a open ground, so to speak. To the east is a lot of wide open spaces. And I'm amazed that more bowlers do not get the ball to swing around or dart around at the Providence ground, because it's an open ground, and if you're a bowler who uses the seam well, keep a nice upright wrist, you should be able to get some movement both through the air and off the pitch.
Reifer comes in, bowls to Carter. He's wrapped in the pad. He's bellowed the appeal. And umpire Dayton Butler says not out. And Reifer, in this trademark fashion, he wouldn't turn and look at the umpire. He charges down the track. He appeals. And then he's going to turn back to see Dayton Butler, just hands by his side, not going
And I think
anywhere.
he's treading very close to the line in the ICC, which states that, you know, you should appeal first before you celebrate, because he gives you the impression that he knows
Yes.
the person is out and he already started celebration. Of course, because it's trademark, he needs to be careful.
Yes, need to be careful. He passes the umpire, comes in, bowls. So Carter beaten outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of a way movement, well bowled, Reifer.
Just getting that ball to move through the air, off the wicket, Raymond Reifer. It's a pink ball as well, which from all indication just tends to swing a little bit. I mean, it's the same thing when the white ball came into play. The newer white ball will do something in the air for you, as against the ball with the more pigmentation, the red ball, and the pink ball is showing similar traits.
Reifer comes in, bowls to Carter, and he's flicking this one away in the air, just between the short mid-wicket and the mid-on, and he gets the single. He was looking to get it all along the ground. It was in the air, but it fell safely. He gets a single. He moves on to 19, 47 for 2.
A little bit of patience, a little bit more patience he needs to display. you're going through a phase, the ball is having his way, he's getting some movement, the batsman needs to be patient and wear this out. They need to look to pick more singles up, rotate the strike, and in so doing, upset the rhythm of the bowlers. If not, the bowlers will set you up after a while. I think they're facing too many consecutive delivery from a bowler.
Here is Reifer. Round the wicket this time, bowls to Brathwaite, and that's a lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. But the right-handed opener just pulled the bat inside the line and allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. So there's a plan here for Raymond Reifer. And of course, he will know all these Barbadian cricketers out in the middle.
Well, he's been living in Guyana, playing for Guyana for such a long time. One might think he may forget. But no, he wouldn't. He would have grown up playing with these guys. I'm quite sure he still plays club cricket in Barbados. So yes, he knows them well. And he's a thinking bowler. He has always been.
Yes, he comes in once again, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is coming forward. The ball comes off the edge of the bat, down towards third slip, all along the ground. The end of a very good over by Raymond Reifer. 47 for the loss of 2, Barbados Pride, with 19 to Jonathan Carter and 18 to Craig Brathwaite.
Well, it's just gone, 15 hours, 15 in Guyana. So we've still got another 2 hours thereabout before the natural light fades and the artificial light come. I'm quite sure Johnson knows exactly who will be bowling this ball at that time. With what is being on display here by Reifer, he'll be my number one candidate to be bowling at that time, should the Barbados batsmen still be batting.
So here is Barnwell, round the wicket, bowls to Carter. He comes forward, drops it away down towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Today, Shane Mosley was bowled by Shepherd. He didn't score. And then Shamar Brooks, LBW, that's of the bowling of Paul for 9. It was 19 for 2. Since then, these two just beginning to repair that early damage. Here is Barnwell once again, round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Carter. He's on driving. There's protection down at mid-on. And there is no run in the bowling department. Shepherd had an opening spell of 6 overs, 1 for 11. Paul, 7 overs, 1 for 29. Barnwell, he's in his 3rd over so far, 2 overs for 5 runs. And Reifer, 3 overs for 1. So we have updated you with all the necessary little statistics. Here is Barnwell once again. Around the wicket, he comes in, bowls to Carter. That's a short delivery on the pads and tucked away into the onside field. Down towards short backward square. Chanderpaul comes around. They get the single. One more to Jonathan Carter. He now moves on to 20. And this will take the Pride onto 48 for the loss of 2. And both these batsmen, they've been very patient. We've seen just one moment of indiscretion by the left-handed Jonathan Carter, where he was looking to go through the onside and popped one just wide of the mid-on. But he's looked good so far. 2 slips and a gully. Barnwell comes in short, lifting delivery, goes by into the gloves of Bramble. There is no run. Neil Barry has left, and Clyde has come back into the analyst chair. Clyde, good partnership building up between these two.
Well, they've been batting very well. I think I like their approach. It's been a positive one. If the ball is due to be scored off, we're going to score. When there's no need to play, they don't play. So it's a good approach to the game.
Here is Barnwell, comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, steps onto the front foot, waited on the delivery, and strokes it away down towards Schemo Paul at short extra cover and cannot score. He walks away, concentrating all the time, has immense powers of concentration. We have seen him, Brathwaite, over the years. Did said in an interview that he models his batting with that of Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Here is Barnwell, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, wide outside the line of the off stump, not drawing the right-hander to play any shot. He completes the over, 48 for the loss of 2. 20 is Jonathan Carter, Brathwaite is on 18.
Yeah, it's fairly good over from Barnwell. He has been bowling. He hasn't gotten the ball to swing as much as he normally does. I don't know whether it's a pink ball, whether he's bowling from the wrong end either, because he gets the ball to swing into right-handers and away from the left-handers. And so he has been struggling. But what's interesting here is that we've gone, an hour and a half or thereabouts of play.
Hour and 20 minutes.
And our seamers have bowled for all of that period. That means that Leon Johnson has seen something in this pitch that probably the Barbadian pride captain and so on did not see it. And it has been seeming about a bit. It has caused the batsman some problem. And I think what Reifer has done is come and bowl much fuller than the other two opening bowlers. And he has looked more threatening. Yes, he look up at the ball and say, but he hasn't gotten a wicket. But he has certainly bowled very well today.
Yes, I agree with you. He has bothered them with his inward movement and those delivery that is leaving them as well. He begins to move in once again. Reifer comes in, bowls to Carter outside the line of the off stump. Carter showing great judgment this time. There wasn't any real inward or outward movement. That one went through, was a straight delivery, had some pace on it, and Jonathan Carter showing good judgment as well.
Very good judgment. He has looked very good in this inning so far. He has played some lovely shots. And what he has done, he's left the ball very well as well. But I think Reifer here wouldn't mind that leave alone because he's bowling in that area.
Moves in once again and bowls to Carter. Short delivery going by into the gloves of the keeper. Carter, he's not going to be flustered what is happening. Just walk down the pitch and taps it a little there. Helps in concentration there, Clyde, when you see a batsman come down.
I think that's what he's doing. And what I like here about him, he's not flustered. I mean, no, he's playing against his countryman because the Reifer is his countryman. I guess there'll be a few niggles and a few little hints going on. But he's not bothered with that. He's concentrating on what he has to do.
Reifer moves in once again, bowls to Carter. And Carter is coming forward, turns this off the pads, down to Kevin Sinclair at short mid-wicket. And once again, he cannot score. It's important for them to be patient because you can feel that pressure exerted here by Reifer. And with these two wanting to stay there, they know that their team needs them. They haven't gotten a good start, 19 for 2, and they are rebuilding here. Here is Reifer once again. He turns in the distance and begins to move in. Passes umpire Butler, comes in and bowls to Carter outside the line of the off stump, Clyde. He's bowling just a little bit too short in this over.
Well, I don't think it's short. I think he's going a little too wide, actually. He's just a little too wide. I think where he's struggling at the moment, he's not getting the ball to dart back into the left-hander. He's a left arm over the wicket bowler. Normally, you would expect him to have the ball going in to the left-handers, but he's getting the ball to actually leave the left hand. I think he's just struggling to get the ball to swing back at the left-handers.
And does have the ability because we have seen him doing that. He comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is coming forward. He's driving down towards wide mid-off. Tajnaran Chandapal is in the way he gathers. And the over is completed. 48 for the loss of 2. 20 to Jonathan Carter. And Craig Brathwaite, he's kept very quiet on 18.
And smart bowling by Reifer because he was bowling him just outside the off stump and that last delivery pitched up, looking for the ball to swing back. But Carter was equal to the task already, stroking it out to mid-off, not being able to get a run. But it's been good, tight stuff by both Barnwell and Reifer. But Reifer is the one that has caused both batsmen some trouble.
Yes, very, very competitive indeed. Here is Barnwell from the southern end. 2 slips, a gully, comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. A wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. And it goes by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. I guess if Niall Smith is here watching this game and see how the pink ball is operating and the pace is getting off the wicket, he would have relished to be out in the middle.
Yeah, definitely so. I think when you're playing home and you've got a chance of playing with the ball, doing a little, bouncing a little, carrying to the keeper, you want to be out there and play.
Barnwell comes in once again, bowls to Brathwaite. He comes forward, peels off take out a portion of the bat, and Gully in Vishal Singh diving over towards his left, collects nicely. If that ball had passed him, had a lot of pace, could have very well gone away towards the boundary for 4. So good feeling in the circumstances. They had a chance to get rid of Brathwaite when he was on 16. Was put down to Bramble, diving away towards his right, behind the wicket of the bowling of Paul. The score was then 30 for the loss of 2. Will Brathwaite make them pay? Well, he's still out in the middle as we watch Barnwell again. He passes the umpire, comes in and bowls. That's a short delivery, and this is tucked around down towards long leg. And they get this single. Kevin Sinclair is in the way. One more to Craig Brathwaite. He will move from 18 onto 19. Had been on 18 for quite a while. It's now 49 for 2.
Well, the one thing you know about Craig Brathwaite, being on 18 for a while would not bother him. He's be intent on just batting and batting for as long as possible. And maybe what we need to see him do is try and just rotate a little bit more, rotate the strike a little bit more.
Barnwell round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Carter. That's a short delivery. And Carter jumping back and taking the left hand off the bat. Barnwell was going up. That was way outside the line of the off stump, but certainly had Jonathan Carter a little bit of confusion there.
I think what happened there, that was the ball that really darted back to the left, into the left hander. He was looking to play a square cut. It came back at him, and it bounced a little as well, so that's why we saw him jumping it. But he controlled it and controlled it very well.
So he's doing a thing or two with the ball, Christopher Barnwell. Passes the umpire, comes in, bowls to Carter, and Carter is dabbing at this one down towards gully, all along the ground. Vishal Singh is in the way, he feels well. And once again, there is no run at Barnwell. Over the years, when the skipper needs a wicket, he will bowl these short spells and tend to have that golden arm, getting the breakthrough. So far, he hasn't picked up a wicket, but he has bowled well. Round the wicket once again. He comes up, bowls to Carter, short lifting delivery. Going through to Bramble. Barnwell is going to walk back. He's going to take his cap from the umpire. The over has ended 49 for 2. Carter is kept on 20. Brathwaite has 19.
What Carter has done, Carter has made them bowl towards him because he has left alone anything that's slightly outside the off stump. His judgment has been pretty good so far. And that sometimes can put a little more pressure on the bowlers because they try then to make sure he plays and bowl a little closer. But he has certainly been doing very well in terms of his leave alone and choosing the deliveries to play. And I think he's just beginning to get under the skin of one or two of the bowlers out in the middle.
Yes, and this is the nature of the game as well. So let's see who is going to pick up the bowling from this end.
I think Reifer is just having a bootlace tie. I don't think he actually changed his boot. He's just having a bootlace tie, but he will be coming to do the bowling. And I heard Neil Barry says when it comes to that 6 o'clock time, when he would love to see Reifer bowl. And who knows? Maybe it might be a Pomal who is having a go at the time as well. So, but Reifer certainly been bowling well. He's been causing both batsmen some trouble. And maybe, a little unfortunate, maybe not to have had an LBW earlier on. Maybe just might have missed, but it was very, very close.
Yes, and he has bowled 3 maidens, 4 overs for 1 run. Very, very economical. He comes up and bowls to Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump. And there's an appeal there for, what is it?
Caught behind from the slip. But Reifer wasn't really interesting.
No.
I think what they're trying to do is put a little bit of doubt in Brathwaite's mind as well. Oh, that pass very close. You've got to look to play next time.
Yes, Clyde, you were out there for your country, Guyana, for the West Indies. That there are some players who talk a whole lot, especially those that are forward short leg, silly point, and maybe the slip cordon as well. Here's a drive. The edge found it goes over the top of the second slip. Did he got a touch onto it? Had to get some touch, and the ball parried away down towards fine third man, and they complete 2.
Well, that's a bad miss by Barnwell. A delivery from Reifer that was pitched up. Craig Brathwaite was looking to probably hit that square, and maybe he should have looked at it a little bit more in front. Peeled off the top edge of the bat. Went to Barnwell quickly, but he got both hands to it, and he was unable to hold on to it. That's a bad miss. Those are slip catches that you need to take.
Yes, not good at all. Comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, that's short and tucked around down towards long leg. He will get a single. He now moves on to 22. And that will take the score into 52 for the loss of 2. So the 50 actually came up with that drop catch by Barnwell at second slip. And why you're going to drop catches, you're going to put more pressure. Your bowlers are bowling to a plan. I guess Reifer is very, very disappointed. That should have been taken.
Well, immediately you see the disappointment in Reifer because he
Yes.
went for a short delivery when he should have been bowling in the same area again.
Comes in once again, this time to Carter. And Carter is coming forward and plays away, back up the track. There is no run. The score stays on 52 for the loss of 2. And you can feel it for Raymond Reifer. That was the plan. And just let the horse out there, Barnwell. And he's still just favoring that little finger. He's planted at second slip. Usually very safe pair of hands. As Barnwell turns once again from the commentary box end. That's the northern end of the ground. He comes up and bowls to Carter, and Carter is driving away down towards Chemo Paul, patrolling the short extra cover region. Cannot get past Chemo Paul, and there is no run. So Mosley, he didn't score. Brooks made 9. Barnwell 4 overs for 7 runs. Paul 7 overs 1 for 25. Shepherd 6 overs 1 for 11. Raymond Reifer turns in the distance and then begins to move in. Starts wide but get closer to the stumps. Comes up and bowls to Carter. He's coming forward, driving, and Reifer taking some pace off the delivery. He walks away. The over is completed at the end of the over. Pride there 52 for the loss of 2. 20 is Jonathan Carter. Craig Brathwaite is on 22. More from you, Clyde, and then it's going to be Matthew Kissour.
Well, not a good over from Raymond Reifer, bowling in the right areas, looking to make the batsman drive him up the ground. Did get the edge of Brathwaite's bat earlier on in the innings and was dropped at second slip. The ball traveling high, barrel going over his shoulder, was unable to hold on to it, and they got 2 easy runs. But certainly, Raymond Reifer has cost both batsmen no ends of trouble, as I say. Welcome back, Matthew.
Hi, Clyde. Good afternoon to you.
Were
Hello
you
to
asleep
everyone.
behind there just now?
No, I wasn't sleeping. I was actually just checking some stats, which I'm going to discuss with
I
you.
thought you were asleep.
In a moment, as Barnwell bowls outside the off stump taken by Bramble, no chance of a run. Actually, I was looking at the batting stats of Barbados so far in this season of the CWI PCL. Interesting stats. Here is Barnwell comes up. Here is a ball that's pushed away down towards cover where Chemo Paul fields, and there is no run. So here we go, Clyde. Batting averages so far in this season after 7 rounds. Remember, we're on round 8 now. Kyle Mears, who is going to come late in the order, 7 matches before this, 630 runs, 57.27 is average, 200s, 550s. Barnwell comes up. Brathwaite gets a short lift in delivery, handles it well, came across, knocks it down at his feet, no run. Kyle Mears.
That's excellent. That's good performance. The conversion rate, as you would say, it has been good. He got 200s plus he got 350, 550s.
Yeah.
That conversion rate is good. And certainly, I'm sure even in Barbados, when they start the season, they weren't expecting Kyle Mears to do that well in terms of his batting.
Right.
Yes, he's a good all-round cricketer. He's a fairly good bowler as well. But him to be doing this well this year, that's exceptional. Because I know he has been in and out of the one-day sides. He's hardly played 4-day cricket that much. But certainly, it's been an excellent season for the young man.
Right, 52 for the loss of 2. But certainly he has come on, and many believe he's got stuff in him, and why not?
Well, a lot was expected of him just after he had finished youth cricket as well.
Here is a ball that's flicked away, nice shot, down through square leg, runs here for Brathwaite, the right-hander, 1. They'll come back for a second as Chandra Paul gets onto the ball and sends his return him. To carry the total up to 54 for the loss of 2, Brathwaite has gone up to 24. 22, Jonathan Carter, who's been very busy like out there.
Well, Jonathan Carter does what he normally does. Comes out, look to be positive, look to play shots, and sometimes he can take on the bowlers. But this time he's playing every ball on its merit.
So far, the 4 seamers used. In comes Barnwell, and that's on the leg stump, played away into the onside, no run. Then comes Shane Mosley. He got a duck today, but well, in his 8th game, but before this, 475 runs from 7 matches. Look at his average, 39.58, 100, 250s.
Well, that's good. That's what you want to see in a young player. Maybe average a little higher as well. But, it's his first full season.
Right.
So that means he has done well for Barbados and the pride. And I'm sure he might be thinking that he's a little disappointed with that sort of average as well. And certainly would be looking to average 45 and like the West Indies coach has said earlier on, just before start, he would love to see regional players, especially the batsmen, average 50.
Correct.
So-
And that's why I'm going through these scores so far and what has been done in this year's tournament. And then we'll talk about another man as Reifer will start over number 24 from the media center and 54 for the loss of 2. His name is Kevin Stout. He's not in this game. Clyde Butts, 5 matches, 222 runs, averaging 37 with 250s. Here is a ball that's turned away down towards backward square off the hip by Jonathan Carter. He comes back for a second. 2 more to his total. He's gone up to 22. And I think he's been in the spotlight in terms of a discussion on Kevin Stout in the Barbados side. He's been in and out, the 34-year-old, but he's been a workhorse for them over the years, Clyde Butts. And I rather believe that once the experienced players are back in line, it's difficult for him to really maybe stay in the side.
Well, the guys that are there are actually performing, and I guess he would have been competing at the start of the season with Mayers,
Yes.
and Mayers have come and done exceptional. So there's not going to be any room for him. But certainly he's one of the guys that always performs against the Jaguars as well as the Guyana team.
Yes,
I think he's got a double hundred at this venue as well, if I'm not mistaken, for the Jaguars. So he has always been a thorn in the flesh of the Jaguars, not only with his batting but his bowling as well.
Reifer over the wicket to Carter on the back foot. He goes and plays it out nicely down through cover for a single.
But doesn't that tell us a story that you have to perform if you're going to stay in the side? Because he's averaging 37, which he would be thinking that that's a fairly decent average.
Yes. And the thing is, Clyde, I'm looking at it, he might be saying to himself also, well, whenever I get my opportunities, I've got to be grateful. I mean, he's 34, you would still say a young man because many have gone on to play in the late 30s. Chandra Paul played in his 40s. So you look at the score now, 57 for the loss of 2, but certainly he has done well for Barbados every time he represented them. Here is a ball that Brathwaite is coming forward to, pushed into extra cover area. No chance of a run. But I think you don't want to be in a situation where you're saying to yourself, am I Mr. Convenience when the others are not around? I'll get a chance to play?
Those things do happen sometimes. When you get your opportunity, you grab them and grab them with both hands.
Right, and then of course the next in line in terms of the averages, reasonable averages, Kimar Roach, no rabbit with the bat, 4 matches. This is his 5th game. 141 runs, averaging 35.25. Here is a ball that is pitched outside the off stump. Brathwaite plays inside the line. Picked up by Bramble, no chance of a run. Kimar Roach?
But Kimar Roach has always been a player that I think is underestimated in terms of his batting. He can bat when he puts his mind to it, and I'm sure he'll be giving them some stick in the dressing room and saying, well, you see how I handle things? I'm a capable batsman, and some of you guys have got to pull yourselves up. I know this fella. He loves to bat. And I'm sure he'll be giving them some stick in the dressing room.
Yes, plays very straight.
And that's what we lower order batsmen do anyhow. We tend to try and bat, and when we do make little runs, we give the other batters some stick.
Yeah, he does put up a fight on the lower end of the team when he has to play. Here is a ball down the leg side taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. Wayward delivery. The over comes to an end, 57 for the loss of 2. But I like his technique, Clyde, for a bowler. He plays straight. Technically correct. Kimar Roach has played some good innings also for the West Indies.
I'm just looking at Reifer here. I think he's just lost his patience a little. I think what he has done, he has bowled well. He is bowling good areas. But I think what has happened here, he's just lost it a little by trying too hard. I think what he needs to go back to what he had done earlier on, bowl in good areas, and keep working on on the batsman's thing. Don't try to do too much. Just do what you're accustomed to do.
He's been tight, nevertheless, though. 6 overs, for 7 runs. Kimo Paul will come back into the attack. 7 overs, 1 for 29. Shepherd, 6 overs, 1 for 11. And Barnwell, 5 overs for 9 runs. They've been tight. So Kimo Paul will have his second spell now, bowling his second spell from the far end, the southern end, brings Carter forward as he plays down to cover. No chance of a run. Finally, Shane Doidge. We're talking about averages, the better averages so far for the Barbados batsmen. 6 matches, 335 runs, 33.50 is average, 350. Shane Doidge is a fighting cricketer.
But he has shown over the years that he's capable. And I think he loves it when, especially when the chips are down or when things are very tight. He tends then to come and perform. But he is a good performer for his side. And over the years, he has done really well. And it's good that he's in form and he's scoring some runs because certainly West Indies needs him.
Yes, he got 96 in that previous match there. Didn't get that 100. But certainly a good
And I'm
player.
sure he would thinking that his average should be higher as well.
Yes.
Higher than 33 because he is capable and he has proven it over the years.
Right, a single to Carter, playing it down towards backward square to carry his total up to 24. As Brathwaite comes back into strike, the Barbados captain settles. Here is Paul bowls outside the off stump. And Bramble doesn't take that cleanly. It's floored 2 chances already. Anthony Bramble maybe not having the best time behind the stumps. 58 for the loss of 224 to Brathwaite. Both batsmen on 24. You've just joined us. Mosley bowled by Shepherd without scoring. It was none for 1. Brooks leg before wicket to the bowler of Paul for 9, 19 for 2. And these two have carried it up to 58 for the loss of 2 so far. 39 added for wicket number 3. 2 slips, gully, point on the boundary, cover, and a mid-off. Paul bowls outside the off stump. Brathwaite doesn't have to play. Shoulders arms, taken by Anthony Bramble again. No chance of a run. But Paul in his 8th over, 1 for 29. And Shepherd, who picked up the first wicket, that of Mosley, who went for a duck, he has got 1 for 11 from his 6 overs so far. So you've just joined us. It's getting up to the 4 o'clock hour shortly, or thereabouts, 3:45, in terms of this day-night fixture between the top 2 sides of this year's tournament. Outside the off stump, he leaves it alone, taken by the keeper again. No chance of a run. He hasn't quite been on target so far in this over, Kimo Paul.
Well, he has been a little inconsistent, and you look at his bowling. Even when he opened the bowling, he wasn't a little inconsistent. Bowled a few sharp balls, some wide balls, bowled some good deliveries as well. But again, and I think I said this earlier, when probably he has not played a first-class game for some time as well, and that would have a little bearing.
Here is a ball that Brathwaite is playing to, and then tucks the bat inside the line, taken by the keeper. Good delivery, 10 the over. 58 for the loss of 2. Both batsmen on 24. That's Brathwaite and Jonathan Carter.
When you just play, well, he's been playing 50 over cricket, 20-20 cricket, and then you come to a 4-day game. I think it's just showing a little bit in terms of his consistency and the good areas that he needs to bowl. And it's nice to see these guys playing in the regional 4-day competition. And I did ask a question last week, when last we have seen all our regional players in a tournament. It's our international players in a tournament. It's nice to see these guys actually playing for the country. I think it does regional cricket well. It does West Indies cricket well. And one would love to see them play once they're available.
And someone like a young Kevin Sinclair in this side, Clyde, will certainly benefit from the experience of these guys, the other guys in the side.
Anytime you have an experienced player or your international players around, the whole team benefits.
And I picked him out, simply because he's young and very early in his career. But the ability to learn quickly from those who've set the example certainly is a plus for you. So we'll have our first taste. Barbados will have your first taste of spin as the veteran Versami Pramod, a man with over 500 plus first-class wickets, comes into the attack from his favorite end, of course, the northern end of the ground, the media center end. He will come into bowl to Jonathan Carter, who's on 24. With a slip and a backward point, there's a cover mid-off. There's a long on mid-wicket. That's the first delivery on the line of the off stump, turning into Carter. He jumps inside his stumps and plays defensively. And there is no run. Short mid-wicket, there's a forward short leg, there's a backward short leg, and a mid-wicket on the boundary. That's the field setting for you, for Veersamy Permaul, who comes in now to his second ball, bowls to Carter. Carter is on driving. Permaul gets across to his left. Couldn't stop it. The ball will trickle down towards long on for 1 to carry the total up to 59 for the loss of 2.
I was surprised that Leon Johnson has actually started with a long on, given that easy single. I think when you've got a team down 2, you still need to just put that pressure. Let Carter try and go over the top. Or something. Permaul is a man who comes on and immediately tends to put pressure on a batting side. So you've got to give him that sort of support. And as a spinner, you don't want a batsman to be rotating the strikes easily.
He's going to come left hand around the wicket. That's flicked away to square leg by Craig Brathwaite, the right-hander, picked up by Kimo Paul. No chance of a run. Hello to everyone in Barbados. I've got some good friends there. Hello to you. Trust you're following the game nicely. Your team well and truly on top in this season of the regional 4-day tournament. Here is a ball that's given some flight. He comes forward. Craig Brathwaite plays down to mid-wicket. No chance of a run. Didn't realize that Craig Brathwaite actually shared the same day and month with me in terms of a birthday, Clyde. But 1st of December. Would you believe it? Tell you what, he comes forward, middle stump, plays into the offside. No chance of a run. But
Craig Brathwaite may be thinking was changing his date of birth when he hears that.
A nice young man. He settles, a right-hander, very quiet, 59 for 2. I'm not quiet. Here is Permaul comes up, he's in, bowls to Brathwaite on the middle stump, he's defending.
You're not quiet and you're not nice.
No chance of a run. The over comes to the end, 59 for the loss of 2. Clyde is already giving it to me, 59 for the loss of 2.
Now, a fairly good over from Permaul. His first over in this game. Maybe this hasn't happened to him for a very long time, where he's had to wait for 4 bowlers to bowl before he's come on. But he's come on, and as usual, he's right on target, right on spot, not really getting the ball to spinners yet, but certain bowling in the right area, bringing the batsman forward.
Yes, he has picked up what? He picked up 4 wickets from the last game, Permaul, 4 for 101. And a game where he had to toil hard in terms of his bowling, but the Leewards put up great resistance here at Providence. Can Barbados do the same? They're 59 for the loss of 2. Paul comes up, Carter gets the ball on the off stump. He's defending, playing down on the offside of the pitch for Vishal Singh to come into field. No chance of a run. How does it look presently, Clyde, in terms of the Barbados batting? They're going to want to pile on the runs for sure.
Well, they want to bat out the evening. They would certainly want to bat out the evening. They'll be thinking that if they can score 300 runs, that would be putting the Jaguars under a lot of pressure. And the Jaguars need to make things happen because they need to win this game if they are going to challenge for this tournament this year.
Paul brings Carter forward as he plays down to Permaul at mid-off. No run. So Mosley a duck and Brooks 9. Brooks, Shamar Brooks, disappointing for you so far this season. I think he got 100, but certainly could have been a bit more consistent.
Well, this is the first time we are seeing him this year, but you expect lots more from him because he has recently played for West Indies and he didn't do too badly. Matter of fact, he got 100.
Here is a ball on the leg stump that's flicked away. Nice shot down to long leg for Romario Shepherd to come into field. And he gets a single. That's Carter to carry his total up to 26. He's gone up to 60 for the loss of 2.
And those are the things you expect when somebody has got the opportunity. They've moved from this level to the highest level, and then you come back. You expect to see that difference in terms of the players. You expect them to come and make an impact, score and score heavily, and ensure that when the selectors are sitting down again to pick their team, they'll be writing their name in without question.
Yes, and you're talking about a young man who's playing in his 84th first-class match, 4,127 runs before this innings. He got 9. Here is a ball that's turned into the onside, no runs. He's got the experience. Highest score of 166. His average is 32.24 in first-class cricket, Brooks. 24 50s and 700s. I'm certain Barbados, certainly the Pride wanted some more out of him this season, but 2 games left.
But the Pride is doing well, and the Pride are winning.
Of course, and you look at the fact that he's playing for the West Indies as well. You want your top order batsmen to get runs in this tournament. Here is a ball that squares up Brathwaite coming forward, gets it off the outer portion of the bat, down towards cover. No chance of a run. The score is kept on 60 for the loss of 2. So Paul is in his 9th over, 1 for 30 so far. And good to see himself and Shepherd starting today when the Pride won the toss and elected to bat here at Providence. So getting dark now, Clyde. The lights are going to go on shortly.
Well, I'm surprised that they're actually not on already, because it's not the brightest of day.
Here's a ball that squares up. Brathwaite gets it off the outer portion of the bat, beating Hetmeyer to his right at gully. They come through for 1 to carry Brathwaite's total to 25, and the score up to 61 now for the loss of 2.
Another fairly good over from Kimo Paul. Bowling just outside the off stump or thereabouts. Not really getting the ball to swing and causing the batsman a lot of trouble. I think what he's doing is just aiming outside the off stump. I would love to see him try and bowl a little straighter, and even if he has to take one of the men from the offside onto the onside, I certainly don't mind that.
Right, let's go back to the Guyana batting lineup, Clyde, on the board. Chandra Paul and Hetmeyer. Surprise, maybe that Hetmeyer will open, or?
No, I'm not surprised at who is going to open. I just wanted to ask the question, who on that list is the opening batsman? And maybe there might be a surprise and somebody like a Bramble may be opening the batting.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, and that might take a while before that revelation is made known unto us. Here is a ball from Pamal that brings Brathwaite forward. Defense into the offside, no chance of a run. Hello to all the commentators around the Caribbean region, doing your job well and plying your trade well to ensure that cricket is brought live to cricket lovers, not only in the Caribbean but around the world. On the leg stump, turned away into the leg side, no chance of a run.
And of course, Bramble is originally an opening batsman. Hetmeyer is originally an opening batsman. Correct. From his youth cricket days and so on.
Here is Pamal, bowling round the wicket, giving some flight, driven to the left of Pamal, who sticks the left hand out and picks it up. The score is kept on 61 for 2. 26 to Jonathan Carter, the left-hander. Brathwaite, the right-hander, and the captain of Barbados is on 25. Here is a ball that brings him forward and always seems much more comfortable at times to the spin. And when you start to bounce at Brathwaite, you know, certainly tests him a lot. And Clyde, I want us to just talk a little about his technique. How much has he improved? There is a ball that he's looking to swing over the square leg area and got it off the bottom inside portion of the bat down towards Vishal Singh and backwards.
Well, I don't think he was looking for square leg at all. I think he was looking to hit that over mid-wicket, a straightish mid-wicket area, got the bottom edge of the bat and went out to backward square. But certainly that's uncharacteristic of Brathwaite, because he loves to play, be there and thereabouts. We don't see him look to go over the top a lot.
Pamal brings him forward, plays it into the offside, he overcomes, and then 61 for the loss of 2. Let's look at his technique. Craig Brathwaite's technique. What have you seen in terms of improvements? Let's hear your thoughts on him.
I think Craig Brathwaite hasn't really been a different type of player from the time I've known him. He looks to play and play fairly straight. There's that little bit when he tends to look to work the ball on the onside. That I think has caused him some problems over the years. But looking at this innings, he hasn't played a lot of those shots. He's looked to play much straighter. And that's good to see. I think where I have the concern is that he does not rotate enough.
Here is Paul bowls to Carter, outside the off stump taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. So that's short lifting delivery into the rib cage.
I think when you're playing cricket at the international level or even at this level, you have to be able to try and rotate the strike. You don't want any bowler to be bowling 6 deliveries at you consistently. Yeah, I think you want to get off that strike. You want to keep rotating. You don't want the other batsman at the other end to be standing up looking at you, just blocking as well.
We talk about his technique outside the off stump to the fast bowlers. There is a ball that Carter gets high up on the pad and then turns it away into the leg side. They come through for a leg by. One more to the total to carry it up to 62 for the loss of 2. his ability to play the fast bowlers just outside the line of the off stump. Sometimes he's a bit too stodgy inside his crease, pushes
I
the bat
don't know what you
down,
mean by stodgy, so you'll have to
pushes the bat
explain
at,
that.
at the ball, sometimes away from his body still.
I think a lot of players tend to do that. I think it's the way how he shuffles across his stumps, and sometimes he's not aware of where his off stump is. And so you end up playing at balls that you're not necessarily supposed to play at. I think if you, and I've said this over the years, if you're going to play at deliveries that are going to be wide outside the off stump, it has to be a positive shot. It cannot be a block or just looking to block. If once it's outside there, you either play hard at it or allow it to go. I think that's what great players do. I think one of the things with Brathwaite and Chandrapal as well, I think their first intention is to defend. And that's where I have a little bit of a problem with them.
As an opening batsman, here is Paul, brings him
As
forward
a batsman.
on the hole. All right. And he plays down to mid-on, no run. Yes, Chandrapal and Brathwaite, very defensive players, but
I'm not
but they
gonna,
love to bat long.
I'm not going to say when you go out to start your innings, you look to score, but when you go out to start your innings, you need to ensure that shine comes off as opening batsman. But once you're in, you're supposed to be able to pick off bowlers and look to rotate strike, especially and maybe at times you think that the Brathwaite is the best batsman in the team. He needs to be able to do that.
Here's a ball that he's coming forward to, gets it out towards cover, no chance of a run. And with the series to England summer, with the summer coming up, you don't have a problem with Brathwaite remaining in your test side as your test opener.
We'll just have to wait and see. That's up to the selectors.
Of course, there is John Campbell there as well, a young opener looking to ply his trade. Difficult times in terms of the opening slot for West Indies cricket. Forward comes Brathwaite, plays down towards mid-off, no run.
The thing about going to England, do you take a new batsman to England, knowing the conditions, the ball are going to swing about? England's got one of the best seam attacks in world cricket. Are you gonna tell me that you're gonna jump with somebody else just like that?
Yeah, certainly some reasoning, Clyde, in terms of that. It's going to be difficult indeed. England is a place very difficult to play test cricket with the ball moving around a lot, and they've got a very, very good seam bowling attack, and the guys have got some pace as well. Let's watch. Paul comes into Brathwaite, who's on 25. The Barbados captain gets the ball that he's coming forward to, plays it down on the onside of the pitch. The over comes to an end. 62 for the loss of 2. Brathwaite is 25, and Jonathan Carter 26 with 3 extras on the board. After 28 overs, Barbados Pride winning the toss here at Providence, 62 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, another fairly decent over from Kemo Paul, not causing the batsman a lot of trouble. And I'm a little surprised that Leon Johnson, especially with Carter out there, didn't try Sinclair maybe a couple of overs just before the break, see if he could bowl around the wicket and try and bowl him fairly straight, cause him a little bit of problems. I think when the off-spinner bowls from around the wicket and bowl fairly straight, does cause him a little bit of problem.
So maybe the final over before the break. As Pamal bowls over the wicket to Carter, that's on the middle stump. He is playing that down towards long on, where Hetmeyer fields. Coming forward and driving down to long on for 1. He's gone up now to 27, 63 for the loss of 2. So this could very well be the final over before the break.
That's one of the shots I love to see batsmen do against a spinner, especially when the long on is back. Just push the ball up to long on, pick up singles, get off strike.
Here is a ball that's pitched outside the off stump, going forward away from Brathwaite, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run, 63 for the loss of 2. And just to let you know that the Pride won the toss and lost. Mosley bowled by Shepherd without scoring. Brooks leg before wicket to bowl of Paul for 9. It was 19 for 2 then, and these two have come together and played well so far. That's pushed out into the cover region, picked up by Christopher Barnwell. The score is kept on 63 for the loss of 2. Here is Pamal, gets through his overs very quickly. He's bowled so many of them in his career, and Pamal has certainly been the workhorse for the Jaguars in the bowling department for a long time. He's in his 121st first-class match, and you're talking about a man with 535 first-class wickets on this belt so far. Here is Pamal. Comes up, he's in bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets the ball, he's driving back to Pamal, who echoes a throw at the strikers, and a little cat and mouse game out there. No chance of a run, 63 for the loss of 2. Slip and a silly point. There's a forward short leg. Backward point cover on the mid-off. On the offside, he comes forward, plays into the offside, picked up by Kevin Sinclair, and again, no chance of a run. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and the backward square as we wind down to the end of the first session of round 8 in this encounter between the top 2 teams in this year's tournament. The defending champions, 30.2 points behind Barbados Pride that have looked very good this year. Here is Pamal, comes up, he's in bowls. Brathwaite is forward, defends, gets us out to forward short leg. The over comes to an end. That's the end of the first session on day 1 here at the National Stadium at Providence, where the Barbados Pride winning the toss against the Jaguars, deciding to bat, lost. Mosley bowled by Shepherd without scoring. Brooks leg before wicket to the bowling of Paul for 9, 19 for 2. And since then, these two have taken the total up to 63 for the loss of 2. Brathwaite is 25. Carter is 27. The bowling figures for you: Barnwell 5 overs for 9 runs, Reifer 6 overs for 7 runs, Chemo Paul 10 overs 1 for 32, Shepherd 6 overs 1 for 11, and Pamal has just completed his 3rd over. So that's it from Providence. We'll take a break. When we come back, do stand by and stay tuned for more action here from Providence. Until then, it's back to Master Control.
Hello there. It's nice to be back from Providence, where Barbados Pride and the Guyana Jaguars will resume their battle after their dinner break with a score on 63 for the loss of 2. Craig Brathwaite is on 25. He has been a model of concentration, batting 2 hours for his 25. Jonathan Carter, 27. 30 overs have been sent down so far after the Barbados Pride won the toss and they decided that they're going to take for a strike. Shane Mosley was bowled by Shepherd. He didn't score. And then Shamar Brooks, LBW to Paul for 9. It was 19 for 2. So far, these two have added 44 runs for the 3rd wicket. And in the circumstances, in the scheme of things, I think that they have played well so far. They needed a partnership, nothing reckless. Having said that, though, Brathwaite was given chances on 16 and on 19. On 16, he was dropped by Bramble off Paul. It was 30 for 2. And then he was floored by Barnwell at second slip of the bowling of Raymond Reifer when he was on 19. That is history now. And we're going to see some off-spin. And Kevin Sinclair has been introduced into the attack. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Jonathan Carter, who is just doing some warming up. With me in the analyst chair is the former Guyana wicketkeeper batsman, Neil Barry. We're going to have comments from Neil for this session as we watch. Sinclair comes in. That's a delivery just short of a good length. Allows the batsman to step onto the back foot and forces it down to Barnwell at short cover. There is no run. Barnwell, 5 overs for 9 runs. Reifer, 6 overs for 7 runs. Very economical. Kemo Paul, 10 overs, picked up 1 for 32. As we watch the off-spin of Sinclair comes in. A delivery short of a length and making good height off the pitch as well. Romaro Shepherd, 6 overs, 1 for 11. And Kemo Paul, in fact, Virasamy Pramal, 3 overs for 2 runs. So that's the bowling for you. Here is this delivery from Sinclair. Comes onto the front foot. Carter opens the face, gets it out towards point. And once again, he cannot score. Hello, Neil. How are you?
Yes, good afternoon, Injit. Good afternoon to listeners and viewers around the world, because we do know that quite a large following of persons and fans are watching the cast via YouTube.
Yes, certainly. And CBS in Barbados is taking it live as well. So we want to say hello to all those listeners as we watch Sinclair. Right arm off spin, round the wicket. He comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is coming forward. Driving, he's gone, stumped. Well, he just lured outside of the crease. And the wicketkeeper did the rest. Sinclair has gotten his man. Carter stump of the bowling of Sinclair for 27.
What a wicket to get, and at a very opportune time indeed. Getting rid of one of the set batsmen, a beautiful delivery. That's an off-spinner's dream, and my co-analyst, Clyde Butts, I'm sure will be very happy with that. That delivery was flighted. Yeah, you can see a lot of spin was imparted by Sinclair, for it dipped on the batsman as he stepped out to drive. He didn't really use his feet. I think he just reached out to drive. He overbalanced, got the ball, dipped in him and turned. And the Bramble was able to whip the bails off very, very quickly. That's the type of dismissal any spinner will be proud of. And I'm quite sure Clyde Butts is beaming from ear to ear. The right-handed off-spinner coming around the wicket and getting that delivery, excellent delivery. And this shows, too, one of the flaws in the technique of some of our batsmen. They just do not use their feet. I think, had he actually commit to coming down the track, he would have gotten to the pitch of that ball. But he just, reached out to drive as he would against a medium pacer. And he overbalanced. Good bit of work by Bramble. Excellent cricket.
Yes, good cricket by the Jaguars, the bowler and the wicketkeeper. That was tantalizing delivery. Groped for it. And Carter, maybe just a little bit lethargic after having that dinner. Come out in the middle. I thought he could have done better. He was well set. But then wickets after fall, bowlers will take wicket. And Carter has gone back for 27. While he was there, he was tested. We saw some lovely looking on drive. He stayed the course. but the first wicket falling just after the dinner break. Shane Dowridge, the wicketkeeper batsman, he has come out into the middle, and Dowridge himself is a very good batsman.
Well, he would need to bat well. He will be tested by the Guyanese, as I said, coming out right after break. They're picking up a wicket. They'll be confident. They'll be buoyed by that and look to go in for the kill.
Yes, that's a good delivery first up, just about the line of the off stump and spinning back into the right-hander. He plays it very competently. The end of a successful over, the first after the dinner break by Kevin Sinclair. Barbados Pride, they're 63 for the loss of 3. Their skipper is there on 25. And Shane Dowridge, who has just come out in the middle, he's yet to score. So the lights are on and they're beginning to take effect. So there's still some sunshine here in Guyana, looking very bright out there, just some shadows across.
Yes, as the sun sets over towards the west of the staging area, the shadows from the, well, I still have to call them the green stand and the red stand, just stretching over. Hopefully someday I can call it maybe the Machucasoon and the indigent Passat stand. But the moment it's still the green and red. Yes, the sun is just going away to the right at the moment.
This is down the leg side and tickle fine by Craig Brathwaite. They have taken 1. They'll stay on 1. He now move on to 26. It's now on to 64 for the loss of 3. The only stand I will take, Neil, is to appeal that at some time, not far, that those stands are given name based on our celebrity in the cricket world. They deserve that, don't they? Yes,
they most certainly do. And we've got to, we've got to promote our history. We've got to respect our champions. We've got to identify them and let the information be passed on to the younger generations.
This is a short ball by Premal, and he's cutting onto the back foot when Dowridge, and it peels off the outer portion, bisecting the keeper and the slip. He's a lucky man, and it trickles across the fine third man boundary for 4. So Dowridge opens his account with a boundary, not the way he intended, 68 for the loss of 3.
Lucky man indeed, very fortuitous indeed, because that one was turned away from him. But what he did, he flashed and flashed hard. And as you said, if you're going to be naughty, you might as well give it a kitchen sink. And it flew very fast to the left of Johnson, who had no chance.
And this time is much more respectful to the bowling of Premal. He comes forward, defends, plays down towards Barnwell at short extra cover. And there is no run. Dowridge, this is his 106th first-class match, 4,590 runs. He's coming forward and driving down the offside of the pitch. And the bowler himself skips across towards his left. He fields highest of 131 not out, an average of 33.75 with 700s and 27 50s. Premal to Dowridge. He comes forward, opens the face. Now this is a very pleasant shot. Down towards wide third man. Point runs away and keeps Dowridge onto 1. He now moves on to 5. And that will take Barbados Pride onto 69 for the loss of 3. They have fought tremendously hard, played some excellent cricket, but were defeated by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the last game. That will definitely hurt. Here is Premal, comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming out, reaching the delivery and stroking it down towards mid-off. Romario Shepherd is in the way. And over's been completed at the end of it. Pride 69 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite is on 26. Shane Dowridge has 5.
And one would expect that Brathwaite will look to play the anchor role. That's where he bats. But I still think that he needs to rotate his strike a bit more. Because if you don't, the scoreboard goes nowhere. So as we can see with the partnership prior to the dinner break, right, they did, dragged themselves back into the game, but they weren't scoring, they weren't rotating the strike. So all of the effort just went to naught as soon as you lost the wicket of Carter just after the break. And that's one of the flaws, I think, in Brathwaite's game.
He comes forward. Dowridge plays on the offside of the pitch down toward short cover as Kevin Sinclair begins another over. And this has been a problem that has plagued West Indies cricket at all levels for the longest time. Sinclair comes in, bowls, and he's driving. It peels off the outer portion of the bat. Dowridge over the head of Barnwell and down to the fine third man boundary for 4. He was deceived, but he went hard at it, and he gets the boundary, moves on to 9. That will take the score now on to 73 for the loss of 3.
Sinclair is bowling from the southern end of the ground, And as you know, the wind comes from northeasterly direction, so he will get the ball to drift. And he's just flighting it nicely. He's imparting spin. The ball is getting to drift, and then it's turning. Doidge is an aggressive batsman. He went again hard at it, and again lucky for him. But he's a busy player. He
Yes.
loves to score.
He is. This time he gets onto the back foot and forces one down to extra cover. Vishal Singh is in the way. There is no run. Leon Johnson, he's at first slip. Second slip, Barnwell. A backward point. That's Virasamy Pramal outside the line of the off stump. And Doidge is stroking it back on the offside of the pitch for the bowler himself to field. There is no run. Extra cover. There is Vishal Singh, wide mid-off. Raymond Reifer. Let's watch another off-spin delivery. He gets onto the back foot. Gave himself some room, Doidge, and plays back up the track. The bowler field. There is no run. Kimo Paul patrolling wide mid-on. As we watch the right arm off spinner once again. Comes up Sinclair bowls to Doidge. He's driving in the air over the top of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. So he gets a boundary again. It's his third boundary so far. He's gone on to 13. It has taken the score to 77 for the loss of 3. And the end of the over, his skipper, he's on 26.
Well, he will look to be aggressive. That's the nature of Shane Doidge. That's how he bats. During that over, you find Sinclair tried a few different deliveries. I think he needs to be a bit more patient. He needs to try to take away the width from Doidge. Because once Doidge sees width and he thinks that the length is there, he will go hard at it. So I think he needs to be a bit more patient. Try to lure him out of the crease, force Doidge to play something different. At the moment, he's living on the edge, Doidge. It could go either way. But then if he gets on, if he gets off with it, gets away with it, he can really get that scoreboard taken over and look to wrestle the advantage from the Jaguars.
And here is Brathwaite getting the left arm spinner Virasamy Pramal to pitch it just on the line of the off stump. He comes forward, plays it down towards cover. And there is no run. So it's spin twin. Virasamy Pramal, Kevin Sinclair, they're both Borbicians. One experienced and one has just started his career. This is Brathwaite going over the top of mid-on, and that's going to run away down towards the boundary for 4. That's a brave shot. Made up his mind very early. He's going to go over the top. He now moves on to just waiting for the scoreboard to settle onto 30. Thanks very much, Latif. It's now on to 81 for the loss of 3.
Just using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball. He didn't really time it that well. But it's good to see him looking to be aggressive, coming down the track. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not at all.
As a batsman, you want to stop the bowler from dictating the pace and determining what you should do. There's nothing wrong with being aggressive, but you must be sensible.
Yes, Pramal outside the line of the off stump, and Brathwaite allows one to go by into the gloves of Anthony Bramble. There is no run. There is a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a forward short leg, and a short backward square. Pramal comes into Brathwaite onto the back foot, the one that had a little bounce on it, manages to open the face of the bat, gets it out towards cover, cannot score. Kimo Paul feels well, moving away from a point. Pramal getting through his overs very, very quickly. Can be devastating on pitches like these. Pramal comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. And once again, he's steering this one quite comfortably down towards backward point where Paul is, he feels, and there is no run. Has been Guyana's leading wicket taker for the longest while in regional cricket. He comes in once again, bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming forward and drives down towards wide mid-off, knocked down by Barnwell. The over is ended 81 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite is on 30. Doidge has 13.
Just a sign of aggression during that over from Brathwaite. I think that, with Doidge out there, they're 2 senior players. Both have played at the top level. They know what they can do. They understand the game a bit more. And I think what they don't want to do is allow the spinners to settle. So they will attack them. And we'll have to see how the young man Sinclair, now starting out into the first class world, how he responds to this challenge. I think he's a good bowler, good action. Bowls from very high arm action as well. Will get turn, will get bounce and drift. So let's see how he goes.
Comes in, bowls to Doidge, and Doidge back. Plays it very, very late. Down towards fine Torman in his camp, but a single return comes in from Pramal. But they're home. Good running between the wicket. Very aggressive running. And that's good to see. Their communication was good.
Of course, and that's what you want to be. You want to be busy. At the end of the day, the game's about runs. and wickets. Yes, it's 4 days. You've got to occupy the crease, but to do so and to aid you in getting a good score, you've got to turn the strike over. You've got to have strike rotation.
Sinclair bowls to Doidge, and he's turning this one away. There's protection down at fine leg, and there is no run. Kevin Sinclair has been handed a job. He's one of those emerging players in the Guyana Amazon Warriors team for CPL 2020. And Doidge is driving down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run. Congratulations to the youngster.
Congrats to the young man. I think it's well deserved. He would have played well with the West Indies emerging team. They won the tournament, and he was one of the highlights.
Yes, certainly. Comes forward Doidge. Lots of respect. This was floated nicely in the air. He's not going to be tempted, but Doidge is willing. We saw him in the previous over from Sinclair, lofted him over the mid-off area. Here is Sinclair once again, bowls to Doidge. He's coming forward, plays it away down towards silly mid-on. Tejinarang Chandapal is there, he feels, and there is no run. So Doidge, a mixture of aggression and solid defense. He's on 15, comes in, bowls to Doidge. He comes forward, plays with soft hands, down towards short cover, and there is no run. The over is completed. Barbados Pride, they're 83 for the loss of 3. Doidge is on 15. Craig Brathwaite has 30.
In that over, he showed more consistency, less variety. It's just an over really just denied the batsman the room and the opportunity to score, and that's not bad. You just need now to ensure you keep it tight enough, set the field right, for you know that once you toss it up, he's going to come at you. And then the error could come about. So a much better over, I think, from him this time around.
Yes, as we watch Pramal, he comes up now and bowls to Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump, and he fished at one. The ball going by into the gloves of the keeper. Pramal getting some generous bounce off this pitch. Now, he is very clever, Versamy Pramal. Lots of experience. Left arm orthodox, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's coming forward. Plays down towards extra cover. There is no run. Great battle going on out in the middle. Brathwaite is the West Indies test opening batsman. As he taps away, he's looking to get back in real good form. Bowls to Brathwaite, and he's coming forward. Very quiet, look to be very patient. And on pitches like these, when top-class bowlers are bowling, that patience must come to the reckoning. You must be able to play every ball on its merit. You don't want to force the bowling. But I think the rotation of the strike, you're right, Neil, that's something they need to improve. Short, and he's cutting again. Goes by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run.
One of the shots that I don't recommend, I will never recommend on this surface, is cutting the ball. I think he's tall enough, he can get behind it and punch it in front of square on the offside.
And this time he gets onto the front foot. Plays with soft hands all along the ground, down towards short cover. There is no run. So he was deceived twice in this over by Versamy Pramal, and both times he plays the cut shot, and both times he was beaten outside the line of the off stump, a slip, a forward short leg. Pramal comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, and this time he left it alone. That was precariously close to the off stump. The end of the over by Pramal. A maiden, it's 83 for 3. Brathwaite is on 30 and 15 to Shane Doidge.
I'm quite sure Brathwaite would have faced Pramal on many occasions over the last, 4 or 5 years since he's been in the first class, even more. And by now he knows that Pramal possesses a very good arm ball. So I think the manner of leaving that ball, the last one, would enthuse Pramal. If you're going to continue to leave the ball alone and show me your off stump, then I know that my arm ball will come into play. So Brathwaite, will be well advised to devise a better strategy than that.
And this is a delivery that has Doidge just onto the front foot, not stretching long forward, just watches where the ball was pitched and just plays it gently in front of him down towards short cover. There is no run. So here is Sinclair once again. He comes in, bowls to Doidge, and Doidge has to defend again. Sinclair this time just pulling back the length of the delivery, has Doidge stretching a little bit forward this time. Good use of the crease there too by Doidge, because his first impression, the first thing he did was to move towards the length of the delivery. tossed up and he's driving away. That's a brilliant shot, bisecting the short cover and the wide mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Gloriously driven. He now moves on to 19. It's 87 for the loss of 3.
Now, that was a full delivery that had some pace in it as well. So the batsman did not have to really use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. When he got the wicket of Carter, it was a flighted delivery, which had a lot of dip on it. It means that he would have imparted more spin. This one, on the other hand, he did not. It was just a quicker delivery, but it was over pitch, and Doidge responded, excellently. That was a great shot going through extra cover.
Yes, certainly. Very strong at the wrist area, Doidge, and this time he gets a good delivery. His first impression was to get on the back foot, and then at the last moment got on the front foot, opens the face. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how Leon Johnson, well, he's a very seasoned campaigner, handles this kind of approach by Doidge. Comes up, bowls to Doidge, and he's coming forward again, gets a delivery a little bit quicker through the air. He's defending, back up the track, there is no run. And I remember Kevin Sinclair asking me during the Leewards game, where can I find Clyde Butts? I want to talk to him. And we ensured that Butsy got those information, and no doubt there might have been a chat between these two. This one is played away into the ground and then into first slip. The over is completed, 87 for 3. Doidge is on 19 and 30 to Craig Brathwaite.
And it's good that the young man is, looking to make contact with Clyde Butts, who, of course, everyone knows, after Lance Gibbs, possibly one of our better off-spinners in the country. Butts have served Guyana cricket and played for West Indies and have, represented really, really well. So it's good that the young man is looking to pick, the brain of Clyde Butts. And I hope that, that they had a good conversation and Clyde was able to pass on something to the young man. He has the attributes, he's wiry, he's tall, he gets very high in his arm action, delivery stride, so that's very good.
Pramal bowls to Brathwaite. He allows one to go by outside the line of the off stump. Comes back to the top of his mark again, and that's very, very important. When you are willing to learn, you seek advice from those with track records. He comes forward, plays it out into the offside field. There is no run, and knowing Clyde, I am certain that whatever he says to Kevin Sinclair are words that will make sense, and it is left on the young man. And you look at him in this innings, and you are making the point, just flighting the ball nicely. That was something that was missing, actually, against the Hurricanes. So something passed on there, something that he has learned. This is played away down towards short, wide, mid-off, and once again, there is no run. So Pramal is keeping it very tight. There's a slip, a forward short leg. As we watch, Pramal comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, very tight delivery. That one was pitched in the line of the middle stump, and Brathwaite comes forward, played around the pad nicely, down towards forward short leg, and there is no run. Virasamy Pramal comes in once again, left arm orthodox, around the wicket, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is stretching forward and very easily plays it down towards short cover. There is no run. It might not be long from now when we see the likes of Paul and Reifer. Maybe Romario Shepherd too had an opening burst. Shepherd of 6 overs, 1 for 11. We haven't seen him since then. Comes up Pramal, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's content to play forward. Has a lot of patience that we know about, and this is the nature of the game. He plays defensively down towards forward short leg. It's 87 for 3. He's kept on 19, Doidge. Brathwaite is on 30.
And if I can suggest to Leon Johnson, if he can pass some information on to him, I would say to him, look, why don't you consider for Pramal bowling to the right-handed Brathwaite of bringing the forward short leg over to silly mid-off. The ball is turning in that direction, and Brathwaite is coming forward and playing it into the area of the forward short leg, forward silly mid-off. So I prefer to have the silly mid-off and force Brathwaite to do something different. He will not be as comfortable, coming forward and playing the ball in the direction of silly mid-off. And, that's something maybe they can look at.
And this is lofted over the top of mid-on and down towards the boundary for 4. That's another fine-looking shot, as this was tossed up to Shane Doidge. He's aggressive, and that's a fine-looking shot. He moves on to 23, and it has taken the pride onto 91 for the loss of 3.
A good game of cat and mouse going on here. Doidge is prepared to wait. Once Sinclair tries to give him the flighted delivery, he's not afraid of using his feet and hitting over the top, or even standing there and going through the line. But he's not hitting across the line, he's hitting through the line of the ball, which is good.
And this allows Doidge now to play defensively down towards short mid-wicket. He was looking for that single after the boundary that he hit. The fielder has been pushed right back on the ropes. So there's always a picking for the single once the ball is on the right line. And Doidge comes forward. This is just outside the line of the off stump, stroking it on the onside of the pitch for Sinclair to feel there is no run. Well, he should not be bothered too much, Sinclair. He must like this approach. This is what you want. He comes in, bowls to Doidge, and Doidge is coming forward, driving on the onside of the pitch again for the right arm off spinner to move away towards his right. He feels well. There is no run. Here he comes in once again, Sinclair. Grips the ball now and comes up, bowls to Doidge, and back goes Doidge, and across, gets a quicker delivery, and he's defending on the onside of the pitch.
Well, now, especially with the long on going back, I think Sinclair should now decide, look, you know what, I can bowl just a touch slow. I think he's bowling a little too quickly at the moment. Take some pace off of the ball.
And looking for the paddle sweep down the leg side, taken by Bramble. A question asked of umpire, not out. 91 for the loss of 3. 23 is Doidge, and 30 is Craig Brathwaite.
And Doidge is quickly catching up with Craig Brathwaite. But that's all right. The captain would want to stay there and anchor in the internet, you know, the more aggressive batsmen bat around him. But strike rotation, you know, is a must. Too many dot balls are being bowled. And that's an area in which they need to improve. From the bowling end of things, I think both bowlers need to be a bit more patient. Just try to deny them the boundary scoring opportunities. They're not getting singles, so don't give them the free balls so they can get boundaries either, and then apply and keep turning the pressure up on them in that way. Because once batsmen are at the crease, especially the aggressive ones, and they're not scoring, they can become frustrated.
Yes, so in that innings of 23 so far by Doidge, he has 5 boundaries, 2 off the edge, and 3 of them brilliant shots. Premal comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. He comes forward and hurries into the defensive shot too. Plays it down towards short cover from backward point. Kimo Paul moves away towards his left. He cleans up via Barnwell, who relays the ball now to Virasamy Premal. Here is Premal. He moves in once again, round the wicket, bowls to Brathwaite. Back he goes. This kept low, and he turns it away down towards short backward square for Raymond Reifer to feel. A delivery that was quicker through the air by Virasamy Premal, heading down the leg side. And Brathwaite turns it away. He taps it with the crease once again. Premal comes up, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's stabbing at this delivery at the last moment. No harm done, and plays it down towards forward short leg. And Leon Johnson might very well be thinking, you know, that the better thing to do at this stage, follow the advice of Neil Barry and place that man at silly point. This is tossed up, and he's coming forward, driving on the offside of the pitch for the bowler himself to knock it down. Premal, he's always an excellent fielder to his own bowling. And he wheels and turns and begins to move in once again, Premal. Bowls to Brathwaite, he's coming forward, on driving, down to Shimron Hetmeyer, patrolling wide mid-on, and there is no run. And then he looks at the fingers, Hetmeyer. Nice to see him back in West Indies colours in the T20 version. Comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. This is tight line and length, and Brathwaite is playing defensively. The end of a maiden over by Virasamy Premal. At the end of it, Pride, they're 91 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite is on 30, 23 to Shane Doidge.
A much better over by Premal, just ensure Brathwaite played at every single delivery. But again, I would repeat, I would remove the silly mid-on and put it at silly mid-off, because I think Brathwaite is a lot more comfortable with the close-in fielder silly mid-on, because the ball is turning from leg to off for him, so he can easily come and play with a bat angle towards the offside. Maybe Premal is looking for the inside edge onto the pad and then going to the forward short leg. But to me, if you put in my view, if you put the silly mid off, that would then force Brathwaite to either look to open the face a bit more or to look to play more aggressively, and in so doing, bring about an error.
Yes, I agree with you, Neil. And so often in the previous game as well, to Virasamy Premal, we saw the forward short leg and the absence of the silly point or the silly mid-off. And again, we are seeing it here. Well, Leon Johnson, he's experienced. He's the one that reads the game out there. And now there's going to be a change in bowling. And Barnwell, is that Barnwell or Romario Shepherd? It looks like Romario Shepherd. He's going to replace Kevin Sinclair, the off spinner. Sinclair, 5 overs, 1 for 14, is going to be replaced by Romario Shepherd.
Well, it's getting towards that twilight zone time in Guyana right now. It's after 5 o'clock. As you said, the artificial lights are on, but the sun is still out, so they're still being bathed in sunshine out here. But the ball will start behaving a bit naughty shortly. So I think it's good to get your fast balls back on, get them warm, so they can come with that incisive spell.
Shepherd comes up and bowls to Doidge. That's short, and he's pulling at it. Balloons over his head and goes away into the gloves of Bramble. Romario Shepherd, 6 overs, 1 for 11. He bowled from the northern end. Now he's been switched to the southern end of the ground. Short, lifting delivery, and Doidge is playing in this aggressive nature. Essays the pull shot and didn't make any contact with it. Was far too high. 2 slips, a gully. There's also point. We have extra cover and a wide mid-off. There's mid-on and a mid-wicket as well. Shepherd comes up and bowls to Doidge, and he's getting a good delivery right on target. And Doidge is coming forward. The ball coming off the face of the bat down towards extra cover. There is no run. He walks away. No doubt. Might be talking to himself. Listen, I'm 23. I've gotten a start. But that's the element, and we continue to talk about it. Too many dot balls has played us in test matches, 4-day cricket, T20, one-day international, and some of the other Caribbean batsmen, they have not overcome that. And here's a drive to a delivery that is wide outside the line of the off stump, dragged away to backward point where Kevin Sinclair is, and there is no run.
Inconsistency in line and length evident here by Shepherd. Coming back, his first over in this session. And the first one was a short ball, the second one on target, and the third one, full and wide. So I think he needs to settle on a bit, get into some nice consistent mode, understanding that you do not take a wicket every ball, but you need to apply the pressure, build the pressure by bowling in good areas.
This is short outside the line of the off stump. Off the back foot goes Doidge and punches it down towards wide mid-off. Raymond Reifer is in the way. There is no run. And he looks very balanced out in the middle, Shane Doidge. That will tell you that his confidence is good as well. Didn't look to hit it too hard. He was looking for the gap between extra cover and wide mid-off. Picked out the fielder at wide mid-off. So here is Shepherd once again. Comes in, passes the umpire and bowls to Doidge. That's short, and he's helping this one around down towards the deep backward square on the boundary. And Pramal sends the left-handed return in. Doidge, he gets another run. He'll now move on to 24 and takes a score into 92 for the loss of 3.
Too short in this type of track that just sits up and begs to be hit. The good thing was it was high and it was possibly just outside the line of the off stump, so the batsman couldn't really drag it as much as he would have wanted. He controlled it in the end, which is smart batting.
Yes, very smart batting indeed. 2 slips and a gully, goes down. Comes up and bowls to Doidge onto the back foot. And he defends. In fact, it's Craig Brathwaite. Plays it out down towards wide mid-off. Another over has been completed at the end of it. Barbados Pride, they're 92 for the loss of 3. Doidge is on 24. And Brathwaite, he's gotten 30.
Yes, and somewhere to go in this game so far. A partnership again looking to develop. The Barbadian Pride need their batsmen, especially these two, to really carry the ends a very long way. They lose another wicket or 2 here, the Jaguars will be in amongst the tail, and they wouldn't want that. I mean, there's still some batting to come. I mean, there is Jason Holder, you can bat, Kyle Myers as well. Nurse is no slouch to bat. Roach can bat as well, but you never know. You don't want to depend on your resources. You want to utilize what you have there currently and ensure that they can, give you the impetus you need, and then the others can cash in at the end once they wear the guy in the bowling attack out and take the upper hand and take the advantage.
Yes, it's a very good batting lineup, Barbados Pride. You mentioned Kyle Myers. He has been their most productive batsman this season, and he leads the scoring as well in the entire tournament. More than 600 runs with 2 centuries, and that is excellent. So they're strong batting, but these two out here, they need to get the job done. Doidge is in strike, and there's a solitary slip. There's also the forward short leg, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the mid-wicket. Tossed up outside the line of the off stump, and that expansive cut shot by Brathwaite was pretty close to the line of the off stump, not making any contact, goes by into the gloves of the keeper. Permaul is going to feel happy. That's the third time he has Brathwaite cutting outside the line of the off stump and missing. Permaul comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Back he goes and plays down towards mid-on. There is no run.
Not Brathwaite.
Right, in fact, that's Doidge.
Doidge.
That's right. Doidge is the one that is playing the cut shot this time. Should have known better. Brathwaite is the taller fella out in the middle. Here is Permaul. He comes in. Well, doesn't bother to deliver to Doidge, just missing his rhythm, and does the right thing. He walks back to the top of his mark, which is a short run, a few chips, and he's about to deliver. Does so now, and to this Doidge is looking for the big sweep shot. Got a little bit bat onto it, and it's trickling away down towards the fine leg boundary. Pull back, the return comes in. Did he got bat onto it? In fact, the umpire signal buys, so nothing touching. And 2 more to the score. That takes it to 94 for the loss of 3.
Just angling from outside the line of the off stump, ill-directed delivery.
As we watch,
Sweep shot was played, but no contact, and Bramble did not tidy up behind the stump going to his left.
Permaul comes in once again, bowls to Doidge. Doidge has taken one on the up and turns it away. In fact, tucking it away down towards short backward square. And he gets a single. 1 more to Doidge. He now moves on to 25. So he's at a quarter of a century. He's 25, 95 for the loss of 3. Now comes Craig Brathwaite in strike as we watch Permaul. He's about to move in now to bowl to the right-handed Barbados Pride skipper. And he's coming forward. He opens the face, gets it out towards short cover. Cannot score. Just squeezing one from the line of the off-stump. Craig Brathwaite has been there since the start of play this afternoon at 1400 hours. He's gotten 30. His innings worth the cause. Permaul comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming forward, plays down towards short cover. The end of the over by Permaul. Pride 95 for the loss of 3. 25 is Doidge. 30 to Brathwaite. More from you, Neil. And then it's going to be the voice of Matthew Kisoon.
Well, the length of time Brathwaite is spending out there and not really turning the strike over, his plan must be, as the captain of the team, to ensure that he can stay out there and bat and bat and bat. If he doesn't, then all his good work so far will have gone to naught. It's important for him to do that. He needs to really work, as I welcome back Matthew Kisoon, towards strike rotation. He's allowing too many deliveries to be bowled to him from a bowler. And after a while, if you do that, you don't score, well, then the score goes nowhere. And I must say good afternoon to a bunch of guys, Matthew, a number of ex-players who are following this broadcast on YouTube. There's a group called the GT Cricket Group. I must give them a shout out. People like Clayton Lambert.
Oh, yes.
We have Basil Butcher Jr. He's part of the group. Nolan McKenzie, Keith Semple, Barrington Brown, Colwyn Court. All those guys are following the cricket, and they do have some very healthy debate. Warren Figueroa, among others, Mark Harper. And they do have some very healthy debate on the cricket, and they follow every single game.
Right. Very popular names of yesteryear, Neil. You yourself would have played some matches as well. 9 matches, if I'm correct, you played. Well, you got a high score of 7-1. Who was that against, Neil Barry?
I can't remember. It's a long time. Anything happened before I was 30, I can't remember.
That's Neil Barry for you. Good play he was in his days. Let's watch Shepherd. That's down the leg side, and they'll come through for... wait for a signal from the umpire, Nigel Dugan, a leg by. So 1 more to the total. It's gone up now to 97 for the loss of 3. But Neil, I'm sure you enjoyed your times when you played for Guyana, and the guys that you played with, and the camaraderie and the standard that was set in those days was certainly tremendous.
Definitely. I do feel privileged to have actually played some games for Guyana, and with the guys that would have played with around my time, learned a lot from them. Thank you very much, guys.
Here is Shepherd comes up. He is getting a ball that is on the middle stump, made a little height onto him, and he sent it around the corner to backward square. For 1, that's Brathwaite to carry his total up to 31 now, 97 for the loss of 3. Just to let listeners know, Neil Barry did play 9 first-class matches, 322 runs, a highest score of 71. His average, he wouldn't want me to say it, but not bad, 21.46, just 9 matches, 150, 3 catches, and a stumping. From 1987, Neil Barry played for his country. Here was a ball, that's a bumper over the head of Shane Doidge, who's been very attacking. I must say, Shane Doidge is one of the players playing Test cricket for West Indies. 31 Test matches. Neil Barry is averaging just around 30. Dinesh Ramdin, 74 Test matches, averaging 25.
Well, there's still some way to go. I mean, all over you go in the region, people talk about the batsmen and not getting a lot of runs. And we need to look at our cricket structure, the way we're developing our batsmen, the way they're prioritizing the type of games being played and in the developmental process. I think if you have guys playing multiple formats, it can become a bit confusing.
Shepherd bowls round the wicket, short lifting delivery that's handled well by Doidge. He's kept on 25. He's been the aggressor of the two. Brathwaite resuming on what? He was 25 when they went to dinner. Carter was 27 with 3 extras, 30 overs bowled. But just concentrating on wicketkeeper batsmen in the Caribbean and checking their stats out. You know, Doidge has shown that he's a good player. He has grown. His cricket has certainly grown. He settles, gets another short lifting delivery down the leg side, handles it well, pops it around the corner to forward short leg. No run. He's kept on 25.
Well, he certainly is a busy player, and I mean, from his outings thus far for the West Indies, they've shown that he can respond to the challenges of the top level. One just wants to see him go on and become a bit more consistent, and of course, boost that average.
Yes, in early days in his career, 31 Test matches so far for the West Indies. He's got 300s. Certainly a good play in the making, and if he continues to show good consistency and build on what the foundation that he has laid for himself and playing for the West Indies for sure, certainly a good player in years to come. Here is Shepherd, comes up, gets a bumper, he's popped it up to forward short leg, and the catch taken, Doidge. In fact, that's not a catch, that bounced, and it went to forward short leg. The over comes to 97 with a loss of 3. He was looking to SO pull a shot and played over it, and it just popped and went to forward short leg. The over comes to 97 for the loss of 3. Clyde Butts has joined me. Got a little bit excited there, Clyde. Welcome back into the analyst chair.
Good afternoon to you, Watch, as well. It's good. It's evening nearly already. Yeah, it was a short delivery. He was looking to pull it. He pulled it well, actually, but he pulled it down into the ground. And it went to the forward short leg. And the forward short leg, of course, picked it up and pretended like if it was a catch and got Matthew all excited. But certainly it wasn't a catch, but something just seems to be wrong with was it Craig Brathwaite at the moment? The physio?
Doidge.
It's Doidge. The physiotherapist has run onto the field and she's having a little chat with him at the moment. So probably just a little dizzy. The young man. Or was he hit?
The Shepherd bowled a couple of short deliveries to him. So
was he hit on the helmet and then the man at forward short leg actually picked up the delivery like if it was a catch? I think he was hit. So she's probably just doing the test on him at the moment, this concussion test that they has.
Oh, yeah.
And he's actually going off the field now with the physiotherapist. So it is a concussion test that they normally do. So he's probably just not himself at the moment, and he's going off the field.
This has become a little bit familiar in cricket these days.
Well, I tell you what, I don't mind it at all. I think if a player is hit on the head and the test is done and he's not probably answering the questions correctly and so on, I think the best thing for him to do is to go off the field, get his composure, and he could always come back. Because so many things happen today when you get hit in your head.
Yeah,
it's not easy to deal with. So I think he's done the right thing. The physiotherapist is taking him off the field, and he's probably going to go and have a little lie down. Whether he'd go off to the hospital, we'll just have to wait and see.
that's why when the ball popped, I really, because he is backing us, of course, and that's how maybe I thought, well, what happened there? I saw the ball popped up and went to forward short leg, but it came off the helmet. And with Shepard at that pace, Clyde certainly, well, with his pace, he's a strong man. He bowled a couple of short pitch deliveries to Doidge, and certainly it never looks a good sight when you got to go off because of a little concussion blow, but guys like Labuschagne burst on the scene because of that, and look, he's not looked back, playing for Australia, the highest level, and has done well. I think Jermaine Blackwood played innings when Darren Bravo got a concussion blow in one of the test matches here in the Caribbean, and he came in and he got a half century. So,
well, let's just hope that she's being very cautious.
yes,
With him being hit on the helmet, and yeah, you know, and she have a look at it, and she's gonna have a little chat. Whether he will come out back, we'll just have to wait and see.
yeah, let's hope all is well with him. It's 97 for 3. So Kyle Mears, the man who's been in the spotlight for Barbados this year, comes out to do battle. He's at the non-strikers, and as Pamal bowls to Brathwaite, who comes forward and plays it into the onside, and there is no run. Kyle Mears leading the way, 630 runs, averaging 57, 205 50s. Here is Pamal bowls, Brathwaite on the back foot, plays it out to extra cover where Barnwell fields, and there is no run. You've just joined us. Well, Mosley, remember the Pride won the toss, elected to bat. Mosley bowled by Shepard without scoring. Brooks, leg before wicket to Kimo Paul for 9. Forward comes Brathwaite and drives down to mid-off. Here Hetmeyer fields, and there is no run. They went to lunch at 63 for 2. Brathwaite 25, Carter 27. 30 overs completed in the innings at that stage. 44 runs were added for the third wicket between Carter and Brathwaite. Back he goes, steers it out into the offside. No chance of a run. 97 for the loss of 3. And then after dinner, Carter was stumped wicketkeeper. Bramble bowled Sinclair for 27. It was 63 for 3. Here is a ball that Brathwaite is onto the back foot and drives it out towards Kevin Sinclair at cover. He feels, well, the score is kept on 97 for 3. So Kyle Mears has joined now forces with Brathwaite. He will take his first ball a little later on as Brathwaite goes back, plays it out to short extra cover. Pamal's over comes to an end. 97 for the loss of 3. 44 overs have been completed in the Pride innings thus far. Craig Brathwaite, 31. Kyle Mears yet to face a ball.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Pride will be thinking now, well, Brathwaite needs to stay out there as long as possible. And with their informed batsman now coming to the crease, he is a fairly positive player as well, Kyle Mears. He's not going to just hang around. He's going to play his shots. He loves to play his shots. He's not afraid to go over the top and so on. But with Shepard just deciding to be aggressive, that could maybe make a little bit of a difference in terms of how the innings progress from here, because we did see him going around the wicket and bowling to Doidge and bowling quite a few short deliveries, had the field set as well. There was a deep man at square, just in front of square. There was a leg slip, and there was a fine leg when he was bowling to Shepard. So he was to Doidge. So he was bowling with some aggression. And you look at the field now, he's got a leg slip, and the man is going to come in front of short leg, which is Tej Chandrapal, and there's going to be a man and just in front of square on the leg side, and the man seems to be going all the way out to the boundary. So that tells a story that he's going to be bowling some short pitch deliveries, because there's a deep backward square and a man deep on the square leg boundary.
Right, so Mears, the all-rounder, 27 years old. He's playing for his side. He's played for the Trident, St. Lucia Zooks, West Indies on the 15s, and West Indies on the 19 in his 30th first-class match. 1,364 runs. Takes his first ball and is wrapped on the pad. There is a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire, as Shepard comes in to bowl from round the wicket. The left-hander with a number 71 on his back. His highest score of 140, of course, this season, averaging 31.72 Clyde. 12 50s, 200s, and certainly he's been in good touch in his 30th game now for Barbados. The all-rounder settles. Still a young man, of course, and this season has done him well thus far. He would want to push on. 550s and 200s on this belt. Shepherd bowls, gets a short ball outside the off stump. Looks to pull, missed the shot. Taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. He's kept on knot. So the trap set. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover. And then we've got mid-on. There's a forward short leg. There's a backward square in the boundary. And there's a long leg on the boundary as well. So certainly Johnson believes that he's learned something about Kyle Mears, and so he wants to ensure that his bowlers bowl well to him. He's set traps for this all-rounder who's been informed for Barbados. Here is Shepherd comes up on the middle stump. He's going to get his first run. He turns it away down to mid-wicket. They've taken one, looking for a second, but that's not on as the return comes into the bowler's end. 98 now for the loss of 3. He gets off the mark.
And even then, with that being a short delivery, that one did not bounce. It just got above tie height, and he was able to clip it out down to square leg, through square, and got an easy single. But certainly, you know, Shepherd has made his intention clear. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to try and bowl a few short deliveries to the Barbadian batsman, and maybe thinking, well, when I was not there, you guys got the best of my players. I'm going to take some revenge for them now.
Shepherd is bowling around the wicket to Brathwaite. He is driving a ball full length just outside the off stump and drove it into the cover area, picked up by Vishal Singh. He's kept on 31. He's been there for a long time. That's what you expect from a Craig Brathwaite, Clyde, was to bat long. And he's done that over the years. And as you rightly said, he needs to probably turn the strike over, pick up the ones, the twos a little bit more. He's on 31. He's been there from the start of the innings. Here as Shepherd comes up, he gets a short delivery, and then he paddles it around towards square leg and took a single as the ball went towards Chemo Paul. I make it down at the square leg area. 99 now for the loss of 3.
And again, the slow nature of this pitch. He was on the back foot, waiting for it for ages. Then when it got to him, he didn't time it as well. He just ended up dabbing it out at a deep backward square position. And that's the thing about this pitch. Some of the deliveries are bouncing, some are not. And I'm sure with how Shepherd is bowling at the moment, Kemar Roach and company will be looking and thinking, well, we got the best of them in Barbados because there were a few hits on the head, and I think Reifer missed the game because of concussion as well.
Right.
So,
right.
You know.
The over comes to an end. Loose shot play by Mears outside the off stump, taken by Bramble, looking for flashing cover drive. 99 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite is 32. 1 to Kyle Mears. 5 extras on the board, and 44 overs, 45 overs have been completed. Halfway mark in terms of overs completed in the day's play so far. The Barbados Pride winning the toss and batting 99 for the loss of 3, the latest score from Providence.
Well, I don't think the Jaguars would mind the situation at all. They've gotten 3 wickets, plus a man has retired hurt. So they will be thinking they have got the upper hand in this game so far. But Brathwaite is still out there. Young Mears is still has just come to join him, and he is being a batsman in form, and they're still batting to come in. Jason Holder, Ashley Norris, and all of these guys can bat. So still batting to come, and I'm sure the Pride would be thinking, we have just got to get about 300 or thereabouts on this pitch, and it is not going to be an easy score to get.
Especially with the veteran Pamal on. Here he is, round the wicket, comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. He's on the back foot, plays down on the onside of the pitch for Vishal Singh to skip into field. 99 for the loss of 3. But yes, they've got good experience. Jason Holder to come. There's Ashley Norris, who's no rabbit with the bat. I think he got 80 odd in the game against Trinidad and Tobago. There is Kemar Roach, of course. We know of his batting exploits. Jamel Warwick and Shamar Holden. Talking about the youngsters in terms of the bowling department, Clyde. The Barbadian youngsters have done pretty well with ball in hand this year for them. Here is a ball on the back foot, he goes and guides it out towards point. No chance of a run. Shamar Holder with 34 wickets and Keon Harden with 29 wickets lead the way for the Barbados Pride this year.
Isn't it that credit has got to be given as well to Kemar Roach playing with those guys. That's and right. Maybe helping them along?
on the leg stump, works it around the corner to the backward square area, no chance of a run. Roach himself, 21 wickets from 4 matches. Of course, Holden Harden would have played all 7 matches so far, but Harden is not in this game. Warrington, 13 wickets, Stout, 12 wickets, and Nurse, 12. The major wicket takers for Barbados this year. Here's a ball outside the off stump. Beats Brathwaite, goes through to Bramble, no chance of a run, 99 for 3. But good to see the young fast bowlers picking up wickets.
It is good to see, and especially when we talk about the pitches and how they've been playing in the region.
Here was a nice shot on the back foot, Brathwaite, and just caresses that through cover. They've crossed the 1. They'll come back for a second as Sinclair give chase towards the cover boundary. 2 more to Brathwaite to end the over with a good-looking shot to carry his total up to 34, and the 100 coming up in over number 46 for the Barbados Pride, 101 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, that was a slightly short delivery. He was back on the back foot and punching it out into the extra cover. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He wasn't trying to hit it to the boundary. I think he was just placing it into the gap, and he was able to get 2. And talking about fast bowlers, it was nice to see Philip playing for TNT Red Force in the last game as well, and getting the man of the match because he has been struggling with some injuries. I like the look of him. I've said that over the past 2 years, and it's nice to see he's back and he's playing. And it's good to see the younger fast bowlers from Barbados as well being among the wickets and being consistent as well. I think if you had to look at them and you look at Niall Smith, you would see Niall Smith started well, but just died away as the season went on. But these guys from in Harding and Holder, they continue to perform, and they've performed throughout the tournament. So that's a good sign, and I think that's the sign that you want to see in your young cricketers, being consistent and performing.
Right, so we'll have a change. Shepherd has been replaced by Kevin Sinclair, who's bowled well so far. He comes in for a second spell now. Round the wicket, comes up, bowls to Mears. Mears is on the back foot, plays it back to that's Sinclair. No chance of a run. Let's look at his figures. Before this, 5 overs, 1 for 14. Just to let you know, you're wondering what has happened to Shane Doidge. Well, struck on the helmet from a Shepherd delivery, and he's gone off. Of course, precautionary measures. Of course, that little concussion blow. And Kyle Mears is out there doing battles. So they're 101 for 3. As we watch Sinclair, comes up, he's in bowls to Mears. Mears gets the ball on the middle stump. He's playing it out into the cover area. No chance of a run. He's kept on 1. 34 to Brathwaite. 101 for 3 and over number 47. So the floodlights are on, and when the sunlight goes, certainly the floodlights will kick in nicely here at Providence. Remember, this is a day-night fixture. On the line of the leg stump, he's coming forward, playing back to Sinclair again. No chance of a run. So the tricky moments will come in with the dew and that pink ball being bowled. Here is Sinclair. Comes up, he's in bowls to Mears. On the middle stump, he's forward, gets the right pad right out as he plays out into the cover area. Picked up by Barnwell. Again, no chance of a run. Sinclair back to his mark quickly, gets through his overs very quickly indeed. A young man from Barbados. A young man who's showing that he's valuable to this Guyana side. He's forward and drives, look for a drive, but get it out towards Raymond Reifer down at cover. The over comes to an end. A good over by Kevin Sinclair. He's completed so far 6 overs, and he's picked up 1 for 14. 101 for the loss of 3. 47 overs have been completed.
Well, the Jaguars would be happy with you. The first hour after dinner has gone. They've taken a wicket, and they've also got another wicket. That's Shane Doidge, who is off the field at the moment, being hit on the helmet. But they have bowled pretty well. Sinclair came out after lunch, got the wicket of Carter with a nicely flighted delivery, drawing him out of his crease, and he was smartly stumped by the wicket keeper. But certainly, Doidge came out and he looked pretty good. He looked very good indeed. Looked to hit the ball. He was very aggressive towards the spinners and hit them over the top. Played some lovely cover drives as well and looked the part. And in all of this, Craig Brathwaite has just continued to work and bat, and he's steady in the one end, whilst the other batsmen are trying to score. But certainly, it's been a good session for the Jaguars. They've taken a wicket. They've kept the pressure on, and And at this time, I would say the game is about even Stevens. When you've won the toss, yes, you probably would not have liked to lose 3 wickets, but you've lost 3 wickets. You've still got a couple of batsmen in. Your captain is still out there. Certainly, I think, you can say the game is even Steven. I'm sure we'll see Doidge coming back into bat later. So, pretty good situation for this game.
Yes.
Evenly balanced.
Yes, and a model of concentration in Craig Brathwaite. 140 balls, Clyde, 3 fours in his 34. So he has to remain there for Barbados at the top. He's the anchor man for them. That's why he opens the batting. And when you look at the likes of a Holder to come, and of course Shane Doidge would have to come back. Maybe one would hope that he can come back because he's such a talented cricketer. You just get the impression,
Well,
as you rightly said,
the thing is,
in the balance right now.
You
for
just
sure.
hope that it's just a precautionary
That's
measure
right,
with
that's
Shane
right.
Doidge and nothing too serious.
Yes, so you're not missing any cricket. The refreshment cart is on the field. The ground staff have tidied up the pitch nicely. 101 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite 34, 140 balls, 3 fours in his knock so far. 1 to Kyle Mears, the all-rounder who's come to join forces and to do some battle for the Barbados pride. They've been on top this season with a tally of 116 points coming into this game, leading Guyana in second place by 30.2 points. And the Jaguars, Clyde, would have to really pull off something special to cover ground and to win this tournament. It looks,
Well,
to be honest, difficult, but one can never tell. Cricket is a funny game.
Well, I think this game is the game that the Jaguars will have to win, and will have to win handsomely as well, and to ensure that they close the gap. Because remember, you cannot only win, but you have to win handsomely because you don't want the other side to pick up bonus points as well. Because you can have 5 batting bonus points, you can have 3 bowling bonus points, and you can also have your fast bowling bonus points. So they wouldn't want Barbados pride to pick up too many points if they are going to try and close the gap on the team or to have a chance of winning the tournament.
A session and a half so far on day one. Any predictions from you, or you're not an early predictor?
I'm not an early predictor. What I've seen is that the pitch has actually dried out from where we had started, and it's playing much better now. The ball is coming on, even probably not bouncing as high.
So Pamal starts his 12th over after the break and forces Brathwaite onto the back foot as he turns it down towards backward square. 11 overs, none for 15. Shepherd, 9 overs, 1 for 16. Paul, 10 overs, 1 for 32. Here is Pamal. Round the wicket, comes up, he's in bowls. Brathwaite watches it carefully as it goes by outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. Sinclair, 6 overs, 1 for 14. Reifer, 6 overs for 7. And Barnwell, 5 overs for 9 runs. A solitary slip on the forward short leg. Pamal bowls. Brathwaite on the back foot, punches down to mid-wicket, where that's Vishal Singh fields, and there is no run. The score is kept on 101 for 3, but he's been there from the start. Over 140 plus balls he's faced. Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados captain, settles. Pamal bowls, brings him forward as he plays back along the pitch for Pamal. Well, in fact, for Barnwell to walk in to pick up as Pamal goes back to his mark. No chance of a run. So after dinner, Carter stumped wicketkeeper Bramble bowled Sinclair for 27. It was a beautiful piece of bowling by Sinclair from the far end. Here is the ball on the back foot, quicker, down the leg side, turns it away towards short backward square, where Shepherd is. No chance of a run. So Mosey a duck, Brooks 9, didn't get going. Shamar Brooks in this first innings, and Carter 27. With Shane Doidge retired, her 25, hit on the helmet by Shepherd, bowling from the far end. Forward comes Brathwaite, plays it into the offside. Pamal over comes to near, and he's completed 12 overs, none for 15, Clyde Butts. Pamal will always do the hard work for you.
Well, Pamal is being tight, but he's not really causing the batsman a lot of problems. He's not getting a lot of deliveries to turn and bounce. He's just being tight. He's plugging away. I think what he has to do is probably try and slow it up a little bit more, invite the batsman to look for drive. We did see how Sinclair got the wicket of Carter, one of those slower deliveries that made him rush, and he got pulled out of his crease. As I say, good afternoon to Mr. Inderjeet. It seems to be cold, Mr. Inderjeet.
Yes, it's cold inside here. I'm not accustomed to these kinds of AC. Here we watch Sinclair comes in and bowls to Myers. He's coming forward, driving. The ball is peeling off the tick-outer portion of the bat down towards backward point where Raymond Reifer fields, and he gets a single. So Myers with that moves on to 2. It's now 102 for the loss of 3. Back comes Craig Brathwaite in strike. Well, he has been as cool as a cucumber out there, Craig Brathwaite, and he has preserved his wicket. He's batted a long time for his 34. I think his ability to score singles more frequently is glaringly absent, Craig Brathwaite. He taps over the crease once again. Sinclair bowls to him and very quietly standing tall, drops it in front of him, and there is no run. Well, if you look at a little comparison between himself and Tejnarain Chandapal, who is left-handed, both of them have appetite for batting long. And Brathwaite is not in the best of form, and he's coming forward, allows one to go by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. Clyde, let me just ask you about this little technical aspect of dropping the ball into the gaps, playing with soft hands, and getting those singles. This is a delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Well,
back he goes.
What we've got to realize, too, that your opposition is aware that you're not playing big shots. So the field is actually going to be closer.
Yes.
So it's not easy to talk about dropping with soft hands. I think what has got to happen is you've got to be able to work the gaps now, because everybody is aware of what you do, how you bat. They study each other in these games. And what they do is try and bring the field in a little tighter now, because you're not playing any shots.
And this is short and cut away. And even this one, he did not manage to pick the gap or to get it to the left of Versamy Pamal. The over has been completed. 102 for the loss of 3 Barbados, 2 to Mears, and 34 to Craig Brathwaite.
I think what he has to try and do, somebody like a Sinclair, you have to be able to use his pace. Because Sinclair's ball quicker than the other off spinners or the other spinners that we know. And sometimes you just got to be able to back cut or just steer it past a backward point and then try and get the man to come around a little fine, and then you can hit it a little square. I think those are the little things that you have to do. And what Leon Johnson has actually done, I see he has a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary for Craig Brathwaite. Well, I'm waiting to see Craig Brathwaite actually look to hit the ball over there. So that is a little bit of a mystery to me.
Yes, maybe the fella has used a bad perfume, so he just decided to dispatch him away to the boundary area. Pramal will continue from this end, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Myers. For Myers, there are 2 slips and a forward short leg, and he's going to bowl over the wicket. The left-hander with legs sprawled, tapped the bat, and awaits the bowling of Pramal. Comes up, bowls to Myers, and he's looking to turn this one away into the onside field. Got himself into a little tangle. The ball squirts away behind the stumps for the keeper to field. There's no run.
And I say that because I think the Jaguars is a team that has to make things happen. They are behind the 6th ball. We normally say 8 ball, but it's the 6th ball at this time. And I think when you're behind, you have to make things happen. And to see actually a deep mid-wicket for Craig Brathwaite, one would have thought you would have loved to see him look to play the shot than not play the shot.
So here is Pramal once again. He comes in and bowls to Mears onto the back foot, and he's stroking this one away. That's a brilliant shot. It's going to run close towards the boundary and picked up now. The return comes in from Kevin Sinclair, and they will collect 2. So with that 2, he moves on to 4, 104 for the loss of 3. Good-looking stab into the offside field for 2.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do. He's not going to just be content and just blocking. I think Mears would want to score. He loves to score. He loves to feel the ball onto the bat.
Pramal bowls to Mears. This time he's coming forward and driving down towards a wide mid-off. Cannot get past Sinclair this time. And they cannot run. His driving has been good. Here is Pramal once again. Comes in, bowls to Sinclair. Back he goes and plays down towards
Bowls to Sinclair?
Sinclair is down at mid-off, and that's a Kyle Myers batting out in the middle. Here is Pramal, comes in, bowls to Myers. He's coming forward and drives. He opens the face at the last moment. That's a lovely looking shot. Down through backward point and away to the boundary for 4. Lovely looking shot. He moves on to 8. The score goes on to 108 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite is kept in 34 as the over is completed.
And that was a delivery that was wide outside the off stump. When there was no man at backward point, he just had to get the bat onto it, and it went away to the boundary for 4. Again, I think Pomal just losing his little bit of patience as well, realizing that Mayers wants to score off of him, wants to look to score. I think you've got to be patient. If he's going to score, let him score down the ground. Let him try and hit you over long off, long on, or deep mid-wicket. There's no
Yes.
need for you to try and give him room unless you're tempting him to come down the track. You bowl it a little slower, hang it a little bit in the air.
Here is Sinclair now, comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. He's beaten outside the line of the off stump. He was groping for that one as the ball went by into the gloves of the keeper. So, Sinclair, right arm off spinner, about to move in once again. He comes up, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's looking to turn this one in the air, falling short of a diving Leon Johnson at first slip. Hit the ground and then went to hand. A valiant effort, but certainly a false shot here by Craig Brathwaite. Moral victory for Sinclair. Comes in, bowls to Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump. And this time the right-hander watches the ball go by into the gloves of Bramble. So Sinclair walks back to the top of his mark and begins to move in. Comes up, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's looking to turn one down the leg side. Does so, but gets it down towards forward. Short leg. Was looking for the fine leg area as we watch Sinclair once again. Begins to move in, comes up, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's looking to whip one off the pad. Does so, gets it down towards short backward square. Shimron Hetmaya is in the way, cannot get past the field. So this has been very, very tight by Sinclair as he grips the ball and then begins to move in once again. Comes up, bowls to Brathwaite, that kept very low outside the line of the off stump and played away down towards forward short leg. The over has been completed, a very tight one, 108 for the loss of 3. It's a maiden. He's kept an 8, Myers, and 34 to Craig Brathwaite.
Well, you know, if you're going to bat and you're going to bat like that, when you get bad deliveries, you've got to be able to put
Yes.
them away. And there were 2 actual long hops that was going down the leg side in that over that he just looked to work off the pads. I think you've got to take advantage. There's nobody out at deep backward square. There's a man straightish mid-wicket on the boundary. There's acres of space on the leg side, and you get short deliveries going down the leg. You've got to try and put those away. I think that's where the criticism of Craig Brathwaite comes in.
Pamal down the leg side, and Myers just turning this one away. And Reifer moves away from short backward square towards his left. He feels, and there is no run. So for the left-hander, there is just a solitary slip and a forward short leg. There's a backward point, extra cover, and a wide mid-off. Pamal comes in, bowls to Myers. He goes inside the crease and turns it away down towards forward short leg. And there is no run. So Veerasamy Pamal so far before this 13 overs, none for 21. Comes in, bowls to Myers. He's coming forward and tugs a delivery away down towards mid-on. Christopher Barnwell is in the way, cannot get past Barnwell, and he stays there. So this is turning out to be a tight over from Pamal. He comes in, bowls to Myers, just short of a good length onto the back foot and taps it away in the onside of the pitch for the bowler himself to feel. And there is no run on the onside. There's a short backward square, a forward short leg, a mid-wicket, and there's also mid-wicket out on the boundary. Pamal comes in, that's a short onto the front foot, plays it away, down towards mid-off. Sinclair is in the way. Once again, another dot delivery. So here is Pamal once again. Comes in over the wicket, bowls to Myers. He's stretching long forward, defends, down towards fourth, short leg. Another maiden has been completed by Veerasamy Pamal at the end of the over. Myers is an 8. Craig Brathwaite has 34. It's now 108 for the loss of 3.
Well, another tight over from Veerasamy Pamal. But the thing is that the batsman is content and going on the back foot and pushing him out just for. What he has to do is, like, I think the third delivery ball in that over was a little slower, hang outside the offside. Batsman was looking to drive him through extra cover, got the inner half of the bat, and it went out on the onside. I think he should have been encouraged there then to try and bowl a little slower, invite him to look to drive him through the offside. And he's getting out one or two deliveries to turn. He can easily bowl him through the gate.
So Sinclair will resume his battle with the right-handed Brathwaite. He comes up and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite, content to get onto the back foot, strokes it on the onside of the pitch. He feels, and there is no run. So Brathwaite might very well be wondering, where will my next run come from at the moment? Sinclair comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. He's coming forward, looking for the drive, back of the pitch. Sinclair took some pace off it, went down, ensured that there is no single, backed up nicely by Romario Shepherd. As we watch Kevin Sinclair once again, the Barbetian comes up and bowls to Brathwaite. This is turned away into the pads of the forward short leg. Tej Narain Chandapal picks it up. And for the third delivery, there have been 3 dots recorded in the scorebook. Here is Sinclair once again. He comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. This is short outside the line of the off stump. And he's cutting this one away down to Veerasamy Permaul, who just allows the ball to come to him. He got there after a long time. They get the single. One more to Brathwaite. He's on to 35, 109 for 3.
I think Leon Johnson just relaxing the pressure a little bit on Brathwaite there by pushing that man 3/4 way to the boundary. He's not hit a ball.
Not
in
at
anger
all.
Anyway, and he just pushed the field back.
Sinclair to Myers. He's coming forward and stylishly strokes it down towards extra cover. Raymond Reifer is in the way. There is no run. Sinclair bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. A slip on a forward short leg. It's a quicker delivery onto the back foot and punch down towards cover. Another over has been completed by Kevin Sinclair. Barbados Pride 109 for the loss of 3. Myers is on 8 and 35 to Craig Brathwaite.
Well, I've got the idea now what happened there. I think Leon Johnson probably decided he had to have to let the batsman change ends. So he give Brathwaite that single so that Sinclair can actually bowl to Myers. That's my only conclusion I could come.
Well, you'll never know what transpired there. I think it was a little miscalculation on the part of Leon Johnson to allow that single to be taken freely. So it's a Brathwaite in strike. There's a slip, a forward short leg, a backward point. There's cover, there's extra cover, a wide mid-off or mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short backward square. Here is Permaul, comes in, bowls outside the line of the off stump, far too wide to force the right-hander into playing a shot. Clyde has gone to relax a little, and Neil Barry has joined me once again. Neil, it's like a day when the world is standing still.
Well, the way in which they're batting, you certainly feels that way, don't you?
Comes up and bowls outside the line of the off stump. It kept low, and he's beaten the ball. It goes away, in fact, down towards short cover, and kept pretty low. He was on the back foot. There was an air of danger there for Craig Brathwaite. As Veerasamy Permaul begins to move in once again. 14 overs, none for 21 before this. Tossed up, Brathwaite is driving to the left of Reifer. Got some finger onto it, took some pace off it. Brathwaite gets a single. He now moves on to 36, 110 for the loss of 3.
I think 36 and about 150 deliveries, 60 deliveries. We need to check with our scorers. Yes, it's good to see somebody digging in and batting, but then the art of batting also includes rotational strike, turning the ball around, right? If you're a test cricketer,
and this is a glorious shot, driven away to the right of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4 by Myers. He's showing us why he's a leading run scorer this season. Lovely looking shot. He moves on to 12, 114 for 3.
and that's understandable. You get a bad ball, you put it away. That was overpitched outside the line of the off stump by Permaul, and Myers just came into it and drove it sweetly through, extra cover for 4. Craig Brathwaite would have had loads of those and just couldn't do the same.
And this time it's a short and tucked away down towards forward short leg. There is no run. And Myers looked much more relaxed than Craig Brathwaite out in the middle. He taps away once again, and he awaits Veerasamy Permaul. Here is Permaul. He comes in, bowls to Myers. This is short, and he gets onto the back foot and looking to cut away. The ball spun away into the gloves of Bramble. The over is completed at the end of it. Pride 114 for 3. Myers is on 12. Craig Brathwaite has 36.
I think it boils down to the will and the desire. What is it you're looking to do? I think Craig Brathwaite is looking to survive, looking to bat, looking to spend a long time with the crease and get a big score. Maybe he's thinking, look, if Barbados just bat once, we win the championship. Also, that will aid his personal efforts, of catching the eyes of the selectors if he can eke out 100 here and possibly make that flight to England, coronavirus allowed. But, so you have him on the one hand, and then you have on the other hand Kyle Myers, who wants to bat, wants to score runs. So he's looking for every opportunity to score runs. And that's good to see. Yes, you want to occupy the crease and get a big score, but the only way you can get a big score is by scoring runs.
Yes.
And to score runs, you need to put away bad balls. Not slug, not, play ugly shots, but put away bad balls. And someone who have played that many test matches, played so many first-class matches, you should be able to score in the regional first-class tournament of the West Indies competition. You should be able to come and dominate as a test cricketer of some repute.
Yes, exactly. I do agree with you, Neil. So Kemo Paul has replaced Kevin Sinclair from the southern end. He speeds in, passes the umpire, bowls to Brathwaite onto the back foot. This is forced away down towards extra cover. Vishal Singh is on the way. He fields 114 for the loss of 3. And already, is it that the Olympics have been postponed for another 1 or 2 years?
Well, all of the, a lot of sporting events are being, and correctly so. I mean, this virus is upon us. It's the reality. The supply chain around the world have been hit for 6, so we can expect, some difficult times, yeah.
Paul comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, a shortish delivery. He steps onto the front foot, opens the face, down towards cover. Once again, is kept in check, cannot score. Well, the world now, I think, should clasp their hands together and seek divine intervention.
Well, most certainly, if you do believe in the man above, definitely you would seek his intervention in this. I mean, as persons traveled, the U.S. has just called on a travel, say they put a travel ban for 30 days against some of the closest allies out of Europe. So it is bad indeed. It is
Yes,
bad.
sir.
And, one just hope that we can find that cure for it as soon as possible.
This is short and pulled away by Brathwaite onto the back foot and looks good as he plays the shot. And the ball goes away down towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was short and he made good for the asking. He gets the boundary. He now will go into the 40s. It's 118 for 3.
Well, it's not the type of a track that one would recommend that, a medium pacer like Kemo Paul tries to bang it in that shot. I mean, even to Shepherd, who's a bit quicker, when he bowls the short balls, he just stands up. And if the batsmen are prepared for it, as Brathwaite was on this occasion, they can hit it in front of the square. And that was a good shot by Brathwaite.
Yes, certainly it was. So he has gone out onto 40 as Paul tries once again. He sprints in, comes up and bowls to Brathwaite short, and he's pulling this one again down towards the forward square boundary. Chandapal is in hot pursuit, gets there, sends the return in, and they'll come back and complete 2. So Brathwaite moves on to 42. It's now 120 for the loss of 3.
And maybe Paul thinks that Brathwaite, is not that good at the short ball. He's going to try to bang it in, but he's bowling to 6-3 offside field. So obviously there's some lack of synchronization between himself and the captain. I mean, if you're going to do that, you maybe want to put, a deep backward square, 3/4 and bring a 4th person onto the onside. So the two of them need to synchronize a bit better.
Paul bowls to Brathwaite. This is short delivery. Wide signal by the umpire. That was way outside the line of the off stump and way above the head too of Brathwaite. That is as it goes away into the gloves of Bramble. 121 for the loss of 3.
And I think Johnson's missing a trick. I did allude to the fact that at the twilight time, the change of light, I would have preferred seeing the way Reifer handled the ball earlier on, to have Reifer on bowling now, because the ball will swing and behave a bit naughty at this point. I wouldn't have bowled Paul.
That's short, and this is pulled away. Nice wristy movement by Craig Brathwaite, and it will go away forward square down towards the boundary for 4. So he played it well. He now moves on to 46 rather. It's 125 for the loss of 3.
And definitely Guyana missing a trick. Paul do not have the pace. I repeat, he does not have the pace to be bowling among the short balls. He's bowling to 6-3 field, so I don't think his captain is in agreement with him. So they need to sort this out.
Well, now we see the players being pushed back down towards the forward square boundary. Another short delivery, and this is pulled around. Chandapal runs away from forward square, will send the return in, and Brathwaite, he collects two more. Now, this is what patience is doing for him. He got some loose deliveries, and he put them away, scored a few in the over. He's gone on to 48. The over has been completed by Kimo Paul. It's 127 for the loss of 3.
Definitely an over in which the captain and his bowler did not communicate. The captain set a 6-3 offside bias field. The bowler bowled 4 or 5 short deliveries, of which Brathwaite was allowed to score, boundaries and doubles. So definitely something is not right there. One would have felt once he went into that mode of attack that you'd take someone off of the offside, put a deep backward square in, maintain your mid-wicket, and then say, okay, Mr. Brathwaite, you're not good at playing the short ball, so let's test you out this over. But that coordination between captain and bowler was not there, and that's not good to see.
Yeah, not at all. So Barbados Pride won the toss and decided that they're going to have a bat first. Shane Mosley was the first to go. He was bowled by Shepherd. He didn't score. Shamar Brooks, LBW to Paul for 9. It was 19 for 2. Became 63 for the loss of 2. And they went to the dinner break at that score with Brathwaite on 25 and Carter was on 27. Having a little bit hold up there, Neil. Have you?
As one of the batsmen, I think, is getting some attention. Possibly Brathwaite needs either a drink or something change as well. But even as we speak, we see that Johnson have now gone for Reifer, which is a good move.
Yes.
I think once he maintained the length that he was bowling, I mean, he does get the ball to swing, and this, I think, would be ideal conditions for him. As the night set is over here at Providence, the artificial light have taken full effect. There will be a little bit of moisture in the air. The pitch will freshen up a little bit, and for at least another hour, based upon my experience in watching the night games here, at that transitional period, you find that the ball misbehave and tends to move about just a little bit more. And the batsman will have to be very watchful, very careful. But of course, the bowler must be able to deliver the correct deliveries.
Yes, and you're so right about that. And then Jonathan Carter looked good while he was there, but when he was on 27, he was brilliantly stumped by the keeper of the bowling of Sinclair. It was 63 for the loss of 3. Since then, these two, they are in tandem, and they've taken the score to 127 for the loss of 3. So Raymond Reifer's replaced Virasamy Pemal, who sent down 15 overs for 26 runs from the northern end of the ground. There are 2 slips, a gully, square cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Reifer comes up, bowls to Myers, and Myers is driving onto the back foot and gets it away down towards cover, and they will just go through very quietly for the single. So with that single, he moves on to 13. It's now 128. Our scorer, Latif, will just confirm with me. That's correct, 128 for the loss of 3. And back comes Craig Brathwaite in strike. And for him, Reifer will come over the wicket this time to the right-handed batsman. Just run through the field for you. They maintain 2 slips, a gully. There's also backward point, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Raymond Reifer comes up, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's flicking this one, taken on the pad. Now he stands in front of the umpire and being given out like before. So Brathwaite, long innings has come to an end. And for the first time in a long while, Raymond Reifer actually turned and faced the umpire, asked for the leg before, and umpire Dayton Butler oblige. So he has gone leg before for 48, Brathwaite, 128 for 4.
And all the patience and endurance have gone for naught. Yes, he would have anchored his team, but he just was not scoring. He's definitely not in the prime of form. He struggled all season. I listened to a program by our good friend and commentator, Andrew Mason, and I think he had Roger Harp on his program, that program Mason and Guest. And I listened to an excerpt of it, and where he was speaking about Brathwaite and his struggles he was having. I was asking the chairman of selectors if he will be considered, if he has spoken to Craig Brathwaite. I think the chairman of selectors did. So I know Brathwaite must have been a bit anxious with a tour coming up, but definitely in this form that he's in and the way he's struggling to to exert control as a test batsman in this format, at this level, at our first class level, really left one to ask the question, will he be able to cut it at the top level? He has not changed a lot when you looked at him from when he started to now. He bats virtually the same way, the same flaws are there. So it will be, for me, a lot harder for him to really go to the highest level and dominate. But who knows?
Yes, you never know. This is cricket. He is the West Indies' #1 opening batsman in Test cricket. I'd like to say hello to our good friend Andrew Mason. He is listening the broadcast and has been sending his little messages. And Jason Holder has come out in the middle. This guy could bat.
Well, we all know that Jason Holder is a pretty good batsman. When you get a double century in Test cricket, of course you can bat. And he obviously likes to play at a long level. He too needs, to get a good knock in and really play, because his batting will be needed definitely in the tour to England.
A Reifer to Holder, and he edges, and the catch has been floored at first slip. Well, it goes behind the keeper, and they will go back and complete two. So a lucky let-off. First delivery to Jason Holder. Raymond Reifer cannot believe that's the second time a catch has been dropped off his ball.
Excellent delivery. Just got that one to angle into the right-hander, and on pitching just left off of the pitch. And that's why I said he is my man that I would have at this twilight time, because he will get the ball to move around. He will utilize the conditions. The one that got Brathwaite just came back in sharply, pitched outside the line of the off thumb. The umpire had no doubt. This delivery, the first delivery to Holder, angled in and just left Holder. The outside edge found, but of course, the captain at first slip could not hold on. It would have been a good catch as well, because Lotus left.
Yes, and that's another good delivery. And squared up at the last moment, just hurrying into the shot. And the ball goes away down towards short cover. Wasn't comfortable either. And there is no run. Generally, it has been a good Jaguar fielding team. Their catching has been good. And look who are flooring the catches. Leon Johnson, Barnwell too.
And the keeper.
Yes, and the keeper as well. Normally, they are brilliant in that position. That's poor, unacceptable. Should have been taken. Here is Reifer. He comes up and bowls to Jason Holder. A short delivery outside the line of the off stump. More effort by Raymond Reifer. And this is good to see. He has put that behind of him. Maybe having some strong words in his mind for those drop catches. But he walks back to the top of his mark. His head is not bowed. And that is good to see.
Yeah, I mean, you have got a job to do. This is sport. Things will happen. Everything, will not always go to plan. Catches will be dropped. What you want to see is the effort. And I think they made the effort, but it just didn't stick.
Comes up and bowls to Holder. This time he looked much more comfortable. Steps onto the front foot. He defends back of the track. The over has been completed at the end of the over. Pride, they're 130 for the loss of 4 with 2 to Jason Holder. Kyle Myers, he's on 13. More from you, Neil. And then it's going to be the voice of Matthew Kissoon.
Well, the long marathon innings of Craig Brathwaite came to an end with a good delivery from Raymond Reifer, who one always suspect will pose a lot of problems to batsmen bowling at the time, I call it twilight, in the twilight zone, when the artificial lights take over from the natural light, where the atmosphere is just a touch heavier. So welcome back, Matthew Kissoon, good evening. And the ball will swing around and dart around at least for 1 hour, Matthew.
Yes, certainly. Certainly the tricky moments now is Kimo Paul starts from the far end, and here is a pull shot down towards the fine leg area. Down the leg side, Kimo Paul, he's been guilty of bowling a bit too short, especially first to Brathwaite outside the off stump, bowl a lot of long hops, and then now down the leg side to the left-hander, helped himself to a boundary. He's gone on to 17, the total up to 134 for 4.
If he's going to persist in bowling short, why then doesn't his captain set the appropriate field? He's asking someone who's bowling short to bowl to 6-3 offside bias field. Maybe the captain is saying to you, look, I don't want you to bowl short.
He's bowling round the wicket now to Mears. Mears is wrapped on the pad, he's out. Leg before wicket, So finally coming round the wicket, Neil Barry, and picking up the wicket, trapping Kyle Mears, the informed Barbadian all-rounder. Leg before wicket to the bowling of, that's Kimo Paul for 17. And the score here now is 134 for the loss of 5. Good wicket for the Jaguars. to pick up at
Excellent
this
wicket to
stage.
get, good delivery, pitched up just outside the line of the off stump. He came around the wicket. The batsman was caught on the crease, basically. He didn't really get a good stride out. Maybe it's because of all the short balls that Kimo Paul attempted in the previous over and the first delivery in this over. But he was caught on the crease. Good delivery, angling back into him from outside. The umpire felt it was straight enough and sent him on his way. Good breakthrough to have at this stage with, again, Matthew, in the twilight zone, 2 quick wickets to the seam bowlers.
Yeah, this is where it begins to get very dicey and very tricky if you're batting out there and you've got good bowling to face. Certainly, 2 body blows struck. First, Reifer removing Brathwaite. Leg before wicket for a well-played 48. Patient knock Neil, 171 balls, 5 fours.
Well, you call it patience. Some others might have different
Well,
descriptive word for it.
Yes,
but definitely, he spent a long time at the
Time,
crease, and
yes.
one would have expected him to be able to rotate the strike, you know, being a test cricketer, playing at this level, and do it at a much better strike rate. Another 50, 60 runs, this game would have been different.
so Ashley Nurse comes out to do battle, gets his first ball and is driving loosely outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. How many times has he done that in his career? Sometimes the very first delivery he faces, he goes for big shots.
Well, Ashley Nurse will bat as Ashley Nurse bats. He will play. He will be aggressive, look to get the score taken over. Remember, there's still the wicketkeeper to come back. Doidge, one hopes he's okay and has recovered, so he can come back out and bat, because I think that was a critical moment in the game.
Paul comes up, Nurse is getting the ball that he gets off the outer portion of the bat coming forward and then gets it away to Gully. In fact, to backward point where Kevin Sinclair fields 134 for 5. So hold is on 2. Drop first ball by the Guyana captain. It's Smith.
Good delivery. It was not an easy catch. He had to go with his left, but of course, as a first-class cricketer, you want to take those. And as a captain, I'm quite sure you would have taken a few, being in that position for a number of years now, but that one was just flowing.
So the match starting at 2 p.m. today. Remember, round 8 of the PCL Regional 4-Day Tournament as Paul bowls. That's well pitched up on the line of the off stump, and Nurse comes forward and gets it out towards Romario Shepherd at mid-off. No run, 134 for 5. So the Jaguars, they lost the toss. Barbados Pride winning and electing to bat. Lost Mosley, bowled by Shepherd without scoring. It was none for 1. Brooks, leg before wicket to the bowling of Kimo Paul for 9. It was 19 for 2. They went to lunch at 63 for 2. Brathwaite 25, Carter 27. 30 overs bowled at that stage. Here is Paul bowls and he drives. Expansive shot by Ashley Nurse. Didn't make contact, taken by the keeper. The over comes to an end. 134 for the loss of 5. Holders kept in 2. Nurse yet to score, but Neil 63 for 2, 30 overs, 44 runs for the third wicket between Brathwaite and Carter at that stage. They didn't look too bad at that stage. Even Stevens with the Jaguars picking up 2 wickets, but at the same time, a little partnership developing between Brathwaite and Carter at that stage.
First hour, the Jaguars. Second hour, I would say, would have gone slightly in favor, because they did not lose any wicket of the Pride. One would expect them to capitalize on that, but it was not to be. Just after the break, Carter got deceived by an excellent delivery from Kevin Sinclair. I would think the ball of the match thus far.
Here is Reifer from the media center end. Here is Holder on a drive through cover. Runs here for the West Indies captain in Test cricket. They've crossed the 1 and they'll come back for a second. So 2 more to Jason Holder to carry his total up to 4 now. It's 136 for 5. Then after dinner, Carter was stumped wicketkeeper. Bramble bowled Sinclair, 27, 44 runs for the third wicket coming to an end there, 63 for 3. And then we saw an incident where Doidge, a couple of short balls bowled at him, and he had to retire hurt. The helmet was hit. He was hit on the helmet by Shepherd. Here is a ball that Holder is turning nicely away down through forward square. Runs here for the big tall man. One, they come back for another 2 runs. So 2 more to Holder. He's gone up now to 6. It's 138 for 5. And he had to retire hurt. Neil hit on the helmet by Shepard bowling from the start, and then it was 99 for 3 at that stage. And he retired hurt on 25.
Well, and that stage, I mean, the two were putting together a fairly decent partnership. And, got injured at that point, I think, was a bit critical to the Barbados cause because it then halted their momentum.
Right, they put on 36 in that partnership when it was broken via that little incident there. Here was a ball that Holder's coming forward to, and then it went through very quickly to be taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. Reifer bowling very well from the northern end of the ground. So Doidge retired over 25. That brought Kyle Mears out, the man who's been in good form for Barbados this year. And then we saw Brathwaite, the leg before wicket to the bowling of Reifer for 48, 171 balls, 5-4-4s in that knock, 128 for 4 in the 56th over. And then Mears himself, just out, leg before wicket to the bowling of Kimo Paul for 17, 134 for 5. Reifer comes up, Holder is taken on the pad. That might have been going down the leg side as he came down the track. An inside edge onto that as well, 138 for the loss of 5. Reifer's bowling pretty good thus far.
Bowling excellent to the right-handers, coming around the wicket, angling the ball in, getting it to go away from them and coming back in. And he's bowling a very good length. No short balls, just on that length, forcing the batsman to play. And once you can do that and you're getting some movement, the batsman will not be sure, and that little hesitation could cause some doubt, and the doubt can cause their downfall.
In his 8th over, 1 for 14 so far. Reifer comes up, Holder is getting a ball that he's looking to drive through the offside, and then it came off the inner portion of the bat, bounces away towards short, straight mid-wicket, no chance of a run. Scores kept on 138 for 5. Looked a little bit lazy as he played that shot.
Well, it was a ball just back of a length, so he came forward initially, started coming forward, and then recognizing the length, transferred the weight, looking to punch it through the offside. He's a tall guy, and playing that shot, which is much more proven, this type of track, with the vertical bats, as again the horizontal bat shots, he may be a lot more successful with that type of shot.
Here is a ball that he's driving
inside edge
down towards the long leg area, gain off the inside edge in his 71st first-class match. Jason Holder gets a single to carry his total now up to 7 and the total up to 139 for 5. Neil, 2,580 runs before this game, averaging 26.32 again, 1050s, 300s, but he is a bowling all-rounder.
Yes, he's a bowling all-rounder. Some might even argue with you and say he's more of a batting all-rounder because there's a lot, the school of thought out there, a lot of people are of the view that, his batting is a lot better than his bowling. He lacks the pace and so on. But yes, at the moment he is a bowling all-rounder, and he has delivered for the West Indies at the high level.
Yes.
And more often than not, the West Indies in some trouble, he would come out and get some runs and, bring the team back into the game. So it's still a long way for him to go, but I'm sure he can, continue to work on his batting, a bit more patient, and get the average up somewhere into the 30s, even to 40.
Yes, well,
still a young man.
Still a young man. He's, 28 years old. After 40 test matches with the West Indies, he averages 32.72 with the bat, so not that bad at all.
At the test level, he's averaging
test level,
touch
at
better
the
than the
test level.
first-class level.
Yes.
So he needs to spend some more time out there.
Here is Kimo Paul. Comes up, bowls to Holder. He pulls the bat inside the line and plays inside the line, taken by Bramble, no chance of a run. So the floodlights well and truly in operation now.
Full effect.
Full effect. So in his bowling, Neil, he has taken 106 test wickets, of course. So Jason Holder's had to do a lot of work in terms of playing for the West Indies. He's done a lot of work with the ball in hand.
Well, he chose that profession, He chose to be an all-rounder. He could have went, like my friend Clyde, an off-spinner.
Yeah,
but he chose to do both.
You're so right about that. Here is Holder driving outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. Again, no chance of a run. 3 sips in a gully set for Holder. Backward point, there's a cover under mid-off, mid-on. And the man on the long leg boundary for you, 139 for 5. in over number 59 of the Barbados Pride innings. But good experience, Jason Ola on his belt. Good to see him back in the side. And what has been good about the Barbados side this year is that they've had quite a few of their experienced players playing through the tournament so far.
And you need that. You need at your first class level to have your best players who are available playing.
Here is Paul, bowls to Holder. Again, a good delivery just outside the line of the off stump. And here is Bramble having to go across his left to take. A little bit of movement there from Kimo Paul, 139 for 5. With Ashley Nurse yet to score at the non-strikers end, 7 to Holder. And Barbados have lost 5 wickets here so far on day one. It's been tight cricket. The Jaguars haven't let them off in any way. They've had the breaks on them early when they were none for 1, then 19 for 2 and 63 for 3. But it's progressed to 139 for 5. Here is a ball that Holder again coming forward, looking to maybe turn the ball into the onside. And again, good movement for Kimo Paul. He's getting the ball to swing here, Neil.
Well, he's now pitching the ball up. He's allowing the atmosphere to do its work. He's keeping a nice high seam, so the ball is darting about. Ola looking to go through the onside. A delivery that was pitched just on about the off stump and left him outside edge fung but along the ground. So he needs to keep it in that area. Keep probing, be patient. Allow the situation to aid you in getting your reward.
And it's 13 to over 2 for 4 to 9 before this. Outside the off stump, taken by Bramble again. No chance of a run. The man from Saxakali. And he has certainly shown his worth as a young man, playing at the highest level now. And early days for him, Neil. But one of the things that he always has to be mindful of is injury. Injury problems to young players. So crucial in terms of their development in the game and being able to go forward and play consistently well.
Well, yes, and it comes down to the type of work you do.
Paul comes up, Holder is on driving, down to mid-on for Reifer to come across his left to field. No chance of a run, he's kept on 7.
Yes, it comes down to how you prepare, what guidance you have. I mean, these days you have all the medical staff and technology, so that's supposed to aid you through your development. But your foundation is key. And I think a lot of young players out there coming up needs to put in the work early and building their core strength. Things that were taken for granted yesteryear, where you had more manual activity and more physical activity from a much younger age, and you played a lot. I'm quite sure you did. You played all the games on runabout and climb mango trees and so on. The kids are not doing that these days. So you find that when they get to play in sport, they may have the talent, but their body is not ready to respond to the vigors. And they're playing a lot more cricket now, and a lot of other sports as well, so they've got to be well prepared. So with the backroom stars, if they have, but at the foundation level, a lot of work needs to be done to develop the core strength of the young athletes.
Right, so Ashley Nurse will face up to Reifer, Barbadian to Barbadian.
And this will be interesting.
Indeed, Ashley Nurse in his 52nd first-class match, 31-year-old. He's a right-hand off spinner and he's a right-hand batsman. He settles. Let's watch. Reifer comes up. He's in bowls to Nurse. Nurse is defending, pushing it away into the offside. No chance of a run. He's played for West Indies, of course, Barbados Tridents, combined campuses and colleges, Montreal Tigers, Trinbago Knight Riders, and West Indies A. In his 51st match, averaging 22 with the bat, highest score of 130 not out, 450s and 100. Ashley Nurse, good all-round as well. You would want to think he's more, of course, known for his off-bowling exploits, but he can bat. Taps away the crease. He's yet to score. Reifer comes up. Nurse is what? Steering that down towards the gully area. No chance of a run. The score's kept in 139 for the loss of 5. Ashley
Getting
Nurse
right
field.
out onto the front foot, Ashley Nurse, not allowing the ball to deviate too much off the seam. He's trying to get forward as much as possible. It'll be interesting to see if Reifer try, a short ball just to push him back so that he can, get those deliveries to pitch and leave him. But so far, Nurse has responded well. He's getting right behind the line of the ball and not afraid to get out onto the front foot.
He's known for his one-day cricket. Ashley Nurse, 51 ODIs. Forward he comes, and that ball has been pushed into the onside. No chance of a run, but certainly Ashley Norris has got, in fact, 54 ODIs he's played, 2,125 runs. He's also got 49 wickets, so certainly he has done well in terms of playing ODI cricket for the West Indies in the years. But the 31-year-old will tell you that I can still contribute a lot, not only to Barbados cricket, but even to West Indies cricket. Well, he's got to play well. He's got to be very consistent, continue to be dedicated and committed. He's in this side, and he's in this side for a number of reasons, to give his experience and to nurture players along the way as well. Reifer comes up, Nurse gets a white ball. That's outside the line of the off stump. Taken by Bramble, moving to his left. Again, no chance of a run.
Can you repeat
139
his
for
age,
five.
please?
31 years old.
31, and we're thinking of this man as an old man.
Yeah, you know.
There are people there are cricketers who've made their debut at 30, 33. Australia picked with whatever age. I think age is just a number. Once he's out there, he can be eligible. I think in the Caribbean, in this part of the world, we get carried away with age too much. Right? People learn at different ages. Some learn quicker than others, but the experience is what counts.
Here is a ball that he defends on the line of the middle stump, coming forward, right across his stumps, and plays back to Reifer. 502 runs in terms of ODI runs. Highest score of 44, averaging 19 with the bat. Strike rate of 97.85, so not a bad cricketer. Ashley Norris, down through the years, Barbados would have depended on him a lot. So far, he settles the right-hander, taps away the crease, Reifer bowls, and outside the line of the off stump, he pushed the bat, and knowing that the ball was a bit too wide of the off stump, taken by the keeper. The over comes to an end, 139 for the loss of 5. The scoreboard says, Neil, some 60 overs are being completed? 60 overs are being completed in the innings. The Jaguars are doing well because at several times they would have had both spinners on, so they've been able to eke away the overs, and they've been doing well with their over rate.
Yes, and of course, for a large period of play, there were not a lot of rotational strike. A lot of runs were not being scored, so they were just able to get through their overs as quickly as possible. So, Barbados have really played into their hands, so to speak, and especially the captain, Craig Brathwaite. I don't want to belabor that point, but he took up a lot of time and really did not move the chains anywhere, as they say in football.
Right. So
American football, that is.
That's right. And it's good to see a nice little small build-up in the red stand. A couple of persons would have come to watch this game with some interest. Because
Maybe they're following the broadcast.
Yeah, well,
on the radio.
probably. And
Pastor Kissoon has really been sending up the prayers, and they're responding.
everyone in Barbados listen as well. There is Kimo Paul to hold outside the off stump, taken by a Bramble, no chance of a run. Holders kept on 7. But it's time for a good partnership to develop for Barbados from a Barbados standpoint.
But they would need to try to get above 250, I would think. They have the capacity there still. They've got the resources. Ola can bat, Norris can bat, Doidge to come back, one hopes. And Roach is no slouch to the bat either. So together they can string together another 100 runs, stay there with Older and so on, especially if Older and Roach and Doidge can come together again. They've done it before. I'm quite sure, they can get the score up and above 250.
Paul bowls over the wicket to Holder. Holder flicks it away. Nice shot down towards backward square where Pamal is. He gets a run to carry his total up to 8 now. 140 for the loss of 5 as Ashley Norris comes back into strike.
Well, the field that Johnson is asking young Paul to bowl to, it's heavily offside bias. He just bowled to 2 men on the onsides. He cannot bowl straight at all, which means takes away the LBW decision, which means that you have to reduce the amount of off-cutters he bowl and try to get the ball to leave the right-hand a lot. I think that's taken away a bit from his options.
13 overs, 2 for 49. Paul comes up. Norris is working it down towards fine leg. Pamal trots to his right to field. One more to That's Norris. Well, he now gets off the mark, actually. He's got his first run, 141 for the loss of 5. I think he got 81 in the game against Trinidad. And certainly himself and Doidge would have batted very well. Doidge got 96 and Trinidad beating Barbados in fine style. That was probably a shock of a game because Barbadians would have been very shocked at that defeat. Here is Paul, comes up, bowls, Holder on drives, down to wide mid-on. They come through for a quick single as the return comes in from Reifer at the bowler's end.
Yes.
I make it. That's right. They get a single. A bit difficult also to pick up this pink ball, Neil, in the evening.
Yes, and especially behind the glass here, which is a bit tinted.
Yes.
So you've got to really follow the ball all the way. One of the areas I think where we can look at from the commentary perspective is where to place the commentary team, especially in these day-night encounters, and the type of ball that is being used as well.
I was telling Mr. Latif I may have preferred the next room, the room to the left, a little bit better in terms of the clearness with the glass. Here is Paul, comes in now to bowl to Nurse. Norris is getting the ball down the leg side. The angle not right by Kimo Paul on that occasion. Obviously disappointed with himself. He didn't get the line right there. Taken by the keeper, 142 for the loss of 5.
Well, again, it goes back to the feeling which I think is being set for him. And he's trying, I think, to do something a bit contrary to that field is set. The captain would like him to start the ball outside the line of the off stump. If you got a 7-2 offside by his field, that's where you want your bowler to bowl to. He's just trying to bowl too straight, or he's trying to get that magic delivery, touch down in middle, and then go away to the slips.
Well, we know in the white ball cricket he loves to mix up his deliveries. Many times bowling at the back end of the innings, outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. Kimo Paul's 14th over comes to an end. 2 for, I make it 51. I think they got two runs in that over, if I'm correct. 142 for the loss of 5. The Barbados Pride winning the toss and batting here at Providence. Crucial match. Guyana would want to win this game, but they have to work very hard. And you've seen on day one already that it's a lot of hard work if they're going to win this game.
Most definitely. The pitch will deteriorate. That's part and parcel of playing the 4-day game, a 2-innings game. You know that every session, every day, things will be different. The conditions will change. And you're supposed to respond to those challenges. I think Guyana at times have not applied enough pressure on the Barbadian batsmen. There are times when I think they've given them, too many easy singles. But having said that, the Barbadian batsmen did not, I think, grasp the opportunities that were provided.
Reifer comes up. Holder is defending. Back to Reifer. No chance of a run. Holder is on 9. The scoreboard says. Nurse is on 1. 142 for 5. So bowling figures for you so far. Barnwell 5 overs for 9 runs. Reifer is in his 10th over, 1 for 16. Sinclair has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 16 as well. Paul 14 overs, 2 for 52. Here is Reifer, comes up, round the wicket, passes umpire Butler. Here is Holder driving off the outer portion of the bat. Dropped again in the slip cordon area. A chase here for Leon Johnson, the captain. They come back for 2. Holder's been living a bit loose, and he has been a bit loose outside the line of the off.
And spare thought for the bowler. Raymond Reifer, he's working very hard out there. That delivery, not a good delivery, coming from round the wicket to the right-handed holder, pitching just on about the line of the off-stump and going away from him, drew him into the drive, edge found, comfortable light really for, I think it's Barnwell in the slip area, yes. And he just failed to hold on. Matter of fact, it really took his head off.
Right, here is Reifer, tries once more. 2 steps in a gully, go down, Reifer bowls. Holder is getting a ball that he's coming forward to and plays it out towards point. No chance of a run. Let me wrap up some bowling figures for you. So Paul, 14 overs, 2 for 52. Shepherd has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 18. And Pamal, 15 overs for 26 runs. Just to sum up the bowling figures for you of the Guyana Jaguars so far. Losing the toss, you thought that they may have wanted to have Barbados bat first indeed. If they would have won, would they have put them in? Here is a ball that Holder gets outside the off stump, pushing the bat at it. taken by Bramble again. Holder maybe not as certain as he should be outside the line of the off stump.
Well, he's not sure. He's worried about that ball coming back in. He's worried about the LBWD station. He knows the ball is moving around, but he's not getting right out to the pitch of the ball. He's not using his length and his reach. If you look at the difference when Ashley Norris is batting, he's reaching right forward, trying to get out as far as possible. I think all is just getting halfway there, and that difference, the distance between where he is and where the ball is, allowing the ball to move and deviate from him.
He settles Reifer bowls, that's on just outside the line of the off stump, and he's pushing forward. No movement of the feet at all from Jason Noel on that occasion. Just pushed the ball at it and got it out towards extra cover, no run. 144 for the loss of
And
5.
that was a full delivery. Another batsman would be looking to put that through the extra cover area.
And I did ask you the question, if the Jaguars had won the toss, what you thought they should have done? Bat first or put Barbados into bat? Here is a ball that again Jason Noel is looking to drive outside the line of the off stump. Taken by Bramble, no chance of a run. The over comes to an end, 144 for the loss of 5. He's kept on 11. Ashley Norris is 1. And the latest score from Providence, 144 for the loss of 5. 62 overs have been bowled in the innings so far.
Well, a session again which was won by Guyana as the players chalk off for what would be supper or a late tea. A session definitely won by Guyana, picking up those wickets of Craig Brathwaite, Jonathan Carter, and Kyle Mears after the forest break, the dinner break. They possibly have, they should have had Jason Holder. 2 chances went to begging. That's something they need to look at. And Barbados, from their perspective, they would have preferred, for Craig Brathwaite, having spent such a long time out there, to carry on and get a big score, but that was not to be.
Right, so the first break, a dinner break, it was 63 for 2. And after dinner, they've lost Carter, stump wicketkeeper, Bramble bowled Sinclair for 27, 63 for 3. Doidge retired, hurt 25. He was hit on the helmet by Shepard from the southern end. It was 99 for 3 then. Brathwaite leg before wicket to the bowling of Reifer for 48, 171 balls, 5 fours in that knock, 128 for the loss of 4 at that stage. And Mears, leg before wicket to the bowling of Chemo Paul for 17, 134 for 5 when that wicket went. So at the second break, what we would call maybe a mini dinner break, 144 for the loss of 5. Hole is not out 11. Ashley Norris is not out 1. Do join us in about 18 minutes time when we will continue the ball-by-ball commentary from the National Stadium at Providence.
too casual, and he was bowled off stump by Reifer.
Right, so big wicket, Reifer picking up there, removing an experienced cricketer, a man who's rated the number one all-rounder in Test cricket, 154 for 6, but certainly Clyde, brilliant bowling. Reifer has been
I don't know
bowling
about brilliant.
well.
I think that was a delivery that just was angled in. He was bowling left arm around the wicket. It was just angled in. Jason Noel, I think, guilty of being too casual. I don't think he actually played at the delivery. He was just coming forward casually. And I don't think he actually played at it. It came in with the arm. It was well directed, of course. And I think that's what caused Jason Noel to be bowled. But well bowled by Reifer, because I think he has been bowling well. He is bowling good areas. He's the one bowler that has kept the ball up to the batsman. Hasn't got a lot of movement, but he's been bowling good length, good line, and making the batsman play.
Right, so I'll tell you in a moment. Looks like, is it Kemar Roach?
Kemar.
Roach. Roach is out there now, and we know he's no rabbit with the bat. Kemar Roach is a good cricketer, good player, very good test bowler. I think many have been calling for him to play one-day international cricket again, ODIs, but has been more focused on test cricket. Here is he gets his first ball from Reifer and is turning it into the onside, no chance of a run. But certainly Clyde, he has played some good innings, very good with the bat, plays very straight, very orthodox. Kemar Roach is a good cricketer.
Oh, he's a decent batsman. He's a good low-order batsman, and he does not give his wicket away when he comes out to bat. So I think you still got to work hard to get his wicket.
Reifer with 2 wickets on this belt goes past. Well, in fact, he aborts his run. Maybe something just a little bit wrong there. 2 slips in the gully, backward point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, there is a mid-wicket and a long leg for you. Lovely conditions here with Providence, about 25 in the red stand, coming to watch the game. But of course, many Guyanese following live on YouTube. Let's watch a Reifer bowls on the middle stump. Beautiful delivery to Roach, and he defends nicely, plays back to the bowler, no chance of a run. The score is kept on 154 for 6 with Nurse on 13 and Roach yet to score, just faced his first delivery. Just to let you know that the Pride won the toss, he elected to bat, and they lost Mosley for a duck, Brooks for 9. They went to T at 63 for 2. And when they came back, they took the total up to 144 for 5. Roach gets a ball outside the off stump and taken by Bramble, no chance of a run. After that first break, they lost Carter, stumped wicketkeeper Bramble bowled Sinclair for 27. Doidge had to retire hurt. He was hit on the helmet by Shepherd, bowling from the southern end. The score was 99 for 3 then, and Doidge was 25 not out at that stage. After that incident, Brathwaite was leg before wicket to the bowling of Reifer for 48, 128 for 4. Let's watch Reifer from the media center end. Here is Roach down the leg side. That's turned away fine. That's going to go away for 4 leg byes. So that came off the pad and went down to the fine leg area for 4 leg byes as Reifer's overcomes 10 and 158 for the loss of 6. Clyde, 64 overs have been completed in the innings, and Roach still not able to get off the mark as yet.
Yeah, I think that was delivery angled down the leg side. Roach was looking to work it off the pads and cut the pads and went down to fine leg for 4. Interesting situation, because one would have thought that, if the Pride could actually bat out this evening, we may well see Doidge coming into bat tomorrow. Whether he will come back this evening is another story. And the other thing is you're allowed a replacement, but it has to be a similar player.
Right.
But I'm sure, I'm not sure. I don't think Barbados at the moment has a similar player in their squad.
Here is a ball outside the off stump taken by Bramble, no chance of a run. Well, who was here with the squad? Of course, no Stout, no Drakes, no Walcott.
Well, similar player, not those. Those are not similar.
And they're not. I'm still to ponder what happens there, Clyde, in
Well,
a situation like that.
I think the two men they have here is the fast bowler,
Harden?
and Graves.
That's right. Here is a ball that he is looking to drive, and it bounces into the offside. Norris looking to punch that to the offside. It went up to cover where Chandra Paul feels no chance of a run. So you're talking about
Harden and
Dustin
Graves are here, and none of them is of similar ability. None of them are batsmen or wicketkeeper. So I don't know what happens there. And when you look at the Barbados squad, who is the person that can actually keep wicket for them? This should they be bowled out this evening?
Paul is bowling. Off stick knockback. Ashley Nurse, and that was a delivery that Paul got to come back into Ashley Nurse. Ball all ends up. Another wicket going via the stumps being disturbed, Clyde, but Nurse is gone for 11. It's now 158 for the loss of 7. The Jaguars are pouncing very nicely.
That was a lovely delivery. That was a delivery that actually pitched just about off stump, held its own, and the batsman was looking to probably play a little bit on the onside when he should have been looking to play up to mid-off, and he was bowled off stump. Now, that was a very good delivery from Kimo Paul. Pitched on, held its own, bowled off stump. I'll bowl.
Right, so let me just continue the situation after the first dinner break. Brathwaite was leg before wicket to the bowling of Reifer for 48, 128 for 4. Kyle Mears, leg before wicket to the bowling of Kimo Paul for 17, 134 for 5. At the second dinner break, or what you would call supper, 144 for 5. Holder not out 11, Norris not out 1, 6 extras. At that stage, 62 overs were bowled in the innings thus far. In that session, 81 runs were added for the loss of 3 wickets, and 32 overs were bowled in that session. But certainly, after the supper break now, we see 2 quick wickets going down. Holder, the first to go, bowled by Reifer for 11, not really offering a shot, one would say, just hung the bat there, but not a nothing shot really from Holder. 154 for the loss of 6. And then Norris just out, bowled by Kimo Paul, field 11, 158 for the loss of 7 in the 65th over. So certainly the Jaguars are having a pretty good evening thus far.
Well, they're having a wonderful evening. They've certainly torn the tides in this session. Before we had said it was even Stevens, but I think after that break, certainly the bowlers have bowled very well. Both seamers have bowled very well. Both seamers have bowled very well and have kept things very tight indeed. And now with the ball doing a little as well, I think it's with the evening, and that could be a concern for the Jaguars as well, knowing the sort of quality of pace bowling or fast bowling that the Barbados Pride has.
Right, so Jomel Warrican is out there now in the middle. Let's see what he can do. He's known for bowling his spinners. Let's watch Kimo Paul. Comes up to the right-handed. He's wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal for a leg before decision. Not out, says the umpire. Good delivery, but that one did quite a bit of work on that occasion. Clyde coming back into Jomel Warrican. Not out, says umpire Nigel Dugan. Might have been a little bit high as well.
No, that was clearly going down the leg side.
Clearly
going down the leg side from Kimo Paul. Probably looking for the in-swinger, looking for the in-swinging York. I didn't get it right. And it was clearly going down the leg side, and the umpire was not interested.
Right, so Warrican will face up once more to Paul, and he's driving down towards the mid-off area where Romario Shepherd fields. And there is no run. 3 slips in a gully for him, backward point. There's a mid-off. We've got a mid-on. There's a backward square. And we've got a man on the long leg boundary for Jomel Warrican, 27 years old, has played for Barbados, the combined campuses and colleges, Sagicor High Performance Center, West Indies under 19. He's a bowler by profession. Here is a ball that he is going back to, and plays it out towards mid-off. Again, no chance of a run. 66 matches before this in first-class cricket, Clyde. 895 runs, a high score of 71, average of 13.56. Let's not worry about the average too much. 150. He can bat. Not a bad little cricketer, Jamel Warrican. But certainly Barbados would need him a bit here now because he will need to bat with someone like Keeman Roach, who's not going to give his wicket away. But he's more known for his bowling exploits, 261 wickets under his belt at this level. Jamel Warrican for you.
Yeah, Jamal Walton is not a bad player. He's no rabbit with the bat. He can stick around, and if Roach is going to stick around, I think he would stick around with him. And they would want to probably get to that 200 mark.
Reifer comes up. Roach is defending, playing it down to gully. No chance of a run. So Roach, both batsmen yet to score. And certainly the Jaguars have pounced hard after the first dinner break, picking up 3 wickets. And of course, Doidge still has to come out, retired hurt 25. So a lot of action. And of course, if you look at the bowling figures, Clyde Reifer's picked up 2. Paul has picked up 3. And Shepherd 1. So the fast bowler's doing a bit of work thus far for the Jaguars. Outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run.
They've certainly bowled well in this game. I think Kimo Paul, after that break, has come out and he has looked much better than we did see him bowl today and earlier on this evening. He's bowled a better line with better control and has the ball doing a little bit as well. I think that's the concern here. Whether this ball has started to reverse swing, it's something that the bowlers are enjoying.
Roach settles, both right-handers out there now. Reifer comes up. Roach is searching for a drive outside the off stump. And again, didn't get a touch onto that taken by the keeper. And again, no chance of a run. 158 for the loss of 7. So wickets falling at naught. 1963, 128, 134, 154, and 158. No partnerships. Only that 44-run partnership for the 3rd wicket. You can say it was somewhat of a little partnership that was building, but then when Carter went, that ended that partnership. But nothing much in terms of partnerships played along the way in the innings thus far. Here is Reifer comes up. Roach is getting the ball on the leg stump. He turns it away towards mid-wicket. No chance of a run. No partnerships, not much at all.
No, there haven't been any. And I think the one that looked threatening was the Brathwaite and wicketkeeper Doidge looked threatening, and then Doidge got hit, and after then I don't think there's really been a good partnership since.
Here is Reifer comes up. Roach lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. That partnership was actually worth 36 runs before Doidge had to retire. Hurt. We understand he's gone to the hospital, so obviously they're going to check on him and ensure that he's okay. These days, you've got to get your cricketers out quickly if anything go wrong. Make sure that they're checked on very quickly, analyze carefully to know their situation. I want to remember several years back what happened in Australia with Philip Hughes. Here is Reifer comes up. Roach is getting the ball down the leg side. He works it off his hip down towards the fine leg area. The fielder comes in from long leg, covering ground to his right. He gets onto the ball, sends his return in, 1 more to the total. Roach is now off the mark, 159 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, and Roach just looking to really stay out there and work the ball into the gaps, especially down the leg side. Reifer just guilty in the last couple of deliveries of maybe trying too hard and just straying down the leg side. And Roach has been equal to it, just waiting on the deliveries and looking to work them off the pads. I think the thing with numbers 8, 9, and 10, and 11, and so on, they've got to be able to score. You don't want to just be occupying time, even though that would be good for Barbados at this time, because they're thinking that if we can stay out there and bat out the evening, that's good for us. Whereas the Jaguars have to make that little bit of play. They have to be that... They'll have to take a little bit more chance than the Pride. Because should the Pride not lose this game, right, I would think that they're safe.
Right, certainly. The Jaguars have got to gain points. Here is a ball just outside the line of the off stump, and Kimo Paul falling over in the process in his follow-through after delivering.
Well, I'm just wondering if he has twisted his ankle, because he's down He tried to get up again, and he's gone down again. So one only hopes that there's nothing too serious happening there out there with him.
And the thing, Clyde, that Neil and I, just before the break, we're talking about injuries to bowlers, and Chemo's had his fair share already in his short career. And, you really don't want a young player who's got good talent, good ability, looking to build and develop his career as a cricketer. You don't want to find yourself in situations like that where you become injured very often.
Right, you don't want any player, for that matter, to be injured. Yes, Kimo Paul, he's a youngster, and don't want him to be injured. You don't want him to see what you're seeing on the field now, where he is running, he has delivered, and then just look to me like if he had twisted whether it's his ankle or his knee, more looks like his ankle. And he's certainly in some pain. He's actually getting up. So maybe it's not as bad as we think, but one would hope that caution is being used, and whether he would go off now and get some treatment, or if he's going to continue to bowl. He seems to be all right, seems to be up and working it out. And I'm sure, being a young man and the type of person that he is, he wouldn't want to go off the field.
Yes, so some attention being given to him.
Young Barry is out there, the physiotherapist.
That's right.
And he's having a look at him.
That's Neil Barry Jr. for you. He's been doing a lot of work in this area, working with the cricketers. The son of Neil Barry Sr., 159 for the loss of 7. You're not missing any cricket. Roaches on 1, and Warwick yet to score. We're in over number 67. Am I correct? Yes. Over number 67 of the Barbados Pride innings. So the Jaguars have so far been doing well in the bowling department. Let me go through some bowling figures for you quickly so far. Barnwell 5 overs for 9 runs. Reifer 12 overs 2 for 18. Kevin Sinclair 9 overs 1 for 15. Chemo Paul in his 17th overs picked up 3. He's been successful, 3 for 52 before this over. Shepherd 9 overs 1 for 16. He got the first wicket of Shane Mosley. Veersamy Pamal 15 overs, none for 26. But good to see the fast bowlers for Guyana picking up the early wickets, and with Chemo Paul getting 3 wickets thus far, it shows that the Pacers can get wickets out of this pitch, Clyde. They can.
Well, they have been getting wickets at the National Stadium over the years. I don't think it's a case where they don't get wickets or they can't get wickets. They have been getting wickets at this venue over the years, and if you look at the history of the past 2 or 3 years, the fast bowlers has taken wickets, likewise the spinners. So it's not a case where the fast bowlers have taken wicket by being aggressive with short deliveries and running in and having the batsman jumping and hopping. Mm-hmm. It's by bowling in good areas and getting the ball to do a little bit in the air and off the pitch.
Yes, and especially if you're talking day-night cricket, 4 days of this. You start at 2 p.m., you should end by 9 p.m. as long as your over rate is pretty good. And bowling with that pink ball, especially in the evening.
What happens with it?
Well, I guess you've got to show that you can...
No, you just said...
I'm trying to imply and say that if you've got that ball in your hand as a fast bowler and you're bowling...
But you're saying the pink ball does the pink ball does something different than the other balls?
I'm not sure, but if the bowler is working hard...
I think we've got to be careful when we say those things, because people out there listening would be thinking, well, the pink ball must do something different. I think we've got to be very careful when we address what the pink ball does and what the other balls does. Because I don't know or haven't heard where the pink ball does a lot more than the other balls.
Here is Paul. He's up and he's bowling again outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. Of course, it's the same ball. It's the same quality ball, I guess. It's just the color.
It's not necessary, because a lot of times with the coloring that they put in the balls, some of the balls can go earlier than some. Like the white balls over the years, they've been having a lot of problems on how to keep it white. Hence, they use 2 white balls in 50 over cricket and so on. So whether it's the same thing that happens, I am not sure.
Paul begins to move in towards the batsman. That's Warwick. He is coming forward and gets it out towards
Roach, man, yeah, that's Roach.
Fact, that's Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's Kemar Roach. Gets it out to cover. Picked up by Chandra Paul, 159 for the loss of 7. So no one getting, just Brathwaite, the captain, getting 48. And he had to work hard for 48 runs, 171 balls, 5 fours. Mears getting 17, Carter 27. Just the men who picked up some runs, 9 to Brooks. He didn't get going today, another failure for him in the sense of searching for consistency with bat in hand. Shamar Brooks, the test player. Here is Roach, is driving loose shot outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. The score is kept on 159 for 7. Roach wants to get on with it, but at the same time, he wants to play with good control as well, because he's a senior man out there. He's a senior batter out there right now. Clyde, what's Kemar Roach?
He is.
Yes.
Warwick might well want to dispute that, because Warwick has scored some runs too.
That's right. Roach settles. 2 slips in a gully go down. Paul comes up, bowls to Roach. That's on the line of the middle stump. And Roach is defending. No chance of a run, 159 for 7. You look up at the scoreboard and you see Brathwaite 48, Mosley a duck, Brooks 9, 27 to Carter. And then Mears with 17, Brathwaite, well, we said Brathwaite already, 48, Hold 11, Nurse 11, nothing much from the batsmen, only a little bit of a resistance from Brathwaite, even though it was tough going out there. The over comes to an end outside the line of the off stump, 159 for the loss of 7. Roach is 1, and Warwick yet to score.
Well, it's good to see Kemar Paul getting up and being able to bowl again. When he went down, it looked like if he was down and out. But he's up and he's going, and he doesn't seem to be in trouble. He's walking there and there's no limp or anything. And those last couple of deliveries again were good, in good length, good areas. And I think as the night has gone on, because I've got to be careful here. I was just going to say as the day has gone on, as the night has gone on, he's bowled much better. I think as the match has progressed, he has bowled much better. He's been more consistent with his length and his line, and he's caused some trouble to all the batsmen that he's bowled to lately.
Well, I remembered saying at lunch 63 for 2. It was a tea. So it's going to happen, when you're talking about day-night cricket and this version of the game, this format. Here is Reifer, comes up to Warwick, and that's a short lifting delivery, and Warwick ducked under it, and it went through to be taken by Bramble, just flinching a bit, but certainly maybe a little bit of a surprise delivery. If Reifer got that a little bit more closer to him, he might have had to work a little bit harder to evade that or to play it, to be technically correct to a bouncer or delivery coming straight at you. Reifer bowls, that's pitched up, driven, nice shot, but down to Pamal at mid-off. No chance of a run. He is yet to score, 159 for 7. The Jaguars have got it. They got a tight rein on the Barbados batting here, and certainly they've been in this game from the second over when they removed Mosley without scoring. Shepherd started that development, and then Brooks went for 9. It was 19 for 2. Here is a ball on the leg stump, and he's coming forward to Warwick and gets it out to Vishal Singh at mid-wicket, and again, no chance of a run.
Yeah, and Reifer continues to bowl just on or about the off stump, pitching the ball up, making the batsman play and making them look to come on the front foot. I think he's just got some issues with his foot mark, with the run up. Probably not getting a good grip out there, whether it's uneven or not. And the groundsman is running out, I think, with some sawdust to just try and even it out.
Right. I saw a little bit of repair.
Well, if it's sawdust, that means there is some moisture still in the field in that pitch, which is a little surprising.
And therefore, when that foot that lands, Clyde probably can slide.
I think that's what's happening. But
yes,
I didn't expect it to be
it's a bit of a soft area.
That soft. One would have thought that it would have been fairly hard. seeing that we've had lots of time in this game already, some 5 hours. Plus, you've got to think that the game started at 2 o'clock, so there would have been, and there was some sunshine for most of the day up in this area.
All right, the scoreboard says 23 overs remain in the day's play, which of course includes this one in progress. So here is Reifer. Will try once more bowling on. He misses his run. I'm wondering if he's saying to himself, well, if I land, I don't want to do damage to my ankle in any way, cause any damage to my ankle in any way, because you don't want to lose a Reifer at this stage. Kimo Paul was down just now, but not out. And you don't want your key fast bowlers to be injured in this game, because it's obvious that Leon Johnson is looking for some bowling points, especially from your fast bowlers. Here is Reifer, comes up, he's in, bowls to Warrican. Warrican gets a good delivery that he's defending to, up on his toes, plays it out towards Chandra Paul at extra cover, and there is no run, 159 for the loss of 7. But he is in his 13th over, 2 for 18 before this. So he has certainly bowled a few overs along with Kimo Paul, who's bowled 17 overs, and Shepherd has bowled 9 thus far. Reifer comes up. Warrican is playing defensively down towards extra cover, no chance.
I was just looking around the field thinking, well, Shepherd will be coming into this attack soon, but Shepherd is actually not on the field. Ashkaya is on the field. Ashkaya Prasad is on the field. Shepherd is not on the field, and maybe that's why we're seeing these two bowlers having an extended spell, both of them.
Yes, one would hope nothing is wrong with Shepherd. He's back from duties with the West Indies side, but he didn't have to do a whole lot. Here is Reifer comes up, delivery that is just outside the line of the off stump. The over comes to an end, 159 for the loss of 7. Roach is 1. Warrican yet to score, and Clyde, the Guyana Jaguars bowling has been spot on with a few exceptions. When Paul was bowling from the far end, bowled a couple of short pitch deliveries and so on. But all in all, the bowling has not been that bad at all, and they've kept Barbados' pride here. They've kept them down. They've kept them under pressure. 159 for 7.
I think the bowling has been good. It's been good in parts. I think after the second break, things really look good for the Jaguars. They bowled pretty well. Both Kimo Paul and Reifer bowled pretty well. Kept things very tight as well, and not giving the batsman any free run. We did see Nurse try to go after Kimo Paul, but he was out soon after. And since then, they've hardly scored any sort of runs. Things have been tight, and the bowling has been good.
So Barnwell will pick up the attack. He will replace Kimo Paul. Wisely so. Nothing's wrong with that. Remember, Kimo went down, maybe a little bit of damage to his ankle, but he would want to be very cautious at this stage. So Barnwell will have a bowl from the far end. He comes up, he's in bowls to Roach. He lets it go outside the off stump. No chance of a run. 159 for the loss of 7. So hello to Barbados. Hello to everyone right across the Caribbean region. And you're watching the cricket. Certainly a gripping day so far in round 8 of this encounter. And let's remind you that the Leewards got up to 260 all out with a fine 89 from Alzari Joseph, batting down the order. Here is Barnwell Bowles. He leaves alone outside the off stump. Roach again, no chance of a run. It's not easy to score runs in this format of the game here at Providence. You've got to work very hard for your runs. Clyde, we did play. The match last week was played on a pitch that's closer to the western part of the ground, and now they're using the pitch that is more to the eastern part of the ground. Here is Barnwell comes up. Roach gets a good delivery just outside the line of the off stump. He doesn't play it. It's taken by the keeper. No chance of run. You've seen any difference with the two pitches so
I think this pitch has played a little bit more life than the pitch we played on the last weekend. I think this one has a little bit more bounce. It has a little bit more carry, and it has done a little bit more as well in terms of movements. Last week pitch was flat and it was low and slow.
Again, outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run. Look at the spinners. Sinclair has bowled 9 overs, and Pamal has bowled 15 overs. So you're talking about 24 overs thus far.
from the spinners.
Yes, and I don't think we have seen any delivery really turn and bounce of any sort of note. All the batsmen played the spinners fairly well, excepting, of course, Carter, who looked to use his feet against Sinclair and was outstumped.
Barnwell bowls that's on the line of the leg stump and coming inside the stumps, looking to turn it down the leg side. It went into the onside. At mid-wicket, no chance of a run, 159 for 7. So Roach is still 1. Warwick yet to score. And the scoreboard says Chamar Holder, he has to come and do battle as well. And of course, the wicketkeeper Shane Doidge would have to come back. We'll have to wait and see if he will come back outside the off stump. Good carry through to Bramble. No chance of a run. Barnwell's first over in another spell comes to an end. 159 for the loss of 7. A little bit of a quiet moment now here at Providence.
Yeah, very quiet at the moment. Both batsmen more or less looking to survive. And at some stage, you've got to look to score as well. And so, but both batsmen at the moment just looking to survive. And with Shepherd coming back probably fresh, he's probably going to bowl a little bit more life than Reifer did. Probably look to bowl a little bit more short as well. So it'll be interesting to see how thing goes from here.
Right, so he's going to come into the attack. Romario Shepherd, the man from Berbice, and certainly making his way into the West Indies side in terms of ODIs. Of course, he was kept with respect to the T20 side as well. Back from Sri Lanka, 159 for 7. He'll have a bowl from the media center. And Neil Barry, Senior, has joined me back. Neil, good evening. The Jaguars on top in terms of their bowling, and just a bit of a quiet period here as these two batsmen seek to probably put their heads down and dig their way out of the hole that Barbados is in right now. Here is a ball that he jams down on very quickly. That's Jamel Warrican, just on the line of the off stump. As Shepherd starts a new spell. He's in his 10th over now. Before this, 9 overs, 1 for 16. No chance of a run, 159 for 7. Good evening, Neil.
Hi, good evening, Matthew. Well, without a doubt, Shepherd coming back now. He's had 2 short spells earlier on in the evening's proceedings. So we started at 2 o'clock. His duty would be to dislodge the remaining batsmen as quickly as possible.
Outside the off stump, taken by Bramble. No chance of a run. Good line, good length. They've bowled pretty well to these two batsmen thus far, keeping it on a good line and length just outside the off stump. We saw Reifer probing away, and of course Kimo Paul from the other end, and Barnwell just bowled his first over in a new spell. But that's what you want to do. You don't want to give away runs. It would be very difficult for them to even get up to 200 runs and get a batting point. Here is a ball that's on the middle stump. He's coming forward to plays back to Shepherd, no chance of a run. That's what you've got to do to these batsmen.
Well, Guyana would want to bowl him out quickly. They would then want to bat once, bat deep, pose the last total, and then try to get 10 wickets to win the game because they need to. They need to win the game to stay in the hunt for this championship. So it's all up to them. Barbados on the other end, I don't think they've approached this game, in the right manner. I'll discuss that a bit later.
Warrican looks to pull. He's out. Top edge, catch taken by the keeper. Warrican goes, caught behind, off the bowling of Shepherd. Short lift and delivery. He went for it on the top edge, and Bramble gleefully taking the catch. So he's gone. The 8th wicket is gone, Neil Barry. The wickets have fallen, 159 for the loss of 8 now. Barbados certainly up against it here on day 1 now.
Good, short, quick delivery. He was in no position really to hook. It was through him before he really got halfway into the shot. So the edge found and a simple catch to the keeper. Just going through at a good head height, comfortable catch. In the end, Shepherd was brought back to do just that. Get to the tail as quickly as possible. We have to wait to see if the keeper Doidge will come back. I don't think we've gotten any report as to what his status is. But I'm quite certain that Barbados would want to, once he can, to try and delay the innings closing for as long as possible. So hopefully we can get some word on that from the Barbados camp that so we can report to our listeners and viewers, seeing that we are, of course, streaming live on YouTube.
So young Shamar Holt is out there now. He's more known for his bowling exploits. He's leading the charge for Barbados this year with 34 wickets from 7 matches. So he's done well for them. Keon Harden, who's not in this game, 29 wickets after 7 games. And, of course, Kemar Roach, the veteran experienced player, 21 wickets. Warwick 13, Stout 12, Nurse 10. So the young man, who's certainly impressed, would want to impress with the bat, at least for Barbados, before...
But he's batting at 11, so I don't think I'd hold my breath too much on that. But you never know with these young men. They have the chance to bat. They might very well make use of the opportunity. Of course, Shepherd will have other thoughts. He would want to get him out as quickly as possible and then get off the field.
And these youngsters, they always believe that they can bat, of course.
Most bowlers do think so, that they
course.
can actually bat. But that's their prerogative. But of course, will tell you that he certainly can bat, better than most batsmen as well.
That's right. And, it's all about the level of psychological warfare out there when you come out to do battle against a top bowler from the opposing side. If you get a boundary, you hit a 6, you feel, well, wow, I've just thrown a punch at your face, and you could have been knocked out. And that's the thing about fast bowlers when they've got to hold the bat in their hand. It's so nice when they can stand up there and put up good resistance, get a couple of runs under their belt, improve their batting ability. And certainly Shamar Holt will be looking to get some runs, but it's pressure here on the Barbados Pride. In Guyana's backyard, here is Shepherd comes up, bowls, and that's pitched up, nice delivery right up in the block hole. And he came forward and played it into the onside, 159 for the loss of 8. Good first delivery right up to Shamar Holt.
Yes, good choice of delivery. I mean, the fielder was set, the leg slip had been brought in. You would think that the batsman said, okay, I may get another short one, especially the fact that, his partner was dismissed by a short delivery. So it was a good first up delivery by Shepherd.
Shepherd comes up, that's a good one. A short lift in, he ducks, goes through to Bramble. No run, the over comes to an end, 159 for the loss of 8. The Barbados Pride has lost 3 quick wickets after the second break. Losing Holder, bowl Reifer 11, 154 for 6. Nurse, bowled by Kemo Paul for 11, 158 for 7. And Warwick and caught Bramble, wicketkeeper bowl Shepherd without scoring, 159 for the loss of 8. The fast bowlers in the thick of things picking up wickets, Neil.
Yes, and it's good to see that. I think the all-round bowling capability of the Guyana side have really stood out, especially this year. Fast bowlers. We had Niall Smith doing very well in the earlier rounds. And here again, we see the fast bowling unit of the Guyana Jaguars responding well to the challenges on tracks that are traditionally more spin-friendly.
Barnwell starts from the southern end and bowls to Holder. Holder's wrapped on the pad. Not out, says the umpire, more of a half-hearted appeal from Christopher Barnwell. In fact, that's Roach. Not out, says the umpire, 159 for the loss of 8. So Holden, Roach, and as you rightly said, Neil, we'll have to wait and see if Shane Doidge will actually come out to bat again. But I think, I understand he's gone off to the hospital. We don't know if he's back as yet, but certainly one would want to be careful enough to know what is happening with him. Forward comes Roach, plays it out towards cover, no chance of a run. 159 for the loss of 8, but obviously they would miss him if he's unable to come out and bat in the second innings, knowing that you've got 159 for 8 on the board. Nothing much to talk about at this stage. If it was 259, they might have obviously felt much better with that. Here is Barnwell, comes up, he's in bowls to Roach. That's down the leg side, and he turns it down to mid-wicket for no run. He's kept on 1 for a little while as well. He's been kept on 1. Shamar Holt, he's faced 1 delivery, I think. It's 159 for 8, 2 deliveries. So slip in a gully. There's a third man, point on the boundary, cover on the mid-off. Barnwell comes up.
He is looking to flick down the leg side. It beats Bramble. It's coming down towards fine leg where Reifer is. Let's wait for a signal. Did he get back on? That's a bye. So that missed the keeper, missed everything and missed the keeper. One more to the total extras has now gone up to, I make it, what, 7? We'll get that for you in a moment. But the total has gone up to 161. 161 for the loss of 8.
Well, it's a bit of a half top there by Bramble. That one was angling down the leg side from Barnwell and kept a bit low as well. And Bramble had to, throw himself to his left. It was very low, possibly in so doing caused some damage to one of his fingers. Wicket keepers do take a bit of a beating on their hands match. I don't know if you ever kept wicket at all, but sometimes it's a tough job. It's a tough job. Clyde Butts, of course, would say
it is,
because he used to try to hit wicketkeepers for fun. Clyde Butts, when he bowls his off spinners, he would try to hit wicketkeepers, like to see if they can bloody their noses and cut their eyes and so on. I managed to avoid being hit by him. He didn't like that. He didn't.
I've only done wicket-keeping to softball cricket.
Well, I think you should stick to that. It's definitely a difficult proposition. But that was, and especially on tracks such as these.
Yes.
With variable bonks and at times. And I think it was a good effort by him, throwing himself to his left. His keeping has really come a long way, to speak a bit about Bramble and his keeping for when he first started. You've really improved.
That's right.
His batting has improved and so on. So persons were obviously looking and thinking that, maybe he may get his chance. You never know. He's still in the picture.
And if you're talking wicketkeepers in the Caribbean, you've got Jamar Hamilton for the Leewards. Very consistent, very good. Of course, he's played for the West Indies already, I think 1 game. But certainly Bramble has been good. Down through the years, he's
been consistent.
He has been consistent. Just I thought today he might have had a little bit of a,
there's one chance that he went to his right.
Right.
I mean, there are times when a keeper have got to make that call. Should I go? Should I leave it for the first slip? The ball was dying going to first slip, and it was a judgment call. And he went for it, and I think as he landed, his elbow possibly just hit the ground, a bit harder than he would have liked, and it possibly popped out. But keepers must always go. They must make that decision and decide to go. It makes no sense that you faint, because remember, it's the first slip is slightly behind you, and they could be affected by your indecisions. It's best you commit, and if you fail, well, then so be it. All part and parcel of the game.
Right, so Latif, our technical man here, tells me that extras are 12. So far, 161 for the loss of 8. You're not missing any cricket. Attention being given to Bramble by Neil Barry Jr. And looks as if he's going to be okay now. But never easy when you're wicket keeping. And Neil, you can share so much about wicket keeping and how much work you've had to do in your time.
Among the catches I dropped, what's bowling. That might help.
You can remember how many you dropped?
He's behind me.
Not so Neil Barry.
He will, of course, in case I miss a few, he will say, can you remember X, Y, or Z? But it's a difficult profession. It's also rewarding. It's something that once you're out there doing it, you tend to enjoy it. I mean, the long, hard days, it's not that enjoyable. But of course, when you're taking 4, 5, 6 catches and your fast bowlers are doing well, then it's always good. My difficulty is always keeping the Clyde Butts and his many deliveries that,
and if you know,
and turn, a lot of straight balls and so on and so on.
But if you know Clyde, he remembers certain things, his memory is
better batting against
his memory is good.
It's better batting against him. It's more fun.
Right, we're about to restart. Barnwell comes up, he's in bowls to Roach. Roach is driving down to mid-off. For no run, 161 for the loss of 8. So it's been action from ball 1 with Shepherd bowling the second over. Of course, Paul started the first over from the southern end of the ground, and then Shepherd bowling from the northern end of the ground. He was the first to strike first blood for the Jaguars. Removing Mosley, bowled without scoring. Brooks went for 9. He was leg before wicket to Paul for 9. It was 19 for 2 at T, 63 for 2. Brathwaite 25, Carter 27. 30 overs bowled at that stage. And after tea or dinner, Carter went stumped wicketkeeper. Bramble bowled Sinclair for 27, 63 for 3. Here is a ball just outside the off stump. He drives down to cover. Can score. He's kept on 161 for the loss of 8. Then Doidge, a little bit of action out there. Neil retired hurt. A couple of short pitch deliveries to him. Retired hurt 25. Hit on the helmet by Shepherd, and I thought when the ball popped up to forward short, like it was actually a catch. I didn't even see that ball hitting the helmet, but that's how things go sometimes. 99 for 3 at that stage. And together himself along with Brathwaite had put on 36 runs when that partnership, in a sense, ended prematurely with the injury. And then, of course, Brathwaite was the next man to go. Leg before wicket to the bowling of Reifer for 48, 128 for 4. Mirrors leg before wicket bowl Kimo Paul 17, 134 for 5. And at the second break, 144 for 5, hold 11. Norse won 6 extras at that stage, and 62 overs were bowled in the innings at that stage. 81 runs for 3 in that session. 32 overs were bowled in that second session. I'll tell you what has transpired after that second tea break as we watch Romario Shepherd. He's going to come back to his mark. I think umpire Nigel Duguid is going to go across to the offside of the field. Maybe, with the lights.
Well, there's a deep square, right on the, almost was standing behind umpire Duguid. So I think the player might have requested, which is within the umpire's right.
That's right. The umpire has the option of being on the off or on the on. That's a short lifting delivery, angle down the leg side, taken by Bramble coming across his left. No run. So after supper, the second tea break, and we say tea first and then supper at the second break. Holder was bowled by Reifer for 11. It was good bowling by Reifer and Paul in good spells. He went for 11, 154 for 6. Nurse bowled Kimo Paul 11, 158 for 7 in the 65th over. And Warwick and caught Bramble wicketkeeper bowled Shepherd without scoring 159 for 8. Here is Shepherd comes up. That's a short delivery down the leg side. And it's played into the onside. No run, 161 for the loss of 8. So Hold is out there. He has joined Kima Roach, who's on 1 so far. 12 extras on the board. And the wickets going to Reifer. He's picked up 2. 1 to Sinclair. 3 to Kimo Paul. Shepherd has got 2 as well. Here is Shepherd. Comes up. He's in bowls to that's Holder. Holder looks to turn it down the leg side. It bounces away towards the short backward square area. No chance of a run, 161 for the loss of 8.
Well, he's operating with a field where there's 4 players on the onside, which suggests there's a deep square, long leg, there's a leg slip. So one can expect a short ball to come pretty soon, and for him to bowl that consistently to this larger tail or double bluff and York him.
Here is a short ball that Holder doesn't have to play it. In fact, he just ducks underneath it. No danger whatsoever. 161 for 8. And umpire Dayton Butler just signaled in the one above the shoulder in the over. Dayton Butler, good umpire, has played 64 first-class matches, actually, for the Windward Islands. He's got a number of wickets, Neil, 176 wickets. His economy rate 2.85. He's been a good cricketer.
A good servant, yes, to the Windward Islands.
That's right. Here is Shepherd is forcing that's Holder to play defensively forward as the ball is played out towards point, picked up by Vishal Singh. No chance of a run.
And what is also good to see as well is that he has made a transition from a player into an official of the game, which is a good example for a lot of young cricketers coming up to know that it's not only playing the game of cricket. They have so many, careers within the sport of cricket that you can look to move on from when you finish playing.
That's how you give back to the game. Here is a ball that is feeling for outside the off stump, too wide to play that kind of shot taken by the keeper. The over comes to then 161 for the loss of 8. Holder 1, sorry, that's Roach 1, and Holder yet to score.
Well, tall order, but they're hanging in there, the Barbadian Pride tail enders. They're working very hard, not giving their wicket away, and making the Guyanese bowlers work for the wicket. Bowlers displaying very good temperament, prepared to go under the short balls as well, and not being carried away, not falling for the chop of the deep backward square, the deep square or the long leg or a leg slip, by looking to play pull shots. As I welcome Clyde Botts into a bit of an unfamiliar role of a commentator.
Very unfamiliar role.
Welcome, Clyde Botts.
Thank you there, Neil Barry. As Barnwell will continue, he'll be bowling to Kemar Roach, who was certainly batted for a long time without really scoring out there, just looking to defend, and you can understand why. As Barnwell in bowls to Roach, he's pulling this one away. Down to backward square, he's going to get an easy single. I was going to say you can understand why their approach now is to this game is like this. They want to bat time.
That's
and for
correct.
as long as possible to ensure that the Pride does not really lose this game.
Yes, and that was quite clear. I mean, the way in which Craig Barfoot was batting, but that's where I think Craig Barfoot, he missed a trick as well, because I think he allowed the pressure to build on him by not rotating the strike. And I'm not, really harping on him, but I would expect better from a test cricketer.
Barnwell again in bowls, Holder allows it to go through to the wicket keeper.
So when you look at that thing, that set the tone for the innings really and truly. For I think had he rotated the strike, especially in the partnership with Doidge and Carter, the score possibly could have been somewhere closer to 200, maybe even a bit more. One of the other batsmen would have, been able to set and go on. All those little things add up, Clyde.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's Barnwell in again, bowls. Holder's going back, allows it to go through to the keeper. He's just taking his bat away in the last moment.
He looks very relaxed,
very
doesn't he?
stylish.
Yes, very stylish and
very
relaxed. Doesn't look
stylish.
phased at all. Doesn't look like a number 11.
I want to know if he's trying to emulate Courtney Walsh.
I think Courtney Walt's extravagant leaves, as he would know it, is a lot more theatrical than that.
Oh, this one is full. He's getting it out on the onside. He gets an easy single. As Reifer comes around from fine leg, picks up.
Well, among the short balls they tried at Holders thus far, Clyde, it would have been a very brave man, fast bowler, to bowl that to Courtney Walsh back in the day, because he would come back at you.
Well, most fast bowlers doing it. 163 for 8. Barnwell passes umpire to get bowls. Roach is driving straight back past the bowler. He's going to get 4 runs for this one. That's a good-looking shot from Kemar Roach. Barnwell pitching up, probably looking for the Yorker.
Looking for the Yorker, missed it, but Roach did not, and just going through the line. I think he was waiting for such a delivery for a very long time. Even though the mid-on and mid-off have been pushed back, 3/4 away to the boundary, he hit straight. And that's been one of the hallmarks of Roach. Even when you watch him play it, at any level, really and truly, he plays through the line of the ball.
Barnwell in again. Bowls. This one is wide outside the off stump, very wide, and a wide signal by umpire Duguid. I think what Barnwell was trying to do there is to ensure that Roach does not get the single to go down to the other end. But it was certainly too wide, and you'll have to bowl that delivery again.
Without a doubt, because they would want Shepherd to have a full 6 deliveries to hold her. But all have shown so far that he's capable. I will give him that.
Barnwell again. Bowls. And Roach is pulling this one away, way in front of square. That's gone for 4. Good looking shot from Kemar Roach. Barnwell
Dismissive.
short, and he dismissed that.
It's one of the many short balls which I felt that the batsmen, especially the early batsmen, did not dealt with adequately enough. Because the pitch is not that quick. I mean, Shepherd have got, a yard or 2 more pace than all of the other bowlers, so he may get away with a few. But the short balls bowled by Barnwell and others, they're a bit too slow and they don't have the pace really and truly to worry batsmen, especially at this level. But they cause some amount of concentration. Paul doesn't have the pace. He moves the ball around a little bit, but he doesn't have the pace really to be bowling among the short balls he attempted.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And with an hour's play still in the game, 172 for 8, Barbados tried. Certainly they would be disappointed with the way how things have gone for them today. Yes, they lost Doidge, unfortunately.
True injury, yes.
Through
We
an
hope he's
injury.
well. Yeah.
And he certainly looked good. That partnership looked like if it was going to take the game a little bit away from the Jaguars. But he went, and, you know, things haven't been that good for them since.
No, it hasn't. And, you know, I listened to a program, our colleague with the old Mason and Guest, I think that's what it's called in Barbados. I got somebody sent it, you know, these days, social media, you get all these voice notes and so on. And he was lamenting the way in which the Barbados batsmen just fell away towards the end. They started well in the early segment of the tournament, but they just fell away. So which speaks to consistency. Now, we would have moved from a 5-game first-class series back in the day. Now it's a longer session to give the players a lot more opportunity of owning their skills and learning and developing. But after what, 8 years of it, 9 years of it, you're not seeing that being transformed into a consistent level of performance with batsmen going out there and scoring heavily, you know, over a long period of time. You're getting some scores, yes, but not consistently.
Not consistently. And I do believe that if you've got 10 games to play, which may well end up being 20 innings, 17, 18 innings,
Right.
or thereabout, even if you start out of form, you should be picking up. And if you start in form and you drop off a little in the middle, you should pick up
be able to
back
come
and
back
and
again.
I think that's where the hallmark of good players comes in. And that's what we haven't seen in our regional tournaments. When you think that over the years now you've got 10 games, players have got to be able to work with that. They've got to prepare themselves as well to play 10 games and not just to play 3 games or 2 games, or not just to do well in a few games to make sure they keep their side. They've got to be able to play much tougher than that. And especially when you think that most of the guys now playing in the regional tournament are professionals. They're being paid throughout the year. So there's no excuse in terms, well, we didn't have the time to prepare, we didn't have this, and so on. And I think those are the little things that our cricket needs to improve on. These guys need to start thinking more about their game and doing the things that is necessary to make them.
And I agree with you
Better
100%.
players.
It's about taking ownership. You're a professional. That is your job. You want to be the best that you can at your job. And the question then, Clive, is what it is that the players want more to aid them in their career, in their future going forward. Is it just to play in the first, and I must ask this, is it just to play in the first class tournament so you can audition for the T20 cricket? Or do you really want to be a cricketer? No, and that is something I've been asking myself for many, 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 many years, because the players come to this level and you see people trying extravagant shots, bowlers trying to bowl all the erratic deliveries. Some are thinking, but is this first class cricket? Is this what we want to do? So I think that must come into play, and it comes back, I think, to the culture that we've developed within the Caribbean, where we just look for things to happen quickly, as against looking to develop properly, build solid foundation, and then move forward. Because history has shown that, and the T20 cricket is now in its infancy, right? It's still a new kid on the block, that the best players thus far in the T20 cricket are the players who would have come through the test system and have done well. Unless I'm missing something.
I've said it all the time, that there's no cricketer that I know of, maybe I could miss one or two, I'm not aware of it, but that has decided they're going to play T20 cricket alone, that has lasted. I think you have to play some amount of cricket if your career is going to go on. You have to play some amount of T20 cricket Maybe 4 or 5 innings, you just face 5, 6 deliveries.
That's right.
How
So
are you-
how can you develop your skill?
And I think those are the little things that the players have to understand, that it is much more than just turning out and just playing T20 cricket where you play 2 slog shots or 2 good shots and then you come in. You've got to be prepared, yeah. And Pomal will now pick up the bowling or restart after that water break. He'll be bowling to Holder. In bowls, Holder's coming forward. Kills whatever spin there is there to it. And there hasn't been a lot of spin on this pitch so far. Pomal again in bowls, Holder is forward. Plays it out onto the offside. Pomal himself fields.
This young man look organized.
He looks much better than Courtney was.
He
So I'll
looks,
take it back.
yes, yes.
I take
You
it
should.
back. And I apologize. He's coming down the track, looking to heave over mid-on, doesn't get a hold of it, got the inside edge, and it went out a short mid-wicket where Hetmeyer fields, and there's no run.
I nearly said commentator's curse. But at least in coming down the track, he maintained his balance, he kept his eyes on the ball, and he just wasn't to the pitch. But he didn't, play across the line. He tried to go through the line as straight as he can.
So he's working this one off the pads. It's gone down to fine leg. He's going to get 1. It's turning for 2. Then Johnson gives chase, picks up just inside the boundary now, and they've gotten 2 runs, 2 good runs. Takes the score to 174 for 8, and the score just keep inching up,
And that's what they
they're
need,
batting
partnerships.
time as well.
That's correct.
That's
So they're
very
satisfying
important.
the
They're batting
objectives.
time. They are batting time as well. Pomal again. In bowls. Ola swinging at this one. Takes the outside edge. Float the slip, but not in the air. Dropping in front of the man at gully. And he feels clean and there is no run.
Just trying to go wide of mid-on, trying to drag that one from outside the line of the off-stump, knowing that there was a vacant mid-wicket. And Clyde Butts, he showed his intention and the captain have spread the field.
But I think the
Sometimes you have
captain
to question.
may have spread the field now because he wants him to get the single. I think this is the last ball in the over. I'll give the captain that. Yes, it was the last ball. He spread the field hoping that he would have gotten a single and get the strike again.
And it's sometimes it's fun indeed. You have number 9 and number 11 at the crease, and you're trying to give the number 9 the strike to get it to number 11. It's kind of funny. But that's the way the game has always been played.
Well, Roach is capable. Roach is a much more capable
Than most number 9.
Than most number 9. So I could understand.
But Pomal coming back into the attack again, Clive, we see that the forward short leg, he's bowling to 2 right-handers, but the forward short leg is employed as against his silly point. One would have felt that it would have been easier to put him at a silly point for that direction where the ball is supposed to be turned into, and that would put some doubt in the minds of the batsman.
It's not only that. I think most batsmen, the left-arm orthodox spin bowler, love to come forward and push the ball out on the offside. And if that man is there, they tend to go back a little, especially bowling to a low order batsman.
Correct. And that allows your arm ball then to come in, LBW comes into play and so on.
Roach is
And
swinging,
he's
he's
out.
edging, he's caught at 4 slip. So Roach goes, caught Leon Johnson, bowl Barnwell for 10. So Barbados Pride being bowled out for 174. Now that's not what one expected at this time. We can't say bowled well. They're bowled out because 9 wickets has fallen. But wicketkeeper Doidge will not be here to return his innings, to continue his innings. And so the Pride has been bowled out. 174. Disappointing.
Very disappointing indeed when you look at that batting lineup, a lot of experienced players, test cricketers, on a track that to me there is no devil. The bounce has been fairly consistent. Not a lot of turn on offer. A few deliveries from Sinclair that was flighted, especially the one that he got rid of, Jonathan Carter. To me, that was the delivery of the day. He drew the batsman forward, and then good piece of stumping by Bramble. But that apart, I think the batsmen just allowed the Guyana bowlers to dominate them. They look for the big shots, as against looking to rotate the strike, and that's, to my mind, one of the biggest flaws in our regional cricket. Our batsmen are not adept at manipulating the ball into the gaps, maneuvering the ball into the gaps and picking up singles and setting the stage really for big innings.
I couldn't agree with you more, Neil. And the problem I have is that when you've won the toss and you decide to bat, and you don't bat out a day and you only score 174, regardless of how you look at it, the Pride would be thinking they don't need to lose this game.
Correct.
But if you don't need to lose this game, you need to bat and put runs on the tin. Not only bat time, because if you just bat time, you get a good delivery, you get out.
There you go.
So you've got to rotate and you've got to keep scoring. And I think the Pride guilty of not really doing that this evening. Yes, you've got to give the Jaguars credit for the way they bowl. The pitch, I don't think, had a great deal of bounce and pace. All year on, it did. But they did do a little in terms of bounce, but we haven't seen any delivery really seam about and swing about a lot on this pitch. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. If I am playing cricket at the stadium, at the National Stadium, and I win the toss, I will be fielding. Because I always feel there's a little bit in it in the first couple of hours for the bowling side. And we saw that today. The first couple of hours, the ball did a lot, but the Jaguars' bowling wasn't that good before the first break. And they got away with it. They only lost 2 wickets. But after then, they didn't bat as good as they're capable.
Well, once Reifer came into the attack and bowled a different length, he pitched the ball up and he got some lateral movement. Maybe he got a little bit in the air as well. I think that really showed the other two bowlers exactly what they should do. I think Kimo Paul got better, especially after the second break. After the dinner break, he bowled a bit better in that portion of the game than he bowled at the start. He was guilty to think of bowling a bit too short to Brathwaite. But when he started to pitch the ball up, he got some movement as well. Shepherd tried to bowl sharp, inconsistent, I would say. A lot of short balls, but the length and the line varied. At this level, you want to have that consistency in order to pick a wicket. But saying that, they've managed to get the Pride out. So the Pride, in looking at this, they've got a lot of work to do now to, get Guyana out at a manageable total that they can bat and save the game, because to win it from here will be difficult for them. So it doesn't matter, I think, of joining, unless Roach and company.
But having said that, the Pride bowling has been good.
Very well.
It has been good. And maybe they look at that as their strength and thinking, well, 174 is on the board, we can defend that on this pitch.
Yes, they can. It'd be a tricky period for the Jaguars with some 40 minutes, 50 minutes of play remaining in this evening. Starting on the lights will be difficult. But there's no doubt about that. So the openers for Guyana, which the board is indicating, is Chanjo Paul and Edmire. They will have the work cut out. We have to wait and see if that's indeed the opening batting combination. And then tomorrow, they will have some 3.5 hours of batting in the sunlight. Now, that's the time when they have to capitalize. Because once you get to the twilight zone and the ball starts to behave, Barbados have the weapons and the repertoire to capitalize on that. Roach, as we know, have become a very crafty bowler. Older is a seasoned campaign as well, and he can bowl. He understands these conditions.
Well, there's two holders, huh?
And there's two holders, and the younger older
which
will
one
be
were
very
you speaking
impressive.
of?
The captain, Jason Holder. Well, he's not the captain of this team. He's the West Indies captain in the test at the test level. He will, of course, do his thing, and they have good spinners as well. We know Ashley Norris, Warwickon. Their experience, their seasoned campaigners. So batting will not be that easy for the Guyana Jaguars, who struggle a bit as well in the batting department during this tournament. I mean, not too many players have made centuries for them. So one of them will be looking, somebody should be looking in Guyana to bat and bat deep and go big.
Well, the thing about the Guyana batting lineup too is that it has a little bit more depth than before because you've got Kimo Paul probably batting at 7 or 8,
8.
and Shepard
Yes, he can
at
bat.
night, and he can bat. So
And Sinclair is no mug with the bat
and
either.
Sinclair is actually an opening batsman at club cricket.
There you go.
And so on. So that is a very long batting lineup, but you've got a fast bowler in the Caribbean who's probably number 1 in the Caribbean in Kemar Roach.
Kima Roach, yes.
And he is leading an attack that includes a young holder that has been bowling very well this year and has taken wickets.
Wickets as well, yes.
So you've got to come out and be prepared to bat good.
So what
really-
this time will be a good challenge. It will be a good challenge
it
to
will be
the
a good
Guyana
challenge.
Jaguars. And they have got to make the run in this game. So they cannot just look to bad time. They've got to try to score. And you know in trying to score, risk
Well,
is
that's a
involved.
part of cricket, though.
And that's the great thing of cricket.
But if you're scoring and you lose wickets, I mean, you still should
You
be
still-
ahead.
you're still
You try
scoring.
and- If
That's
you're
correct.
not, then you're behind the 8 ball at all times.
So the important thing is then, Clive, as we watch we wait, you're not missing any cricket. The ground staff
I have
is out
another
there.
question for you, though, before you go, because I don't get a chance to question you. Every time at the stadium, I keep asking this question. Why the light roller? Why that small roller?
I don't know. It's I've watched cricket for a very long time, and that's what you see. And then having interacted with a lot of the younger players, and you ask them that question, they really don't know. I think they're a school of thought that if you put on a heavy roller, it will bring up the moisture in the pitch, and the ball will come on a bit and do a little bit more. But I would think that that's what you want. You want to solidify the pitch so that the bounce becomes consistent. So it comes down to education. Do the players and the staff really, and the management team understands what happened, what goes into the preparation of a pitch, what the different type of rollers do? That's the question I'm going to throw back at you, Clyde.
I like that, Neil Barry. I like that. Well, I don't know. I've been asking that question because, and if I bowl a side out for 174, I would be thinking I want the best part of the pitch to bat.
Correct.
So I would probably be using a heavier roller, try and flatten out the pitch a bit, let
Yep.
it ball comes on a little bit more. If by chance you're saying that sometimes the heavy roller breaks up the pitch later on because it dries it,
Yes.
that's fine with me. I've got to take a chance to win the game. And
Correct.
to me, in batting, and I look to bat once, especially if you're only chasing 174,
There you go.
you look to bat once, so you want the best part of the pitch to bat on.
And then the team will have to be looking to get or surpass your first innings total on a wearing pitch that you would have created. So the whole science of it, the technique, the tactics, Clyde Butts, and that's one of the reasons why guys like yourself needs to be involved a bit more at the local level,
Yes, I am at GNIC Sports Club.
at the local level, in the senior camp, advising and aiding the young men in their craft, because we're seeing a few things based upon our experience. We've been around the block a bit, and information and knowledge we can share. And, it's the onus, I think, is on us, one, and two, the system to allow us to share that knowledge.
Mind you, having said all of that, the Jaguars would tell you that they've won using that tactics
For 5 years.
5 years. So, I'll now ask Matthew Kisun to do get the batting and bowling analysis for us.
Then you take a break.
Right, so thank you so much, Clyde, and it's good to be back. I'm going to go through the entire scorecard for you. The Barbados Pride being dismissed for 174 runs in 74.1 overs. So I'll give you the entire scorecard, even as the players make their way out in the middle, the Barbados Pride players, and followed closely by Tej Chandra Paul and looks like Hetmeyer coming out. I'll tell you in a moment if it's Hetmeyer. If not, is it Hetmeyer? Yes. Right, so certainly he'll be opening the batting. for the Jaguars. So Clyde Botts, you've got an answer there. Hetmeyer will be the opener for this game. So I'll go through the scorecard quickly for you. The Barbados Pride, they won the toss, elected to bat, lost Mosley bowled Shepherd without scoring. Brooks leg before wicket to the bowling of Paul for 9. Carter stumped wicketkeeper Bramble bowled Sinclair 27. Then we had a situation where Doidge retired hurt. He was hit on the helmet by Shepherd. He retired hurt, 25 not out. It was 99 for 3 when that happened. Brathwaite leg before wicket bowled Reifer for 48. Mears leg before wicket bowled Chemo Paul 17. And then after the second dinner break, we saw Holder bowled Reifer 11. Nurse bowled Chemo Paul 11. Warwick and caught wicketkeeper Bramble bowled Shepherd without scoring. And Roach, the final man to have been dismissed, the 9th batsman since Doidge didn't come out back to resume his innings. Roach caught Johnson at slip bowled Barnwell for 10. 174 for 9. The innings coming to a close. Chamar Holder not out 3. There were 13 extras made up of 2 wides, 4 byes, 7 leg byes, 74.1 overs. Barbados innings coming to an end, 174 for the loss of 9. So as we're about to start the Jaguars innings, it will be Tej Chandrapal who will take strike from Kimar Roach, who will be bowling from the northern end, just ensuring his field is set correct, ensuring the man from backward square comes. He's going to come a bit more fine. He's going to come into the fine leg position. 3 slips in a gully. There's a backward point cover, mid-on and a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. First ball to Chandrapal. He's defending into the offside. They're going to take a quick single. The return comes into the bowler's end, nicely backed up by, that's the fielder at mid-on. And 1 run. So the Jaguars are off the mark with 1. 1 without loss, but that ball was played out, square of the wicket on the offside, and they went through for a quick single. Let me give you the bowling figures for the Guyana Jaguars. Pamal, 16 overs, 7 maidens, none for 28. Shepherd, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Paul, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 61. Sinclair, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Reifer, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 19. And Barnwell, 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. So that's the summary of what has transpired thus far in terms of the Barbados Pride being dismissed, 174 for 9, and the bowling figures for you. So the scoreboard says 13 overs to be bowled, so I think it's 14 overs to the end of day 1. Here is Hetmeyer. Outside the line of the off stump, and there is no run. So Shemron Hetmeyer opening the batting for the Jaguars. Clyde, good evening to you.
Well, these two actually have history of opening the batting, because they open from under 15 levels together, under 17, under 19s for Guyana. So they've got history together in terms of opening the batting.
Roach begins to move in towards Hetmeyer comes up, bowls to the left-handed. Hetmeyer lets it go outside the off stump taken by the keeper, and there is no run. So
the wicketkeeper seems to me to be Brooks, Shamar Brooks.
Shamar, yes, because with that precautionary measure taken with Shane Doidge, Brooks has been handed wicket-keeping duties for the Pride. Roach bowled in right hand round the wicket, comes up, bowls to Hetmeyer on the off stump. He looks to defend, and that ball was bowled and taken by the keeper outside the line of the off stump, 1 without loss. It looks like Brooks, to be honest.
It is
So
Brooks.
Brooks is indeed wicket-keeping. He's known for wicket-keeping duties?
I don't know. I haven't seen him wicket-keep before. I think
Right.
Carter.
Yes, I
think
thought about
I've seen
Carter as well.
wicket-keep
Roach
before.
comes up. Hetmeyer that ball came off the outer portion of the bat and will come away down towards the boundary. It went between first and second slip all along the ground. I make it down to the boundary for 4.
I'm not sure if it went all the way down to the ground. I think it might have pitched just in front of of Nurse.
Nurse.
Or maybe he would have gotten a hand to it as well. He's showing now that he had to dive to his right, but certainly had beautiful delivery from Kemar Roach, angled in and then straightening up on the left hander. He was looking to hit it away to the onside, got the outer edge, and went between a first and second slip down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, so Hetmeyer there with a boundary. It's gone up to 5 without loss. Roach comes up, Hetmeyer gets a white ball outside the off stump, taken by Brooks. The first over comes to an end of the Guyana Jaguars innings, replying to the Pride, 174 for 9, with injury to that's Doidge, and that's why 9 wickets would have fallen. Innings coming to a close, 174 for 9. They're 5 without loss. Hetmeyer 4, Chandrapal 1.
Yeah, and another decent over from Kemar Roach. Got the ball to leave the left-hander, angling in and then leaving the left-hander. Got the edge of Hetmeyer, but went just between first and second slip. And we're going to see Holder, young Holder, not Jason Holder, coming into the attack. And this young man has certainly been bowling well this season. He's got a lot of wickets, and we'll just have to wait and see how he operates on this pitch. It's not the type of pitch probably he's accustomed to bowling in Barbados. It's a little flatter, a little slower. In the last game against Guyana in Barbados, he did hit a few of the Jaguars batsmen. So I'm sure they're thinking they have got that in their mind as well. And we'll have to wait and see how he goes in this game.
Oh yes, Chamar Holder, 22 years old, he's playing for his country now, Barbados Tridents, Barbados under 19s, UWI Vice Chancellors 11, West Indies A, West Indies Presidents 11. 18 first class matches before this one, and he's taken 74 wickets. Economy rate 3.47, certainly he's been good. Here is Holder, first ball to Chandrapal, outside the off stump, and they're going to look for a single that's not really on. Chandrapal, the left-hander. Both batsmen left-handers at the wicket here, but good first delivery by Chamar Holder. He's very quick indeed, but 74 wickets on this belt before this game, a best 6 for 47 in an innings and 11 for 92 in a match. But his economy rate not bad at all, 3.47, Clyde.
Oh yeah, that's not. I wouldn't say that's great either, because it's not one-day cricket. It's first-class cricket.
He's got 2 4-wicket hauls, 5 5-wicket hauls, and a 10-wicket haul. That's down the leg side. Chandrapal jumps inside his stumps and gets it away towards the leg side. And there is no run. The score is kept on 5 without loss.
Yeah, that was a short delivery. Bouncing fairly high, but Chandrapal was equal to the task, getting on top of it and just playing it out on the onside. Unable to get a single. He's got 3 slips and a gully. And I actually like the field because he's got support on the leg side. He's bowling right arm over the wicket and trying angling it back into the left-hander.
Here is Holder around the wicket to Chandrapal. He lets it go, just comes across his stumps in that usual manner of his, and it's taken by Brooks. So the captain, Brathwaite, is at first slip. Ashley Nurse is at second slip. Jason Holder is at third slip. And then you've got the field at gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Warwickon is down on the long leg boundary. Here is Chamar Holder, comes up, he's in, bowls to Chandrapal on the middle stump. He's playing it down on the onside of the pitch, down towards Kemar Roach at mid-on. And there is no run. The score is kept on 5 without loss. And you look at the experience of a Kemar Roach in first-class cricket. He's in his 116th match. 363 first-class wickets, a best of 7 for 23 in an innings, and of course 10 for 146. His economy rate 3.23. 21 4-wicket hauls, 14 5-wicket hauls, and a 10-wicket haul. That's outside the line of the off stump, taken by Brooks, and there is no run. But good to see the young man working up some pace on a Providence track, knowing that the Barbados Pride struggled to get up to 174 for 9 in their first innings. Will be very disappointed with that score. Of course, they beat Guyana by 10 wickets in that first match in their backyard, but coming in the Jaguars' backyard now, a different kettle of fish altogether, as we would say. Here as Holder comes up, Chandra Paul gets it out into the offside, picked up at point. The over comes to an end, 5 without loss, which is the latest score from Providence, with Chandra Paul on 1 and the Hetmyer on 4.
A fairly good forced over from the young man Holder, bowling on or about the off stump to the left-handed Chandra Paul, make him in play for most of those deliveries. Certainly, the sort of line he bowled in that over is good. I think what he's going to try and do, he's got just about 40 minutes of play this evening. He's going to try and charge in and to try and see if he can get a couple of wickets here for the Pride, whereas Roach is going to be doing the same thing. And Roach has the experience to bowl on these type of pitches, and it's not going to be easy for the batsman out in the middle.
Roach bowls to Hetmyer. He's defending down towards cover, and there is no run. Kemar Roach, the 31-year-old, would have played for West Indies, of course, Antigua Hawks Bills, Barbados Brisbane Heat, Deccan Chargers, Jamaica Talawa, St. Lucia Zooks, University of West Indies Vice Chancellors 11, West Indies under 19s, and for Worcestershire. So a lot of experience on this belt. Kemar Roach, 56 test matches on this belt as well for the West Indies. Roach comes up, Hetmyer lets it go outside the off stump. 193 test wickets to Kemar Roach. Clyde Butts, 10 for 146, economy rate 3.13. Certainly he's been the man for test cricket for the West Indies in terms of the bowling department, and he's done well.
Yeah, he has been the West Indies' best bowler for some time in terms of test cricket, and he has certainly performed for them. At times injuries has kept him out, and that has been one of his problems.
Here is a ball that squares Hetmyer up, taken by Shamar Brooks, who's doing wicket-keeping duties in the absence of Shane Dowridge. Just to let you know, no need to panic, Barbados. Dowridge just went off to the hospital for that check, or the checks that must be done to a batsman when he's hit. And of course, little concussion blow, the ball from Shepherd hitting his helmet, short lifting delivery. Roach from the northern end, that's again a good delivery just outside the line of the off stump, pitched up a little bit more to Hetmyer, searching for Hetmyer to play a shot at. He didn't play, 5 without loss. Hetmyer looks a little bit disciplined so far.
He looks very disciplined, and one can understand it's a 4-day game. You've got lots of time left in this game. You've still got 3 days after this evening. So he's got lots of time in this game to try and bat and to get himself a decent score.
Here is Roach, comes up, bowls to Hetmyer, pitched up just outside the line of the off stump again. Hetmyer doesn't offer a shot, showing good discipline in this over. He's kept on 4, 1-2. Chandra Paul, the score is 5 without loss.
Roach just guilty of not making the batsman play. He just needs to try and bowl that little closer. He's got 3 men on the leg side. He's got a mid-on, a man in front of square on the onside, and he's got fine leg. You've got to take a chance when you've got the new ball to make the batsman play. It might need leaking a run or 2 on the leg side.
He's about to pass. Umpire Butler comes up, bowls to Hetmyer. Again, he plays inside the line, picked up the line well, taken by Brooks. The over comes to an end. That's Roach's second over. It's 5 without loss. Hetmyer's on 4 and 1 to Tage Chandra Paul.
I like the carry on that last delivery. Brooks was taking it just above shoulder height. So that had some pace and had some bounce. I think that's the difference with Roach and the other bowlers on this pitch. He's not a big, tall man, but he does get the ball to carry to the wicket keeper.
Right, so Justin Graves is on the field, of course. He's a substitute fielder, number 28 on his back. He's at gully, fielding for, of course, Shane Dowridge. And certainly we'll update you tomorrow, God willing, on the situation with Shane Dowridge. As we watch, Shamar Holder comes in now to bowl to Chandra Paul, and Chandra Paul off the back foot. That's a cracking shot down through cover. Runs here for the little left-hander. 1. They'll come back for a second as the ball goes into the boundary now, and that's 4 good-looking runs to Tage Chandra Paul to really get him going, because the previous game against the Leewards, he didn't really do anything at all in both innings. He's gone up to 5, the total up to 9 without loss.
Well, that was short and it was wide outside the off stump. Chandrapal did well to hit it way in front of square, hit it more or less to cover off the back foot, and was able to get 4 runs for it. And that's what you have to do with bad delivery. You have to put them away, and that's what he did there.
So he settles. He will want to do well in this game, because he certainly will want to forget the game against the Leewards. Didn't really get anything much on the tins. Here his holder comes up. Chandrapal is defending into the offside. That usual manner of his walking across his stumps, and in that crouching manner, and gets it out into the offside. No chance of a run. The score is kept on 9 without loss. And a friend of mine just sent me a text. He's wondering how come only 9 wickets fell. well, if he's listening or he's following, he would have picked up by now that I said that Shane Doidge retired hurt. Here his holder comes up. He's in bowls to Chandrapal. He's steering it down towards gully for Justin Graves to come across to field, backed up by, that's right, Justin Graves. He feels no chance of a run. The score is kept on 9 without loss. We win the 4th over of the Jaguars innings. And if I'm seeing correct, Clyde, the scoreboard says 10 overs remain in the evening's day, or the evenings for the evening. 10 overs remain, so it's 14 overs that must be bowled to the close of play. Holder comes up. Chandrapal gets it away again through the cover area for 1 to take his total now up to 6, and the Jaguars move up to 10 without loss.
Yeah, just bowling on or about the off stump, making Chandrapal look to push out on the offside. Did it well, dropped, played it with soft hands, got it into the cover area and got an easy single. And that's what we would love to see Chandrapal do more of, work the ball into the gaps and able to pick up singles.
His 43rd game at first class level. 10 50s, 200s, the highest of 117 not out. Teach Chandrapal. Hetmeyer comes into strike now, who is growing in confidence and gaining experience, playing all formats of the game for the West Indies. He's onto the back foot and plays it down at his feet on the offside of the pitch. No chance of a run. The score is kept on 10 without loss. But an attacking field here for Shimron Hetmeyer. And I think everyone listening and watching, of course, from a Guyana standpoint, would want Hetmeyer to get some runs, of course. Missed out on the ODIs given the context of the situation. Played in the 2 T20s. 43 from 41 balls in the second one. Here is a ball that he's playing down towards mid-off. The over comes to an end. 10 without loss. The Jaguars replying to 174 for 9 made by Barbados.
Yes, and apart from that one bad delivery that was short and wide outside the off stump, Shimar hold the ball in good areas for the rest of the over, making the batsman play, just on or about that off stump. What we haven't seen, though, is we see Roach getting the ball to actually carry nicely to the keeper. We haven't seen that from the young man as yet. Maybe he's just warming up.
So Roach will continue. Over number 5 about to be started. And he will come into bowl to Chandrapal. Chandrapal will face him for the first time in this innings, and he gets the ball just outside the line of the off stump. He came right across his stumps, and the ball went through to be taken by Shamar Brooks. No chance of a run, but a very tricky period for these two batsmen now, Clyde, as we come down to the end of day 1.
Yes, and I think it is a tricky period, but I think you've got to bat and try and bat as normal as possible. I don't think you want to look to play any extravagant shots, but at the same time, if deliveries present themselves to score offer, you should be looking to score.
In comes Roach. Chandrapal gets the ball on the off stump, and then it moves further away from him, taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. Hetmeyer, the 23-year-old, has played for the West Indies, Guyana Amazon Warriors, Guyana under 19s, Royal Challengers Bangalore. One season he had with them, and of course West Indies under 19s. Top order batsman who would have brought home a World Cup on the 19 World Cup a few years back with his side. 16 test matches he's played for the West Indies so far. Here is Roach comes up. Chandra Paul is squared up as he gets it out towards the point area, as looks like Carter who comes into field, and there is no run. So 16 test matches, and he's got an average of 27, 550s thus far, no hundreds, a high score of 93. Would have probably given away 2 test match hundreds that he should have got. But let's look at his first-class batting career, 2,105 runs before this innings. Here is Chandra Paul, lets it go outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run. A high score of 107, Clyde, averaging 32.38 in first-class cricket, 12 50s and 100.
Again,
Hetmyer.
just about the same
Yes.
in terms of averages. I'm just wondering, though, if those are his regional stats. I don't think it is, and the regional stats may just be a little different.
Right. These are his overall first-class stats. Let's watch. Roach comes up. That's pitched up on the line of the off-stump, and Chandra Paul leans into a defensive push down towards cover, and there is no run.
Now, here is Roach bowling round the wicket to young Chandra Paul, and just bowling a little too wide outside the off-stump. I think when Chandra Paul is batting, you need to bowl a close, tight off-stump as possible, because he does walk across his stumps a lot, and I think he has been a candidate for that LBW decision a lot of times.
Roach comes up. Chandra Paul gets it away into the offside, looks for a single that's not on as Carter comes in quickly from point to field. The over comes to an end. Kemar Roach has bowled 3 overs so far, and the score is 10 without loss. Chandra Paul is on 6, Hetmyer is on 4, and that's the latest score from Providence.
Yeah, fairly good over from Roach. I just think he has to bowl a little closer. Whether he might leak a run or 2 on the leg side, he's got to take that chance, especially when he's bowling to Chandra Paul, because I still feel that Chandra Paul struggles when the ball is close to him.
So Hetmyer in his 39th first-class match. So, and you know, yourself and Neil Barry echo the fact that these are the guys that need to play a lot of domestic cricket as long as they're available. Outside the off-stump, new over from Holder, taken by Shamar Brooks, no chance of a run.
Holder as well as bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, and we haven't seen him make the batsman play a lot. And one wonders if it's, and again, it's something that I've spoken about before. As soon as these guys start, these to left-handers, they go right away around the wicket, and sometimes you don't see them try and go over back the wicket for a few.
Holder brings Hetmyer forward. He's also plays 45 one-day internationals for the West Indies, Shamran Hetmyer, and he's got 500s and 450s. He's been pretty much successful in ODIs thus far, and is beginning to grow in his ability at test match level. He's got 290s on his belt, but he's going to get that 100 sometime. No doubt about that. Extremely talented cricketer from Barbados. Here is a ball that he allows to go by outside the off stump, taken by Brooks. No chance of a run. He's on 4, 6-2. Tage Chandra Paul. It's 10 without loss.
And the umpire just having a word with the young man Holder of running on the pitch, onto the danger area. But when you're coming around the wicket, it's not easy to actually run and then run off the pitch right away. So he's got to be careful with that.
Just to remind you that the Pride innings came to a close 174 for 9, with Shane Doidge retired, Horton 25, unable to come out and bat. Outside the line of the off stump, taken by Brooks, no chance of a run again, with Reifer picking up 2 for 19. Paul, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 61. Shepherd, 2 for 15. And Sinclair, 1 for 20. Barnwell, 1 for 20 as well.
Why would you say Paul was the pick of the bowlers? Because he got 3 wickets. Oh.
Well, that's my thinking. He got 3 wickets. But if you beg to differ, Clyde, I of course will listen to you. Here is a ball on the middle stump. Hetmyer is playing defensively into the offside, no chance of a run.
No, I was
The
just,
score is
I was
kept in
just
10 without
wondering
loss.
why you said that. That's all. You said the pick of the bowlers. All of us have our different ideas
Oh,
with,
yes.
with those things because I thought Reifer was the bowler on the day for me. He bowled well. He troubled all the batsmen. Probably didn't get as much wickets as he deserved, but there were a few drop catches off of his bowling as well.
Oh yes, his figures doesn't reflect how well he's bowled. Here is a ball that's driven down the ground. Nice shot is heading out towards the boundary. A chase here for the fielder from mid-on. They've crossed the one. They'll come back for a second. So that's 2 to Hetmyer. Nice shot, flowing on drive. And he takes his total now up to 6. And the Jaguars in their first innings, 12 without loss, which is the latest score from Providence as the over comes to an end.
I think that's what's going to happen to a young fast bowler when he bowls and the batsman is not playing at deliveries. He's got to try. He would try something a little different. I think you cannot blame him for that either, because that ball he tried to bowl it a little closer, a little fuller to Hetmyer. Hetmyer was adjusted well and pushed it nicely down the ground and was able to pick up 2 runs. But I don't think you can say to the young man, well, that's not where I want you to bowl. I think you want to bowl to make the batsman play. And what impressed me in that over as well is that he got the balls to carry to the wicketkeeper nicely. Brooks was taking it just above chest height, and that's a good sign on this pitch, because this pitch is not by any means a quick pitch.
So Roach will continue from the northern end of the ground, the media center end of the ground. Let's look at his field for you. 3 slips in a gully. There's a point, there's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Roach comes up. Chandra Paul is leaving it alone outside the line of the off stump. And there is no run. He's kept on 6, 12 without loss. So the Jaguars will need a good partnership from these two. You've got the senior man out there in Hetmyer, test play, international player, batting with Chandra Paul. And Chandra Paul would want to stay there with him. And the two can put together a good partnership for the first wicket. That's the way they should be thinking. Let's take it to the end of day 1 first of all. Full toss. He doesn't put it away. Got it out towards straight mid-wicket where Warrington is, and there is no run. Kyle Mears is down at cover. And he didn't get going today, Kyle Mears. He only made 17. 205 50s in this season thus far. He's been in good form. Good all-round cricketer. And certainly will have some bowling to do as well. And of course, you've got the likes of Warrington and Nurse to bowl for Barbados. Roach comes up. That's pitched up on the line of the off stump, and he drives back to Roach. No chance of a run, 12 without loss.
Yeah, again, Roach pitching the ball up just outside the off stump, making Chandra Paul play. And Chandra Paul looks very awkward when he looks to drive through the offside. I think when the ball is close and he's clipping it on the pads, he looks good. But once it's up on the offside, he looks very awkward, and how he plays those deliveries out on the offside.
Has this way of course, looking similar to his dad in terms of his little shuffling around. He comes forward, plays into the offside, no chance of a run. But certainly he needs to work very hard on his technique, especially outside the line of the off stump. He's got to be very mindful of the fact that sometimes he plays a bit too leisurely. And he's been dismissed a couple of times, leg before wicket to the spinners. Certainly has got to play the spinners better, Tej Chandra Paul. Here as Roach comes up, he gets the ball on the line of the off stump, plays it out towards, that's Kyle Mears at cover. No chance of a run. But he's got the patience, the temperament, but it's all about the skill as well, the talent, Clyde. And here is where Chandra Paul will have to continue to build as a young cricketer, build on his ability to improve his stroke play, knocking the ball around into the gaps to pick up the singles and the twos. Roach comes up, Chandra Paul leaves it alone outside the off stump. The over comes to an end, 12 without loss. Both batsmen on 6, Chandra Paul as well as Hetmyer, and that's the latest score from Providence.
And Roach just looks a little frustrated, probably thinking, Well, this man have bowled him a couple of half volleys in this over, and all he has done is just block content and blocking those deliveries. That can be a little frustrating, but what he's got to do is probably try and just change his tactic a little. Be a little bit more aggressive towards Chandrapali. You've got 25 minutes or so to go in the evening's play. Be a little bit more aggressive. Have a few short balls and probably change the field just a little. Put back the man at deep backward square. Chandrapali is a guy who handles short pitch bowling fairly decent. But at this time of the evening, he's probably thinking he just needs to survive.
Right, so the board is saying 6 overs remaining, 7 overs completed, so I think it's 13 overall to end the session. And both fast bowlers on, so we may go into a little bit of extra time in terms of going past the 9 o'clock hour here on the east bank of Demerara in Guyana. Here is a ball that Hetmyer is playing defensively down at his feet on the onside of the pitch and picked up by Holden. There is no run, 12 without loss. So over number 8 in progress. And both batsmen wanting to stay there until the close of day 1. Come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. and why not? Play more aggressive, more positive. Right now it's all about ensuring that they play these fast bowlers well. A drive down towards mid-off. Fielder comes around to his left to field. And there is no run to Hetmyer. But one would hope that from a Hetmyer standpoint, Clyde, that he can tempt himself well and play each ball on its merit and ensure that he goes to bed tonight with a couple of runs on this belt. He's got 6 thus far. Even if it's 12, no problem. It doesn't have to be 25. You're not in a hurry at this stage. You want to settle in. Here was a drive. Nice shot. Down through mid-off. And that will go away for 4. So that's a good shot by Hetmyer. Forward and driving nicely through the offside. That's what he's capable of doing, Clyde Butts. As he goes into double figures, the total has gone up to 14 without loss.
Well, that was a good-looking shot. That's why there was no way a half volley. He was hitting through the line of the delivery, got it on the meat of the bat, and was able to place it nicely past the man at mid-off, and it went racing into the boundary. Good timing it had on it as well.
I beg your pardon, 16 without loss. So that's a boundary to Hetmyer to carry his total up to 10. So he's gone into double figures. 6 is Chandrapal, 16 without loss. Holder tries once more, bowls over the wicket to Hetmyer. Hetmyer lets it go, taken by Brooks. And there is no run. Brooks is looking pretty good thus far behind the stumps. You said you don't know much about his wicket-keeping exploits, but certainly it's good to know that in your side, you can have someone in the event, and based on what occurred with Doidge, you've got a keeper. And of course, Jonathan Carter, you said also, we know him to be a keeper as well. But it's nice to have good all-round cricketers in your side. And you have to come to the party when things are not going good for you. He's on to the front foot, shuffles in behind it, plays it down on the onside of the pitch. Hetmyer, no chance of a run, kept on 10, 16 without loss. So, interesting period here as we get up to the end of day 1, round number 8 of Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League Regional 4-day tournament, round number 8. A good contest on. The Jaguars have so far been good on day 1, dismissing the Pride for 174. Here is Holder bowls. Hetmyer doesn't have to play, taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. The over comes to an end. 8 gone, 16 without loss. Chandrapal is 6, Hetmyer is 10. Let's hear the voice of Neil Barry as we say good night to you. Again, Neil, welcome back.
Yes, good night, good late night to you, Matthew, and to all those who are still up and following the commentary, whether it's on radio or on YouTube. Thanks to social media, there are more ways than one to get the message through, and that's excellent. Innovation and technology, you can't top that. Without a doubt, I mean, Guyana is responding well thus far. They've, the 2 batters, Hetmyer and Chandrapal, have, withstood some testing overs from both, the young, older And Roach attacking from round the wicket before, but he's yet to go over the wicket to the right-handers, and I wonder to the left-handers, and I wonder why.
He comes in round the wicket to Chandrapal, who leaves alone outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no run. But I like what you said, Neil. The many fans watching, listening to the cricket right around the world. You know, West Indies cricket is followed by a large audience. You know, and that's good because you want everyone, I think, who has West Indies cricket at heart wants the team to do well and do well again, but it's not going to be that easy when you look at the formats of the game that is being played now. A lot of work to be done in West Indies cricket. Roach comes up. That's a short lifting delivery. That's a bumper. That was good to Tej Chandrapal. He had him flinching and moving away towards the off stick.
Well, Clyde Butts called for it, and you'd be happy that Roach finally delivered. Some aggression to young Chandrapal. Definitely caught him in two minds. That short ball coming from around the wicket, Chandrapal initially shaped to play it and then bailed out in the end. And it's a good job as well because Roach has placed strategically a deep backward square there for him, and that was a bit high as well, and he would not have been able to control it.
Roach comes up, Chandrapal gets the ball on the middle stump, steers it away along the ground towards the third slip area, all along the ground, squared up Chandrapal. The way he gets into position,
that's why I wanted to know how you said steered. That was a good delivery, pitched up and just left him at the last moment. He played it soft hands,
yes.
And the edge was found, but because he didn't really reach out towards it, he didn't carry to Jason Ola in the third slip area. Excellent delivery, Roach. Good follow-up delivery from the short ball.
Certainly this pitch is playing better in terms of the fast bowlers. Here is a ball that he's playing into the offside, picked up by Kyle Mears. No chance of a run as compared to the pitch that they played on against the Leewards, where it was more of a spinner's wicket. But yes, Providence known for spin, a lot of spin. It favors spin more, but that pitch or this pitch that is being used, Neil, certainly is giving the fast bowler something.
Early days yet, and yes, it's good to see that it's fairly compact and with effort.
Roach is on his way. Chandrapal is wrapped on the pad. Out. He's out leg before. Out. That was inside the stumps, and Tej Chandrapal goes. He would be disappointed again. 3 innings with low scores on his belt. He's gone for 6, Neil Barry. The total is 16 for 1. This is not what the Jaguars wanted at this stage as they come down to the end of day 1. But Kemar Roach, with all the experience in the world, has picked up Tej Chandrapal's wicket.
Well, it may not be what the Jaguars wanted, but certainly what Barbados was looking for. And then we discussed earlier, myself and Clive, and with yourself as well, Matthew, the strength and depth of the Barbadian bowling. And that is evident out there today. It's led by Roach, who operated primarily round the wicket to both left-handers. But in his earlier overs, he was content in just pitching the ball up and looking to draw that outside edge. At the start of this over, the first delivery ball to young Chandrapal was a good short delivery, and Chandrapal bailed out of it. After that, he went back to his natural length to the left-hander, and it paid dividend with that delivery. Pitched just about the line of the off-stump, left Chandrapal. He was not out to it, so it allowed for the ball to move away from him. The outside edge found, and a good catch by wicketkeeper Brooks, who looks very competent behind the wicket.
Yes, so the catch taken by the wicketkeeper. So that's the end of Tej Chandrapal. A disappointed first innings knock from him. But when you've got the quality of a Roach bowling and a young Chimar holder who has 34 wickets on this belt this season after 7 matches, you've got to be very watchful, and your technique has got to be good to these fast bowlers.
And that is what you want. You want to be examined at a very young age. If young Chandrapal, if Tej Ryan is going to, make it into this world, and I wouldn't even say try to emulate his dad, but if he's going to make his own way into this world, he needs to be examined by his technique.
So Sinclair comes out, and he's driving down to cover. No chance of a run. Is there still a night watchman in this game of cricket, Neil?
Of course, they will still use a night watchman, and indeed it's night and he's out there to bat. But as Clyde said, he's a young man who actually opens the batting for his team in Barbados, so he's no slouch with the bat. And he shaped well for that delivery, pitched up on about the line of the off stump. He got right behind it and actually got out onto a front foot drive. Looked very pleasing to the eye. One would hope that he can stay and deny the Barbadians any more success this evening. Etmires at the other end. And he too is being given a really good opportunity, which he should seize upon, to sharpen his skills and his technique and prepare for the longer version of cricket that is coming up. Hopefully he's selected to go on that trip to England.
Yes, and I couldn't disagree with you, Neil. That's certainly something that Etmire will continue to work on in his career. One of the young players in West Indies cricket that has been fortunate enough to play all formats of the game, Test match cricket, ODIs, and T20s. So you don't find too many of them doing that at such a young age, and it shows the talent that he possesses. It shows the way that the pundits are thinking about him, the selectors and everyone who wants West Indies cricket to do well, and for people like Etmire to do well. Here is a ball from Jason Holder, who's been brought into the attack from the far end, outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. A little bit on Jason Holder, Neil. It would have been good for Jason to have a little bit more pace. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, we cannot keep asking for that any longer.
True.
That's the nature of the man. That's what he can do. But with his lack of pace or his limited pace, he's still been fairly successful.
He has
picked up
been.
wickets, and have shouldered the burden really and truly for West Indies for quite some time now.
Here is a ball outside the off stump, no chance of run. And a hard worker is Jason Holder, very hard worker. I find him to be one of the players, even with his own limitations, and someone asked me what limitations would mean in that sense. Well, he's not a Joel Garner type of bowler, but certainly Jason Holder gives of his best when he's got the ball in his hand, and of course Joel Garner couldn't be a Jason Holder in terms of bat in hand, because you can't have it in cake and bake, Neil Barry. Here is Holder, comes up, he's in bowl, Etmire, he leaves it alone outside the off stump, taken by Brooks. No chance of a run, but certainly Holder's been a very good cricketer.
I am
all-round
not
cricketer.
comparing the two, apart from the fact that they're both tall, and Joel would have been a bit taller.
Right.
And that's where the comparison stops. But Holder has been a thinking cricketer. He has served West Indies well thus far. One hopes that, I'm not going to say, well, he's going to put on another yard or two of pace. I think that time has passed. But that he continues to be successful and fulfill that all-round role.
Holder bowls over the wicket to Etmire again. He leaves it alone outside the off stump, taken by Brooks, 16 for the loss of 1. And you've just joined us. Well, Chandra Paul caught behind off the bowling of Roach for 6. That's the wicket to have fallen so far in the 9th over of the Jaguars innings. So Roach, with all his experience picking up Chandra Paul before the close of play, they'll be looking for another wicket or two. Neil Barry, the scoreboard says after this over, 3 will remain. Here is Holder, comes up, he's in bowls to Etmire. Again, he doesn't have to play outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Good discipline shown by Etmire early in this innings thus far.
Good discipline, picking up the line and the length, always getting the ball to shape back into the left-hander. He's operating from over the wicket, which is bringing a different angle for both Shamar Holder and Shamar Brooks and Roach were operating from around the wicket for most times, even though Shamar Holder went over the wicket. But in doing this, he's given a different examination to Etmire.
Again, no shot offered by Etmire, just outside the line of the off stump. The over comes to an end, 16 for the loss of 1. The Jaguars replying to 174 for 9. Innings coming to a close. Shane Doidge unable to resume his innings. He was 25 not out when he got a ball from Shepherd, a short lifting delivery that he was looking to pull, and it took the helmet and ballooned in the air for the forward short leg fielder to just tidy up. But when he left the field, you didn't get the impression that maybe he would not have come back out, but
I think
precautionary measures.
Right, there's a protocol now which have came down really and truly from the ICC.
That's
Someone's
right.
struck on the head. You ensure that you go through every possible observation you need to. all the procedures need to be followed.
Roach bowls to Sinclair, who is across his thumbs and knocks it down at his feet. And there is no run. So 16 for 1. Your thoughts on Kevin Sinclair, the young man from Barbados, playing now at first class level for the Jaguars? Good opportunity for him to continue to
Indeed,
work.
a good opportunity for him. He knows that, well, he's in the fray, he's in the mix, working his craft and get better.
Roach comes up, the right-handed Sinclair gets a quick delivery. That one went right through to the keeper. That was very quick indeed, Neil Barry. And the score is kept on 16 for 1.
Good delivery from Roach, just angled in and then just touching down and leaving the right hand. That's some pace as well. But the good thing is Roach just bowled one shot. He's focusing more on forcing the batsman to play. And, he is, one of the better bowlers in the region. An astute bowler, thinking bowler.
4 slips for Sinclair as he gets a delivery that he doesn't handle good enough, but a little bit of an awkward position for him. Dropped the bottom hand and the ball bounced away into the offside. And here is where you've got to be good enough to show grit and determination to play quality fast bowlers. You're a young man in the side and you want to impress, you want to do well because you want to play cricket for years to come. You've got to face the likes of a Kemar Roach. Sinclair gets the ball pitched up, driven down the ground. Is going to come away a chase here for, looks like Mears. He will pull the ball back just inside the boundary and the batsmen come back for 3 runs. Nice shot, pitched up and driven down the ground on the onside. He's off the mark with 3. 10 to Hetmeyer. The total has gone up to 19 for the loss of 1.
Good, pleasant drive by Sinclair. Pitched up delivery, possibly the off cutter. You would have bowled him a few leg cutters before, getting the ball to leave the right-hander, that is. And Sinclair was equal to the task. He's showing good composure. He's showing good technique. He's not flustered. All augurs well for this young man. Just for him to ensure that he can remain consistent, remain humble, try to learn a lot. I was impressed to hear that he sought out client balls to seek information on his bowling. And one wish him well going forward.
Here is a ball that's on the off stump and Hetmeyer is driving back to Roach. And there is no run. Roach in his 5th match of this season. So he's picked up 1 wicket so far to carry his tally to 22 wickets this season so far. And you need Kemar Roach to perform well. He's going to obviously go to England with the West Indies side. He's your strike fast bowler. And you need him to be fit and to be ready and always raring to go. He comes up round the wicket to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer drives, nice shot, but good bit of work by Kyle Mears, tumbling across his right at cover to field, and as the over comes to an end. So with 10 overs bowled, I make that 11? 10. 10 overs complete. Well, 11 completed. 11 overs bowled. The Jaguars replying to 174 for 9 made by the Barbados Pride. In their first innings, they're 19 for the loss of 1 with Hetmeyer on 10 and young Kevin Sinclair on 3.
Well, another 2 overs remaining. Barbados would want to dislodge another Guyanese batsman. They would love to get Hetmeyer. If he comes, he starts tomorrow under the brilliant sunshine and a good hot day, which is predicted for tomorrow. Of course, this is Guyana and cricket. The rains are never far, but we're in a bit of a dry spell now, so chances are that all will go well and that the game will get started at 2 o'clock sharp. And with Hetmeyer there, starting well, one can look forward to good things from him. A good opportunity for him to really play the longer format and really sharpen his skill and his ability, and of course continue to be tested by this good Barbados bowling lineup.
Here is a ball that's outside the off stump from Jason Holder. Sinclair doesn't offer a shot taken by the keeper. So with the penultimate over in progress before the end of day 1, I'll quickly recap for you what has transpired so far. You've just joined live streaming on YouTube. You're listening in Barbados on your radios. Well, the news is that the Pride, they won the toss and elected to bat here in round number 8 of the CWI tournament. Here is a ball that's outside the off. Some quick delivery from Jason Holder, taken by Brooks. No chance of a
Got
run.
some bunks as well.
That's right.
That's where the height of Jason Ola comes in. Possibly hit the seam as well. Just seam the way. Just move away from the right-hander. Good delivery.
Yes, and the surprise bunks that Holder gets so often has outfoxed many batsmen, because even with he's not bowling at 95 miles per hour, but at the end of the day, his height is very good. Here is a ball and he's gone. Lifting a nice delivery just outside the off stump, probing away at Sinclair. He put the bat outside the line. The edge found and the catch taken. So Sinclair goes, and he's gone for 3. Neil Barry, the Jaguars have lost 2 wickets before the close of play. It's 19 for the loss of 2.
Similar delivery to the one before that he was beaten outside the line of the off stump. This one I think was pitched a lot straighter. And he had to play. It left him comfortable height. The ball went to the slip. Easy catch, but excellent bowling by Jason Ola. And that has been one of Jason Ola's strengths. His ability to pick up wickets, in the longer format of the game, the bunks he would get at times, and his height, and his movement tends to make up for his lack of pace. And that was a good delivery to send back the night watchman, a good blow for Barbados to struck at this time.
Right, so Mears snapping up that catch at third slip to remove Sinclair. And there's where you see the young man, because of his inexperience, will have to keep working hard, Neil.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Nothing's wrong with that.
a lot of top order batsmen might have had trouble with that delivery.
Well,
so,
true. That's
I
so
mean,
true.
spare a thought for a young man in his first full season at the first class level, being asked to bat on the lights against, bowlers with that experience. It's a learning curve for him. The thing about it, you want to see them learn. You want to see him going back, working on his game, and coming out the next time and doing things a little differently. I think so far he's shown that he has the ability, he has the technique. It's now about getting consistent and having the confidence.
All right, so the Guyana captain comes out, Leon Johnson, a man with a tremendous amount of experience on this belt at this level. He's played a couple of test matches as well for the West Indies, and certainly will have to do battle for a couple of deliveries and 1 over after this. Here is Holder comes up. Johnson is taken on the pad, coming across his stumps. That was a bit too high on that occasion. Not out, says the umpire. 19 for the loss of 2. So the Jaguars find themselves in a position that Barbados played
Similar
found
to
themselves in
Barbados.
too. They
The
were
only
19 for
difference
2
was
as well.
One is a night watchman.
That's right.
Yes,
I'll be honest with you, Neil. I'm not sure I'm for this night watchman thing anymore, because look now, the captain has got to come out and do battle with just an over and a couple of balls left, and you're going to expose us down the leg side. A little bit of wayward delivery on that occasion from Holder.
Good take by Brooks.
Good take by Shamar Brooks. One-handed move into his right. And the score is kept on 19 for 2. But I'm not sure I'm totally in agreement with it, because if you're shielding a top order batsman, you shouldn't be dismissed.
Well, no, it's there's two schools of thought on the night watchman. Some people don't use it, some people do. You want to have your better resources to face early on in the day.
Holder balls, that's on the leg stump, turned away by Johnson to mid-wicket, no run.
Right, so what you do, the whole concept of the night watchman said, look, go out there, try and block a few balls and see us home to the end. Not everybody likes it.
Right.
But it's something that has been traditional, really and truly in cricket. There have always been teams using night watchmen to that extent. And sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Clyde Buss was used very often as night watchman while he's playing for Guyana. And sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. It just, depends on how you look at it and the conditions as well.
Right, and there's some who relish the opportunity and have done well.
Garfield Charles,
Right.
I think, begged for that opportunity once in Trinidad, got it, and made 100 next day.
Well, but it didn't work for Kevin Sinclair, even though he can bat. Good all-round cricketer. But it didn't work on this occasion. And Leon Johnson is out there in the middle, the Guyana captain, having to do battle. Final over, I make it. Coming up for the first day's play. It's been a good battle, good contest. And I'll go through the scorecard quickly for you as we come down to the end so we can wrap it up quickly here at Providence. We're watching Jonathan Carter. Comes into the attack, bowls his medium paces outside the off stump, taken by Brooks, no run. So the Pride won the toss, elected to bat Mosley, bowl Shepherd for a duck, Brooks leg before wicket to Kimo Paul for 9, Carter stump wicket keeper, Bramble bowl Sinclair for 27. Let's get back to that in a moment. Here is a ball pitched up, driven down towards mid-off. No chance of a run. Then Brathwaite, leg before wicket to the bowling of Reifer for 48, and that's after Doidge had to retire hurt. Took a short lift in delivery on the helmet, a little bit of a concussion blow. Safety measures being taken with him. He was not out 25. The wicket went at 99. Well, that happened when the score was 99 for 3. Here is a ball, a little bit of a loose shot from Hetmai outside the line of the off stump to Jonathan Carter, who's a probe in medium pace, and Neil Barry, never take him for granted.
Yes, pitched up delivery. Hetmai did not get right onto the pitch of the ball, looked to play the forcing offside drive. The ball just came back into him, inside edge flung onto his pad. He needs to be with more watchful and stay tight.
Carter bowls, and Hetmai is looking for a big drive through the offside. Didn't time it well. Bounces into the offside, no run. Brathwaite, leg before wicket, bowl Reifer 48. 171 balls, 5 fours. He had to battle his way through that innings. Mears, leg before wicket, bowl Kimo Paul 17. They went to the second in a break. It was 144 for 5. And then Holder, after that break, went. That's a wide ball outside the off stump taken by Brooks, no run. Holder was bowled by Reifer for 11. Nurse bowled by Kimo Paul for 11. Warwick caught Bramble, bowled Shepherd without scoring. Roach, the last man, dismissed, caught Johnson a slip, bowled Barnwell for 10. 174 for 9, innings coming to a close. Shamar Holder not out 3. 13 extras made up of 2 wides, 4 byes, and 7 leg byes. 74.1 overs, 174 for the loss of 9, Barbados Pride. Here is Hetmai coming forward, and that's the end of the first day's play. So at the end of day 1 in round number 8, Guyana Jaguars versus Barbados Pride. Guyana Jaguars going to bed 19 for the loss of 2. Johnson is yet to score, 10 to Hetmai. And with 13 overs completed in the innings thus far, Neil Barry, the Jaguars would have lost. Chandrapal caught wicketkeeper Brooks, bowl Roach for 6, 16 for 1. Sinclair, the night watchman, caught by Mears a third slip off the bowling of Jason Holder for 3, 19 for 2 in the 12th over, and the score remains 19 for 2. Bowling figures for you. Jason Holder's bowled, 2 overs, 1 for 9, it looks like on the scoreboard. Roach has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 8, I make it. And Shamar Holder's bowled 4 overs for 11 runs, with Jonathan Carter just bowling a maiden over, one over without conceding a run. So just a quick recap. The Barbados Pride 174 for 9 in 74.1 overs. Pamal, none for 28. Shepherd, 2 for 15. Paul, 3 for 61. Sinclair, 1 for 20. Reifer, 2 for 19. And Bramble, 1 for 20 from 8.1 overs. In reply, the Jaguars, 19 for 2. Chandrapal getting 6. Sinclair getting 3. Hetmai is there. He opened the batting. He's 10 not out. The captain Johnson yet to score. 19 for the loss of 2. Wickets going to Roach and Holder. That's Jason Holder. So that's the end of day 1 here at the National Stadium at Providence. We're going to say goodbye in a minute, but just to let you know that please ensure that you rejoin us on day 2 at 2 p.m. sharp. On behalf of the entire commentary team, here's wishing you a very good evening.